The Mahabharata of Krishnadwapayana Vyasa. Book 8 Karnapava. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Ganguly. 1883 to 1896. Scanned and proofed by Mantra Chaitanya. Additional proofing and formatting at sacredtexts.com by J.B. Hare, October 2003. 1. Having bowed down unto Narayana, and unto that most exalted of male beings, Nara, and unto the goddess Sarasvati also, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vshampayana said, after Drona had been slain, O monarch, the royal warriors of the Kaurava army, headed by Duryodhana, with hearts filled with great anxiety, all repaired to Drona's son. Lamenting the loss of Drona, and deprived of energy in consequence of their cheerlessness, they sat around the son of Sharadvata's daughter, afflicted with grief. Comforted for a little while by considerations founded upon the scriptures, when night came, those rulers of earth proceeded to their respective tents. Those lords of earth, however, O thou of Kuru's race, could feel no happiness in their abodes. Thinking of that immense slaughter, they could not also sleep. The Suta's son, Karna, and King Sayadana and Dashasna and Shakuni, in special, could not compose themselves to sleep. Those four passed that night together in Duryodhana's tent, reflecting upon the woes they had inflicted upon the high-souled Pandavas. Formerly they had brought Draupadi, plunged into woe on account of the match at dice, into the assembly. Recollecting it, they experienced great regret, their hearts being filled with anxiety. Thinking of those sufferings inflicted upon the Pandavas, in consequence of the gambling match, they passed that night in sorrow, O king, as if it were really 100 years. Then when morning came, observing the dictates of the ordinance, all of them duly went through the customary rites. Having gone through these customary rites, and comforted to some extent, O Bharata, they ordered their troops to be arrayed, and then came out for battle, having made Kanna their generalissimo by tying the auspicious thread round his wrists, and having caused many foremost of Brahmanas, by presents of vessels of curds, clarified butter, akshatas, coins of gold, kine, jewels and gems, and costly robes, to pray for their victory, and having caused heralds and musicians, and panegyrists to adore them with hymns about victory. The Pandavas also, O king, having gone through their morning rites, issued from their camp, resolved on battle. Then commenced a fierce battle, making the hair to stand on end, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, each desirous of vanquishing the other. During the commandership of Karna, the battle that took place between the Kuru and the Pandava troops was exceedingly fierce and lasted for 2 days. Then Vrisha, Karna, having made an immense slaughter of his enemies in battle, was at last slain in the sight of the Dharashtas by Arjuna. Then Sanjaya, repairing to Hastinapura, told Dhritarashtra all that had happened at Kuru Jangala. Janamejaya said, having heard of the fall of Bhishma and that other mighty car warrior, Drona, the old king Dhritarashtra the son of Ambika had been afflicted with great grief. How, O foremost of Brahmanas, could he, plunged into grief, support his life, having heard of the death of Karna, that well-wisher of Duryodhana? How indeed could that descendant of Kuru support his life when he, upon whom that monarch had rested the hope of his son's victory, had fallen? When the king did not lay down his life even after hearing of Karna's death, I think that it is very difficult for men to yield up life even under circumstances of great grief. O Brahmana, when the king did not yield up his life after hearing of the fall of the venerable son of Shantanu, of Balika and Drona and Somadatta and Bharishriva, as also other friends and his sons and grandsons, I think, O regenerate one, that the act of yielding up one's life is exceedingly difficult. Tell me all these in detail and as they actually happened. I am not satiated with hearing the high achievements of my ancestors. 2. Champayana said, upon the fall of Ghana, O monarch, the son of Gaval Ghana, with a cheerless heart, set out that night for Nagara, on steeds that rivaled the wind in speed. Arrived at Hastinapura, with a heart filled with deep anxiety, he proceeded to Dhritarashtra's abode, which no longer teemed with kinsmen and friends. Beholding the king deprived of all energy by grief, joining his hands he worshipped, with a bend of his head, the monarch's feet. Having duly worshipped King Dhritarashtra, he uttered an exclamation of woe and then began, I am Sanjaya, O Lord of Earth. Art thou not happy? I hope thou art not stupefied, having through thy own faults fallen into such distress. Counsels for thy good had been uttered by Vidura and Ganga's son and Keshava. I hope thou feelest no pain now, remembering thy rejection of those counsels. Counsels for thy good had also been uttered in the assembly by Rama and Narada and Kanwa and others. I hope thou feelest no pain now, remembering the rejection by thee. I hope thou feelest no pain, remembering the slaughter in battle by the foe of Bhishma and Drona and others, those friends that were ever engaged in thy good. And to the suitor's son who with joined hands was telling him so, the monarch afflicted with grief and drawing a long and hot breath, said these words. Dhritarashtra said, hearing, O Sanjaya, of the fall of the heroic son of Ganga, that warrior of all celestial weapons, as also of the fall of that foremost of all bowmen, Drona, my heart feeleth great pain. That hero endued with great energy and born of the Vasas themselves, who slew every day 10,000 warriors clad in mail, that hysled one and to whom Bhrigu's son had given the highest weapons, that warrior who in his childhood had been trained in the science of the bow by Rama, alas, even he hath been slain by Yajnasana's son Shikandi protected by the Pandavas. At this my heart is greatly pained. That hero through whose grace those mighty warriors, the royal sons of Kunti, as also many other lords of earth, have become Maharathas, alas, hearing of the slaughter of that great bowman of sure aim, Drona, by Drishtadama, my heart is exceedingly pained. Those two had not in the world a person equal to them in knowledge and use of the 4 kinds of weapons. Alas, hearing of the slaughter of these two, Bhishma and Drona, in battle my heart is exceedingly pained. That warrior who had not in the 3 worlds a person equal to him in knowledge of weapons, alas, hearing of the slaughter of that hero, Drona, what did the people of my side do? After the Hysul son of Pandu, Dhananjaya, exerting himself with prowess, has dispatched unto Yama's abode the strong force of the Samsaptakas, after the Narayana weapon of the intelligent son of Drona had been baffled, and after their Kaurava divisions had begun to fly away. What, indeed, did the people of my side do? I think that, after Drona's death my troops, flying away and sinking in an ocean of grief, resembled shipwrecked mariners struggling on the bosom of the vast deep. What also, O Sanjaya, became the colour of the faces of Duryodhana, and Karna, and Gritavama the chief of the Bhajas, and Sholya, the ruler of the Madras, and of my remaining sons, and of the others, when the Kuru divisions fled away from the field. Tell me all this as it truly happened in battle, O son of Gavalgana, and describe to me the prowess put forth by the Pandavas and the warriors of my side. Sanjaya said, O sire, hearing all that has happened unto the Kauravas through thy fault, thou shouldst not feel any anguish. He that is wise never feeleth any pain at what destiny bringeth. And since destiny is unconquerable, human purposes may or may not become attainable. Hence, He that is wise never feeleth pain on the acquisition or the reverse of the objects cherished by him. Dhritarashtra said, I do not feel great pain, O Sanjaya. I regard all this to be the result of destiny. Tell me all that thou wishest. 3. Sanjaya said, Upon the fall of the great bowman Drona, thy sons, those mighty car warriors, became pale and deprived of their senses. Armed with weapons, all of them, O monarch, hung down their heads. Afflicted with grief and without looking at one another, they stood perfectly silent. Beholding them with such afflicted countenances, thy troops, O Bharata, themselves perturbed by grief, vacantly gazed upwards. Seeing Drona slain in battle, the weapons of many of them, O king, dyed with blood, dropped from their hands. Innumerable weapons, again, O Bharata, still retained in the grasp of the soldiers, seemed in their pendant attitude to resemble falling meteors in the sky. Then King Duryodhana, O monarch, beholding that army of thine thus standing as if paralyzed and lifeless, said, Relying upon the might of your army, I have summoned the Pandavas to battle and caused this passage at arms to commence. Upon the fall of Drona, however, the prospect seems to be cheerless. Warriors engaged in battle all die in battle. Engaged in battle, a warrior may have either victory or death. What can be strange then in this, viz., the death of Drona? Fight ye with faces turned towards every direction. Behold now the high Sultana, the son of the Kardana, that great bowman of mighty strength, careering in battle, using his celestial weapons. Through fear of that warrior in battle, that coward, viz., Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, always turns back like a small deer at the sight of a lion. It is he who, by the ordinary methods of human battle, brought the mighty Bhimasena endued with the strength of 10,000 elephants to that plight. It is he who, uttering a loud roar, slew with his invincible dart the brave Bhattotkaka of 1,000 delusions and well acquainted with celestial weapons. Behold today the inexhaustible might of arms of that intelligent warrior of sure aim and invincible energy. Let the sons of Pandu behold today the prowess of both Ashvatthama and Karna resembling that of Vishnu and Vasava. All of you are singly able to slay the sons of Pandu with their troops in battle. How much more then are you capable, when united together, of that feat? Endued with great energy and accomplished in weapons, you will today behold one another engaged in the achievement of mighty tasks. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, O sinless one, thy son Duryodhana, with his brothers, made Karna the generalissimo of the Kuru army. Obtaining the command, the mighty warrior Karna, so fierce in battle, uttered loud roars and fought with the foe. He caused, O sire, a great carnage among the Srinjayas, the Panchalas, the Kikayas, and the Vidas. From his bow issued innumerable lines of arrows, one close behind the wings of another, like flights of bees. Having afflicted the Panchalas and the Pandavas endued with great activity, and slain thousands of warriors, he was at last slain by Arjuna. 4. Vshampayana said, hearing this intelligence, O monarch, Dhritarashtra the son of Ambika, feeling the acme of grief, regarded Suayodhana to be already dead. Exceedingly agitated, the king fell down on the earth like an elephant deprived of its senses. When that foremost of the monarchs, greatly agitated, fell down on the earth, loud wails were uttered, O best of the Bharatas, by the ladies of the royal household. That noise was so loud that it seemed to fill the entire earth. Immersed in a deep ocean of woe, the Bharata ladies, with hearts exceedingly agitated and scorched by grief, wept aloud. Approaching the king, Gandhari, O bull of Bharata's race, and the other ladies of the household, all fell down on the earth, deprived of their senses. Then Sanjaya, O king, began to comfort those ladies stricken with grief, bathed in tears, and reft of consciousness. Comforted by Sanjaya, those ladies began to tremble repeatedly like a plantain grove shaken by the wind. Vidura also, sprinkling that descendant of Kuru with water, began to comfort the puissant monarch who had knowledge only for his eye. Slowly restored to consciousness, and understanding that the ladies of the household were the king, O monarch, remained perfectly silent for some time like one reft of reason. Having reflected then for some time, and repeatedly drawn long breaths, the king censured his own sons and applauded the Pandavas. Censuring also his own intelligence and that of Shakuni, the son of Sabala, the king, having reflected for a long time, began to tremble repeatedly. Controlling his mind once more, the king, with sufficient fortitude, questioned his Charadiya Sanjaya the son of Gavalgana. Dhritarashtra said, I have heard, O Sanjaya, all that thou hast said. Hath my son Duryodhana, O Suta, who is ever desirous of victory, already gone to Yama's abode, despairing of success? Tell me truly, O Sanjaya, all this even if thou wilt have to repeat it. Vshampayana continued, thus addressed by the king, O Janamjaya, the Sutas said unto him, the mighty Ka warrior Vaikatana, O monarch, hath been slain with his sons and brothers, and other Suta warriors, all of whom were mighty bowmen ready to lay down their lives in battle. Dushasana also hath been slain by the renowned son of Pandu. Indeed, his blood also hath been, from wrath, drunk by Bhimasena in battle. 5. Vshampayana said, hearing these words, O monarch, and because Dhritarashtra, with heart agitated by grief, addressed his driver Sanjaya, saying, though the evil policy, O sire, of my son of little foresight, Vikatana's son hath been slain. This intelligence is cutting the very core of my heart. I am desirous of crossing this sea of grief. Remove my doubts, therefore, by telling me who are still alive and who are dead amongst the Kurus and the Pandavas. Sanjaya said, endued with great prowess and invincible in battle, Bhishma the son of Shantanu, O king, having slain large numbers of Saranjayas and Panchalas, hath been slain after 10 days. The mighty and invincible bowman Drona of the golden car, having slaughtered the Panchala divisions in battle, hath been slain. Having slaughtered the half of what remained after the carnage by Bhishma and the illustrious Drona, Vikatana's son Kana hath been slain. Endued with great strength, O monarch, Prince Vaivangsati, having slain hundreds of Anita warriors in battle, hath been slain. Thy heroic son Vikana, deprived of steeds and weapons, stood, facing the foe, remembering the duties of Kshatriyas, remembering the many foul wrongs inflicted upon him by Duryodhana, and bearing in mind his own vow, Bhimasena hath slain him. Possessed of great might, Vinda and Anuvinda, the two princes of Avanti, after achieving the most difficult feats, have gone to Yama's abode. That hero who had under his sway 10 kingdoms, having sent for their chief, him who was ever obedient to thee, Jayadratha of mighty energy, O king, Arjuna hath slain after vanquishing 11 Akshayinis of troops with his keen arrows. Endued with great activity and incapable of being easily defeated in battle, the son of Duryodhana, ever obedient to his sire's commands, hath been slain by the son of Subhadra. The brave son of Dushasana, possessed of mighty arms and fierce in battle, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Draupadi's son, exerting himself with great prowess. The ruler of the Kairatas and other dwellers of the lowlands on the sea-coast, the much respected and dear friend of the chief of the Celestials himself, the virtuous King Bhagadatta, who was ever devoted to Kshatriya duties, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Dhananjaya, exerting himself great with prowess. The kinsman of the Kauravas, the son of Somadatta, the brave and celebrated Bharishrava, O king, hath been slain by Satyaki in battle. the Amvashtha king Sarutayas, that foremost of Kshatriyas, who used to career in battle most fearlessly, hath been slain by Arjuna. Thy son Dashasana, accomplished in arms and invincible in battle, and who was always wrathful, hath, O monarch, been slain by Bhimasena. Sudakshina, O king, who had many thousands of wonderful elephants, hath been slain in battle by Arjuna. The ruler of the Kosalas, having slain many hundreds of foes, hath himself been dispatched to Yama's abode by Subhadra's son, exerting himself with prowess. Having fought with many thousands of foes and with the mighty Ka warrior Bhimasena himself, thy son Citrasana hath been slain by Bhimasena, the brave younger brother of the ruler of the Madras, that enhancer of the fears of foes, that handsome warrior armed with sword and shield, hath been slain by Subhadra's son. He who was equal to Karna himself in battle, Karna's son Vrishasana, accomplished in arms, of mighty energy and steady prowess, hath, in the very sight of Karna, been dispatched to Yama's abode by Dhananjaya, who put forth his prowess, remembering the slaughter of his own son Abhimanyu and bearing in mind the vow he had made. That lord of earth, Sarutayas, who always displayed a deep-rooted antipathy towards the Pandavas, hath been slain by Partha, who reminded him of that antipathy before taking his life. Shulya's son of great prowess, O sire, Rakmaratha, hath, O king, been slain in battle by Sahadevu, although the former happened to be the latter's brother, having been the son of the latter's maternal uncle. The old king Bhagirata, and Vrihakshatra the ruler of the Kakeyas, both endued with great prowess and might and energy, have been slain. Bhagadatta's son, O king, who was possessed of great wisdom and great strength, hath been slain by Nakula, who always careers in battle with the activity of the hawk. Thy grandsire Balika, possessed of great might and prowess, hath, with all his followers, been slain by Bhimasena. The mighty Jayatsena, the son of Jarasandha, the prince of the Magadhas, O king, hath been slain in battle by the Hysil son of Subhadra. Thy son Dharmaka, O king, as also thy other son Dasaha, that mighty Ka warrior, both of whom were regarded as heroes, have been slain by Bhimasena with his mace. Damashana and Durvaisaha and the mighty Ka warrior Dajaya, having achieved the most difficult feats, have gone to Yama's abode. The two brothers Kalinga and Vrishaka, who were invincible in battle, having achieved very difficult feats, have gone to Yama's abode. Thy counsellor Vrishavarman of the Sutta caste, endued with great energy, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Bhimasena, exerting himself with prowess. So also King Paurava, who was endued with a might of 10,000 elephants, hath, with all his followers, been slain by Pandu's son Arjuna. The Vasatis, O king, numbering 2,000, effectual smiters of all, as also the Zurasnas endued with prowess, have all been slain in battle. The Abhishakas, clad in mail, capable of smiting effectually, and fierce in battle, also the Sivis, those foremost of Ka warriors, with the Kalingas, have all been slain. Those other heroes also, the Naranagopas, who live and grew in Gokula, who were exceedingly wrathful in battle, and who never retreated from the field, have been slain by Savyasi. Many thousands of Srinath, as also the Samsaptakas, approaching Arjuna, have all repaired to the abode of Yama. Thy two brothers-in-law, viz., the princes Vrishaka and Vakala, who were endued with great prowess, have for thy sake been slain by Savyasi. King Shulva of mighty arms and fierce deeds, who was a great bowman both in name and feats, hath been slain by Bhimasena. O Kavat, O king, and Vrishanta, fighting together in battle and exerting themselves with great vigour for the sake of their ally, have both repaired to Yama's abode. So also that foremost of Ka warriors, viz., Kshimadhati, O monarch, hath been slain in battle by Bhimasena with his mace. So also that great bowman, viz., the mighty King Jalasandha, after causing an immense carnage, hath been slain by Satyaki in battle. That prince of Rakshasas, viz., Alayuda, unto whose vehicle were yoked asses, of monstrous shape, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Ghatotkaka, exerting himself with great prowess. Radha's son of the Sutta caste, and those mighty Ka warriors who were his brothers, and the Kakiyas, the Malavas, the Madrakas, the Dravidas of fierce prowess, the Yodhiyas, the Lalitias, the Kshudrakas, the Usanaras, the Tandikaras, the Savitriputras, the Easterners, the Northerners, the Westerners, and the Southerners, O sire, have all been slain by Savyasi. Large bands of foot soldiers, myriads upon myriads of steeds, large number of car warriors, and many huge elephants, have been slain. Many heroes also, with standards and weapons, and with armor and attire and ornaments, and endued with perseverance and possessed of high birth and good conduct, have been slain in battle by Partha, who is never fatigued with exertion. Others, endued with immeasurable might, and desirous of slaying their foes, have met with a similar fate. These and many other kings, numbering thousands, with their followers, have, O monarch, been slain in battle. That which thou askest me I am answering now. Even thus did the destruction take place when Arjuna and Karna fought. Even as Mahendra slew Vritra, and Rama slew Ravana, even as Krishna slew Narakamara in battle, even as the mighty Rama of Bhrugu's race slew the heroic Kartavirya, invincible in battle, with all his kinsmen and friends, after fighting a terrible battle celebrated through the three worlds, even as Skanda slew the Asura, Mahasha, and Rudra slew the Asura, and Daka, even so hath Arjuna, O king, in single combat, slain, with all his kinsmen, that foremost of smiters, viz., Karna, who was invincible in battle, and upon whom the Dhritarashtra's had placed their hopes of victory, and who was the great cause of the hostility with the Pandavas. Pandu's son hath now accomplished that which at one time thou couldst not believe him capable of accomplishing, although, O monarch, well-meaning friends failed not to apprise thee of it. That calamity, fraught with great destruction, hath now come. Thou, O king, wishing them well, hast heaped those evils on the heads of thy covetous sons. The fruit of those evils is now manifesting itself. 6. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast, O son, mentioned the names of those of my side that have been slain in battle by the Pandavas. Tell me now, O Sanjaya, the names of those amongst the Pandavas that have been slain by the people of my side. Sanjaya said, The Kuntis possessed of great prowess in battle, endued with great energy and great might, have been slain in fight by Bhishma, with all their kinsmen and advisers. The Narayanas, the Valabhadras, and hundreds of other heroes, all devoted to the Pandavas, have been slain in battle by the heroic Bhishma. Satyajit, who was equal to the diadem-decked Arjuna himself in battle as regards energy and might, hath been slain in battle by Drona of Shorain. Many mighty bowmen among the Panchalas, all of whom were skilled in battle, encountering Drona, have repaired to Yama's abode. So the two kings Virata and Drupada, both venerable in years, who exerted themselves with great prowess for their ally, have, with their sons, been slain in battle by Drona. That invincible hero, viz., Abhimanyu, who, though a child in years, was still equal in battle to Arjuna war Keshava war Baladeva, O Lord, that warrior who was highly accomplished in battle, after making an immense slaughter of the foe, was at last encompassed by 6 foremost of Ka warriors and slain by them. Unable to resist Arjuna himself, they thus slew Arjuna's son. Deprived of his Ka, that hero, viz., the son of Subhadra, still stayed in battle, remembering the duties of a Kshatriyu. At last, O king, Dashasna's son slew him on the field. The slayer of the Pitishkshatras, viz., the handsome son of Amvashtha, surrounded by a large force, had put forth all his prowess for the sake of his allies. Having made a great slaughter among the foe, he was encountered by Duryodhana's son, the brave Lakshmana, in battle and dispatched to Yama's abode. The mighty bowman Vrihanta, accomplished in arms and invincible in battle, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Dushasana, exerting himself with great prowess. The two kings Manamat and Dandadara, both of whom were invincible in battle and had put forth their prowess for their allies, have been slain by Drona. And Sumat, the ruler of the Bijas, that mighty Ka warrior at the head of his own forces, hath been dispatched to Yama's abode by Drona, exerting himself with great prowess. Sitarasana, the ruler of the sun host, with his son, Mahabharata, hath been forcibly dispatched by Samudrasana to Yama's abode. Another ruler of a maritime country, viz., Nila, and Vyakadatta of great energy, have both, O king, been dispatched to Yama's abode by Ashvatthama. Citrayuda and Citrayudan, after making a great slaughter, have both been slain in battle by Vikana, exerting himself with great prowess and displaying diverse maneuvers of his car. The chief of the Kakiyas, who was equal to Vrikadara himself in battle and surrounded by Kakiya warriors, has been slain by Kakiya, the brother by the brother. Janamjaya of the hilly country, endued with great prowess and accomplished in encounters with a mace, hath, O king, been slain by thy son Durmaka. Those two foremost of men, viz., the brothers Rachamana, like two brilliant planets, have together been dispatched to heaven by Drona with his shafts. Many other kings, O monarch, endued with great prowess, have fought for the Pandavas. Having achieved the most difficult feats, all of them have gone to Yama's abode. Purujit and Kuntibhoa, the two maternal uncles of Savyas Asi, have been dispatched by Drona with shafts to such regions as are attained by death in battle. Apibu of the Kasis, at the head of many of his followers, hath been obliged by Vasudhana's son to lay down his life in battle. Yadamanu of immeasurable prowess, and Utamor of great energy, after slaying hundreds of heroic warriors, have themselves been slain by our men. The Bankala prince Maitravarman, O Bharata, those two foremost of bowmen, have been dispatched to Yama's abode by Drona. Shikandi's son Kshitradiva, that foremost of warriors, possessed of great bravery, hath, O king, been slain by thy grandson Lakshmana, O sire. The two heroes Susitra and Citravarman, who were sire and son and endued with great might, and who careered fearlessly in battle, have been slain by Drona. Vardhakshami, O monarch, who was like the ocean at full tide, having had his weapons exhausted in battle, hath at last obtained undisturbed peace. That foremost of suitors, viz., son of Indu, having consumed many foes in battle, hath, at last, O king, been slain by Balika. Drishtaketu, O monarch, that foremost of Ka warriors among the cities, after accomplishing the most difficult feats, hath repaired to the abode of the armor. Similarly, the heroic Satyadrati, endues with great prowess, having made a great slaughter in battle for the sake of the Pandavas, has been dispatched to Yama's abode. That lord of earth, viz., Sukatu, the son of Shishupala, having slain many foes, hath at last been slain by Drona in battle. Virata's son Sanka, as also Uttara of great strength, having accomplished the most difficult feats, have repaired to Yama's abode. Similarly, Satyadrati of the Matsyas, and Madhiraswa of great energy, and Suryadatta possessed of great prowess, have all been slain by Drona with his shafts. Srunimat also, O monarch, having fought with great prowess and accomplished the most difficult feats, hath repaired to Yama's abode. Similarly, the chief of the Magadhas, that slayer of hostile heroes, endued with great energy and acquainted with the highest weapons, sleepeth on the field of battle, slain by Bhishma. Vasudana also, having made an immense carnage in battle, has been dispatched to Yama's abode by Bharadwaja's son, exerting himself with great prowess. These and many other mighty warriors of the Pandavas have been slain by Drona, exerting himself with great energy. I have now told them all that thou hadst asked me. 7. Dhritarashtra said, when all the foremost of my warriors, O Sanjaya, have perished, I do not think that the remnant of my army will not perish. When those two heroes, those two mighty bowmen, those two foremost of the Kurus, Bhishma and Drona, have been slain, what use can I any longer have with life? I cannot also brook the death of Radha's son, their tournament of battle, the might of whose arms was as great as that of 10,000 elephants. O foremost of speakers, tell me now, O Suta, who are yet alive in my army after the death of all the foremost heroes. Thou hast told me the names of those that have fallen. It seems, however, to me that those who are still alive are almost all dead. Sanjaya said, that hero, O king, to whom Drona, that foremost of Brahmanas, imparted many blazing, celestial, and mighty weapons of the four kinds, that mighty warrior, possessed of skill and lightness of hands, that hero of firm grasp, strong weapons, and powerful shafts, that high-souled son of Drona, capable of shooting to a great distance, is still on the field, desirous of battling for thy sake. That dweller of the Anatu country, that son of Ridika, that mighty warrior, that foremost one among the Satwatas, that chief of the Bhajas, Kritavarma, accomplished in arms, is on the field, desirous of battle. Artyana's son, dauntless in battle, that first of warriors, that foremost of all yet on thy side, he that abandoned his own sister's sons, the Pandavas, for making his own words true, that hero endues with great activity, who promised in the presence of Yudhishthira that he would in battle depress the proud spirit of Karna, that invincible Sholya, who is equal unto Sakra himself in energy, is still on the field, desirous of battling for thy sake. Accompanied by his own force consisting of Arjunas, Saindavas, mountaineers, dwellers of riparian regions, Kambojas, and Vanayas, the king of the Gandhras stayeth on the field, desirous of battling for thy sake. Sharadvata's son called Gautama, O king, endues with mighty arms and capable of fighting with diverse weapons in diverse beautiful ways, taking up a beautiful and large bow capable of bearing great strain, stayeth on the field, desirous of battle. That mighty warrior, the son of the ruler of the Kakiyas, riding on a goodly car equipped with standard and goodly steeds, stayeth on the field, O chief of Kuru's race, for battling for thy sake. Thy son also, that foremost of heroes in Kuru's race, Purumitra, O king, riding on his car possessed of the effulgence of fire or the sun, stayeth on the field, like the sun himself shining brilliantly in the cloudless firmament. Duryodhana also, endued with great energy, in the midst of an elephant force and accompanied by many foremost of combatants, stayeth on his car adorned with gold, desirous of engaging in battle. In the midst of many kings, that foremost of men, possessed of the splendor of a lotus, looked resplendent in his beautiful armor of gold like a fire with little smoke or the sun emerged from the clouds. So also thy son Sushna, armed with sword and shield, and the heroic Satyasena, are staying with Citrasena, their hearts full of joy and themselves desirous of battle. Endues with modesty, the Brata princes Citrayuda, Sarutavarman, Aljaya, Dala, and Satyavrata, and Dusala, all of whom are possessed of great might, stay on the field, desirous of battle. The ruler of the Kaitavyas, that prince proud of his courage, and capable of fearlessly careering in battle and slaying his foes, possessing foot soldiers and cavalry, and elephants and cars, stayeth on the field, desirous of battling for thy sake. the heroic Srutayu and Srutayuda, and Citrangada and Citravarman, those foremost of men, those proud warriors capable of smiting effectually and possessed of sureness of aim, stay on the field, desirous of battle. The high Sulsatyasunda, the son of Karna, stayeth on the field, desirous of battle. 2 other sons of Karna, possessing a knowledge of high weapons and endued with great lightness of hands, are both staying, O king, at the head of the forces that are large and incapable of being pierced by warriors of little energy, desirous of battling for thy sake. Accompanied by these heroes and by many other foremost of warriors, O king, that are possessed of immeasurable might, the Kuru king, Duryodhana, is staying like a second Indra in the midst of his elephant division in expectation of victory. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast told me duly all that are alive both amongst us and the foe. From this I plainly see on which side the victory will be. Indeed, it may be inferred from the facts. Vshampayana continued, while saying this, Dhritarashtra the son of Ambika, having learnt that only a small portion of his army was alive, for all his foremost of warriors had died, felt his heart to be exceedingly agitated by grief. The king swooned away. Partially restored to his senses, he addressed Sanjaya, saying, Wait for a moment. And the king said, O son, having heard of this dire calamity, my heart is greatly agitated. My senses are being stupefied, and my limbs are about to be paralyzed. Having said these words, Dhritarashtra the son of Ambika, that lord of earth, lost his senses and fell down on the earth. 8. Janamejaya said, having heard of Karna's fall and the slaughter of his sons, What, O foremost of regenerate ones, did the king say, after he had been a little comforted? Indeed, poignant was the grief that he experienced, arising from the calamity that befell his sons. Tell me, I ask thee, all that the king said on that occasion. Vshampayana said, hearing of the slaughter of Karna that was incredible and astounding, that was dreadful and capable of paralyzing the senses of all creatures, that looked like the downfall of Maru, or a never-to-be-believed clouding of the intellect of the wise Shukra, or the defeat of Indra of terrible feats at the hands of his foes, or the falling down on the earth of the resplendent sun from the firmament, or a scarcely to be comprehended drying up of the ocean, that receptacle of inexhaustible waters, or the annihilation, perfectly astounding, of the earth, the firmament, the points of the compass, and the waters, or the fruitlessness of acts both virtuous and sinful. King Dhritarashtra, having earnestly reflected for some time on it, thought that his army had been annihilated. Thinking that other creatures also, as unslayable as Karna, would meet with a similar fate, King Dhritarashtra the son of Ambika, scorched with grief and sighing like a snake, with limbs almost palsied, long breaths, highly cheerless, and filled with melancholy, began to lament, saying, Oh! And alas! And the king said, O Sanjaya, the heroic son of Idrita was endued with the prowess of the lion or the elephant. His neck was as thick as that of a bull, and his eyes, gait, and voice were like the bull's. Of limbs as hard as the thunderbolt, that young man, like a bull never flying away from a bull, never desisted from battle even if his foe happened to be the great Indra himself. At the sound of his bowstring and palms and at the whiz of his arrowy showers, men and steeds and cars and elephants fled away from battle. Relying upon that mighty armed one, that slayer of large bands of foes, that warrior of unfading glory, Duryodhana had provoked hostilities with those mighty car warriors, the sons of Pandu. How then could Karna, that foremost of car warriors, that tiger among men, that hero of irresistible onset, be forcibly slain by Partha in battle? Relying on the might of his own arms, he always disregarded Keshava of unfading glory, and Ananjaya, and the Vrishnis, and all other foes. Often did he use to say unto the foolish, avaricious crestfallen, kingdom coveting, and afflicted Duryodhana even such words as these, alone, I shall, in battle, throw down from their foremost of cars, those two invincible warriors united together, the wielder of Sanga and the wielder of Gandiva. He had subjugated many invincible and mighty foes, the Gandhras, the Madrakas, the Matsyas, the Trigatas, the Tanganas, the Karsas, the Panchalas, the Vidas, the Kulindas, the Kazikoslas, the Samas, the Angas, the Nishadas, the Pandras, the Kikakas, the Vatsas, the Kalingas, the Taralas, the Asmakas, and the Rishikas. Subjugating all these brave races, by means of his keen and whetted arrows equipped with canker feathers, that foremost of car warriors, Radha's son, had caused all of them to pay tribute to us for the aggrandizement of Duryodhana. Alas, how could that warrior acquainted with celestial weapons, that protector of armies, Karna the son of the Kardana, called also Vrisha, of mighty energy, be slain in battle by his foes, the heroic and mighty sons of Pandu? As Indra is the foremost of gods, Karna was the foremost of men. In the three worlds no third person has been heard of by us to be like them. Amongst steeds, Ukasravas is the foremost, amongst Yakshas, Vshravana is the foremost, amongst celestials, Indra is the foremost, amongst smiters, Karna was the foremost. Unvanquished by even the most heroic and the mightiest of monarchs, he had, for Duryodhana's aggrandizement, subjugated the whole earth. The ruler of Magadha, having by conciliation and honours obtained Karna for a friend, had challenged all the Kshatriyas of the world, except the Kauravas and the Adavas, to battle. Hearing that Karna hath been slain by Savyasasi in single combat, I am plunged in an ocean of woe like a wrecked vessel in the vast deep. Indeed, hearing that that foremost of men, that best of car warriors, hath been slain in single combat, I am sinking in an ocean of grief like a person without a raft in the sea. When, O Sanjaya, I do not die of such grief, I think my heart is impenetrable and made of something harder than the thunderbolt. Hearing of the defeat and humiliation of kinsmen and relatives and allies, who else in the world, O Suta, save my wretched self, would not yield up his life? I desire to have poison or fire or a fall from the summit of a mountain. I am unable, O Sanjaya, to bear this heavy load of grief. 9. Sanjaya said, the world regards thee to be equal to Yayati, the son of Nuasha, in beauty, birth, fame, asceticism, and learning. Indeed, in learning, thou art, O king, like a great rishi, highly accomplished and crowned with success. Summon thy fortitude. Do not yield to grief. Dhritarashtra said, I think destiny is supreme, and exertion fruitless, since even Karna, who was like a shala tree, hath been slain in battle, having slaughtered Yudhishthira's army and the large throngs of the Bankalakar warriors, having scorched all the points of the compass by means of his arrowy showers, having stupefied the Parthas in battle like the wielder of the thunderbolts stupefying the Asuras. Alas, how could that mighty car warrior, slain by the foe, fall down on the earth like a large tree uprooted by the tempest? Indeed, I do not behold the end of my sorrows like a drowning man unable to see the end of the ocean. My anxieties are increasing. I do not desire to live, hearing of Karna's death and Falguni's victory. Indeed, O Sanjaya, I regard the slaughter of Karna to be highly incredible. Without doubt, this hard heart of mine is made of the essence of adamant, for it does not burst into 1,000 fragments upon hearing of the fall of the Karna. Without doubt, the gods ordained, before my birth, a very long life for me, since sore distressed on hearing of the death of Karna, I do not die. 5. O Sanjaya, on this life of one that is destitute of friends, brought today, O Sanjaya, to this wretched plight, Miserably shall I have to live, of foolish understanding that I am, pitied by all. Having formerly been the honoured of the whole world, how shall I, O Suta, live, overridden by foes? From pain to greater pain and calamity have I come, O Sanjaya, in consequence of the fall of Bhishma and Drona and the high-souled Karna. I do not see that anyone of my army will escape with life when the Suta's son hath been slain in battle. He was the great raft, O Sanjaya, to my sons. That hero, having shot innumerable arrows, hath been slain in battle. What use have I of life, without that bull among men? Without doubt, the son of a traitor, afflicted with arrows, fell down from his car, like a mountain peak riven by the fall of thunder. Without doubt, bathed in blood, he layeth, adorning the earth, like an elephant slain by an infuriate prince of elephants. He who was the strength of the Dharashtras, he who was an object of fear to the sons of Pandu, alas, he was Karna, that pride of all bowmen, hath been slain by Arjuna. He was a hero, a mighty bowman, the dispeller of the fears of my sons. Alas, that hero, reft of life, lieth on the earth, like mountain struck down by Indra. The fulfillment of Duryodhana's wishes is even like locomotion to one that is lame, or the gratification of the poor man's desire, or stray drops of water to one that is thirsty. Planned in one way, our schemes end otherwise. Alas, destiny is all-powerful, and time incapable of being transgressed. Was my son Dashasana, O Suta, slain, while flying away from the field, humbled to the dust, of cheerless soul, and destitute of all manliness? O son, O Sanjaya, I hope he did no dastardly act on that occasion. Did not that hero meet with his death like the other Kshatriyas that have fallen? The foolish Duryodhana did not accept Yudhishthira's constant advice, wholesome as medicine, against the propriety of battle. Possessed of great renown, Partha, when begged for drink by Bhishma, then lying on his arrowy bed, pierced the surface of the earth. Beholding the jet of water caused by the son of Pandu, the mighty armed, Bhishma, addressing Duryodhana, said, O sire, make peace with the Pandavas. Hostilities ceasing, peace will be thine. Let the war between thyself and thy cousins end with me. Enjoy the earth in brotherliness with the sons of Pandu. Having disregarded those counsels, my child is certainly repenting now. That has now come to pass which Bhishma of great foresight said. As regards myself, O Sanjaya, I am destitute of counsellors and reft of sons. In consequence of gambling, I am fallen into great misery like a bird shorn of its wings. As children engaged in sport, O Sanjaya, having seized a bird and cut off its wings, merrily release it, but the creature cannot achieve locomotion in consequence of its winglessness. Even so have I become, like a bird shorn of its wings. Weak, destitute of every resource, without kinsmen and deprived of relatives and friends, cheerless and overpowered by enemies, to which point of the compass shall I go? He who vanquished all the Kambodjas and the Imvashthas with the Kakiyas, that Bisantwan, who, having for the accomplishment of his purpose vanquished the Gandhras and the Vidas in battle, subjugated the whole earth for the sake of Duryodhana's aggrandizement, alas, he hath been vanquished by the heroic and strong Pandavas endued with mighty arms. Upon the slaughter, in battle, of that mighty bowman, Karna, by the diadem-decked Arjuna, tell me, O Sanjaya, who were these heroes that stayed on the field? I hope he was not alone and abandoned by friends when slain in battle by the Pandavas. Thou hast, O sire, told me, before this, how our brave warriors have fallen. With his powerful shafts Shikhandi felled in battle that foremost of all wielders of weapons, viz., Bhishma, who did nothing to repel the attack. Similarly, Sanjaya, Drupada's son Drishthadhyumna, uplifting his scimitar, slew the mighty bowman Drona who, already pierced with many arrows, had laid aside his weapons in battle and devoted himself to yoga. These two were both slain at a disadvantage and especially by deceit. Even this is what I have heard about the slaughter of Bhishma and Drona. Indeed, Bhishma and Drona, while contending in fight, were incapable of being slain in battle by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself by fair means. This that I tell thee is the truth. As regards Gana, how, indeed, could death touch him, that hero equal unto Indra himself, while he was engaged in shooting his manifold celestial weapons? He unto whom in exchange for his earrings, Purandara had given that foe-slaying, gold-decked, and celestial dart of the splendor of lightning, he who had, lying, within his quiver, a missandal dust, that snake-mouthed celestial arrow decked with gold, equipped with goodly wings, and capable of slaying all foes, he who, disregarding those heroic and mighty warriors having Bhishma and Drona at the head, had acquired from Jamadani's son the terrible Brahmastra, that mighty armed one, who, having seen their warriors with Drona at the head afflicted with arrows and turn away from the field, had cut off with his keen shafts the bow of Subhadra's son, he who, having in a trice deprived the invincible Bhimasena endued with the might of 10,000 elephants and the speed of the wind, of his car, had laughed at him, he who, having vanquished Sahadeva by means of his straight shafts and made him callous, slew him not from compassion and considerations of virtue, he who, with Chakra's dart, slew that prince of Rakshasas, Ghatotkaka, who from desire of victory, had invoked 1,000 kinds of illusions, he whose feats in battle, filling Dhananjaya with fear, had made the latter for such a long period avoid a single combat with him, alas, how could that hero be slain in battle? How could he be slain by foes unless one of these had happened to him, viz., the destruction of his car, the snapping of his bow, and the exhaustion of his weapons? Who could vanquish that tiger among men, like a real tiger, endued with great impetuosity, Kana, while shaking his formidable bow and shooting therefrom his terrible shafts and celestial weapons in battle? Surely, his bow broke, or his car sank in the earth, or his weapons became exhausted, since thou tellest me that he is slain. I do not, indeed, see any other cause for explaining his slaughter. That Hysled one who had made the terrible vow, I will not wash my feet till I slay Falguni, that warrior through whose fear that bull among men, King Yudhishthira the Just, had not, in the wilderness, for 13 years continuously, obtained a wink of sleep, that Hysled hero of great prowess, relying upon whose valor my son had forcibly dragged the wife of the Pandavas to the assembly, and there in the midst of that conclave, in the very sight of the Pandavas and in the presence of the Kurus, had addressed the princess of Bankala as the wife of slaves, that hero of the Sutta caste, who in the midst of the assembly had addressed Krishna, saying, all thy husbands, O Krishna, that are even like sesamum seeds without kernel, and no more, therefore, seek some other husband, O thou of the fairest complexion. And in wrath had caused her to listen to other expressions equally harsh and rude. How was that hero slain by the foe? He who had said unto Duryodhana even these words, viz., if Bhishma who boasteth of his prowess in battle or Drona who is invincible in fight, doth not, from partiality, slay the sons of Kunti, O Duryodhana, even I will slay them all, let the fever of thy heart be dispelled. Who also said, what will Arjuna's, Gandiva and the two inexhaustible quivers do to that shaft of mine, smeared with cool sandal paste, when it will course through the welkin? Alas, how could that warrior possessed of shoulders broad as those of the bull be slain by Arjuna? He who, disregarding the fierce touch of the arrows shot from Gandiva, had addressed Krishna, saying, thou hast no husbands now, and glared at the Pandavas. He who, O Sanjaya, relying on the might of his own arms, had entertained no fear, for even a moment, of the Pathas with their sons, and Janardana, he, I think, could not possibly meet with death at the hands of the very gods, with Vasava at their head rushing against him in fury. What then need I say, O sire, of the Pandavas? The person could not be seen competent to stay before the son of a traitor, while the latter, putting on his fences, used to touch the bowstring. It was possible for the earth to be destitute of the splendor of the sun, of the moon, or of fire, but the death of that foremost of men, who never retreated from battle, could not be possible. That foolish child of mine, of wicked understanding, who having got Karna, as also his brother Dushasana, for his ally, has made up his mind for the rejection of Vasudev's proposals, surely, that white, beholding the slaughter of the bull-shouldered Karna and of Dushasana, is now indulging in lamentations. Seeing Vikatana's son slain in single combat by Savyasi, and the Pandavas crowned with victory, what indeed did Duryodhana say? Seeing Dharmashana slain in battle and Vrishasan wall so, and seeing his host break when slaughtered by mighty Ka warriors, beholding also the kings of his army turn back their faces, intent on flight, and his Ka warriors already fled, I think that son of mine is now indulging in lamentations. Beholding his host dispirited, what, indeed, did the ungovernable, proud, and foolish Duryodhana, with passions not under control, say? Having himself provoked such fierce hostility, though dissuaded by all his friends, what, indeed, did Duryodhana, who has suffered a great loss in battle of friends and followers, say? Beholding his brother slain in battle by Bhimasena, and upon his blood being drunk, what indeed did Duryodhana say? My son had, with the ruler of the Gandhras, said, Karna will slay Arjuna in battle. When he saw that Karna slain, what indeed did he say? What, O sire, did Shakuni, the son of Sabala, who had formerly been filled with joy after going through the match at dice and cheating the son of Pandu, say when he saw Karna slain? What did that mighty Ka warrior among the Satwatas, that great bowman, Kritavama the son of Ridika, say when he saw Vyakatana slain? Endued with youth, possessed of a handsome form, agreeable to the sight, and celebrated throughout the world, what, O Sanjaya, did Ashvatthama, the intelligent son of Drona, upon whom Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Kshatriyas who are desirous of acquiring the science of alms wait for protections, say when he saw Karna slain? What did Sharadvata's son Kripa, O sire, of Gautama's race, that foremost of Ka warriors, that teacher of the science of arms, say when he saw Karna slain? What did the mighty leader of the Madras warriors, that king of the Madras, the great bowman Sholya of the Sauvira clan, that tournament of assemblies, that foremost of Ka warriors, temporarily engaged in driving the car, say when he saw Karna slain? What also did all the other warriors, difficult of defeat in battle, those lords of earth that came to fight, say, O Sanjaya, when they behold Vyakatana slain? After the fall of the heroic Drona, that tiger among Ka warriors, that bull among men, who, O Sanjaya, became the heads of the several division in their order. Tell me, O Sanjaya, how that foremost of Ka warriors, Sholya the ruler of the Madras, became engaged in driving the car of Vyakatana. Who were they that guarded the right wheel of the suitor's son while the latter was engaged in fight? And who were they that guarded his left wheel? And who were they that stood at the rear of that hero? Who were those heroes that did not desert Karna? And who were those mean fellows that ran away? How was the mighty Ka warrior Karna slain amidst your united selves? How also did those mighty Ka warriors, the brave Pandavas, advance against him, shooting showers of shafts like a clouds pouring torrents of rain? Tell me also, O Sanjaya, how that mighty shaft, celestial and foremost of its species, and equipped with a head like that of the serpent, became futile. I do not, O Sanjaya, see the possibility of even a small remnant of my cheerless host being saved when its leaders have been crushed. Hearing of the slaughter of those two heroes, those two mighty bowmen, Bhishma and Drona, who were ever ready to lay down their lives for my sake, what use have I of life? Again and again I am unable to endure that Karna, the might of whose arms equalled that of 10,000 elephants, should be slain by the Pandavas. Tell me, O Sanjaya, all that occurred in the battle between the brave warriors of the Kauravas and their foes, after the death of Drona. Tell me also how the sons of Kunti fought the battle with Karna, and how that slayer of foes received his quietus in the fight. 10. Sanjaya said, after the fall of the mighty bowman Drona on that day, O Bharata, and after the purpose had been baffled of that mighty car warriors, viz., the son of Drona, and after the vasty army, O monarch, of the Kauravas had fled away, Partha, having arrayed his own troops, stayed on the field with his brothers. Perceiving him staying on the field, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, seeing his own army running away, rallied them with great courage. Having caused his divisions to take up their stand, thy son, O Bharata, relying on the might of his arms, fought for a long time with his foes, the Pandavas, who, having gained their end, were filled with joy and had been struggling for hours together. On the approach there of the evening twilight, he caused the troops to be withdrawn. Having caused the withdrawal of their troops, and having entered their own encampment, the Kauravas held with one another a consultation about their own welfare, seated like the celestials on costly couches overlaid with rich coverlets, and on excellent seats and luxurious beds. Then King Duryodhana, addressing those mighty bowmen in agreeable and highly sweet expression, spoke the following words suited to the occasion. Duryodhana said, Ye foremost of intelligent men, declare all of you, without delay, your opinions. Under these circumstances, ye kings, what is necessary and what is still more necessary? Sanjaya continued, when that prince of men had spoken those words, those lions among men, seated on their thrones, made various gestures expressive of their desire of battle. Observing the indications of those who were all desirous of pouring their lives and libations on the battle fire, and beholding the monarch's face radiant as morning sun, the preceptor's son endued with intelligence and accomplished in speech, said these words, enthusiasm, opportunity, skill and policy, these are the means declared by the learned, to be capable of accomplishing all ends. They are, however, dependent on destiny. Those foremost of men we had on our side, equal unto the celestials, mighty car warriors all, possessed of policy, devoted, accomplished, and loyal, have been slain. For all that we should not despair of victory. If all these means be properly applied, even destiny may be made propitious. All of us, therefore, O Bharata, shall install Karna, that foremost of men, endued besides with every accomplishment, in the command of the army. Making Karna our commander, we shall crush our foes. This Karna is endued with great might. He is a hero, accomplished in weapons, and incapable of defeat in battle. Irresistible as Yama himself, he is quite competent to vanquish our foes in battle. Hearing these words from the preceptor's son, O king, at that time, built great hopes on Karna. Cherishing the hope in his heart that after the fall of Bhishma and Drona, Karna would vanquish the Pandavas, and comforted by it, O Bharata, Duryodhana then, filled with joy at having heard those words of Ashvatthama, steadying his mind and relying on the might of his arms, said unto Radha's son, O monarch, these words that were fraught with affection and regard, and that were true, delightful, and beneficial to himself, O Gana, I know thy prowess, and the great friendship thou bearest to me. For all that, O mighty armed one, I shall address to thee certain words that are for thy good. Having heard them, O hero, do that which may appear desirable to thee. Thou art endued with great wisdom, and thou art even my supreme refuge. Those two utterators that were my generals, viz., Bhishma and Drona, have been slain. Be thou my general, thou that art mightier than they. Both of those great bowmen were advanced in years. They were, besides, partial to Dhananjaya. Still both those heroes were respected by me, O son of Radha, at thy word. Viewing his relationship of grandsire unto them, the sons of Pandu, O sire, were spared in dreadful battle by Bhishma for 10 successive days. Thyself also having laid aside thy weapons, the valiant Bhishma was slain in great battle by Falguni with Shikhandi before him. After that great bowman had fallen and betaken himself to his bed of arrows, it was at thy word, O tiger among men, that Drona was made our leader. By him also were the sons of Pritha spared, in consequence, as I think, of their relationship unto him of pupils. That old man also has been slain by Drishthadhyumna more speedily. I do not see, even on reflection, another warrior equal to thee in battle, thee, that is, whose prowess could not be measured by even those two foremost of warriors that have been slain in the fight. Without doubt, thou alone today art competent to win victory for us. Before, in the middle, and later on, thou hast accordingly acted for our good. Therefore, like leader, it behoveth thee, in this battle, to bear the burden thyself. Thyself install thy own self in the generalship. Like the celestial generalissimo, the Lord Skanda of unfading prowess, supporting the celestial army, do thou support this Tarishta host. Like Mahendra slaying the Danavas, destroy thou all the throngs of our foes. Beholding thee staying in battle, the Pandavas, those mighty car warriors, will, with the Panchalas, fly away from battle, like the Danavas at sight of Vishnu. Do thou, therefore, lead this vast force. When thou shalt stand resolved on the field, the Pandavas of wicked hearts, the Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, will all fly away with their friends. As the risen sun, scorching everything by his energy, destroyeth the thick gloom, even so do thou destroy our foes. Sanjaya continued, strong became that hope, O king, in the heart of thy son, viz., that where Bhishma and Drona had been slain, Karna would vanquish the Pandavas. Cherishing that hope within his heart, he said unto Karna, O Suta's son, Partha never wishes to fight, standing before thee. Karna said, I have, O son of Gandhari, said before in thy presence, even these words, vanquish all the Pandavas with their sons and Janardana. I shall become thy general. In this there is no doubt. Tranquilize thyself, O monarch, I consider the Pandavas to be already vanquished. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, O monarch, King Duryodhana then stood up with all the monarchs, like he of 100 sacrifices with the gods, for honouring Karna with the command of the army, like the celestials for honouring Skanda. Then, O monarch, all the kings headed by Duryodhana, desirous of victory, installed Karna in the command, according to the rites enjoined by the ordinance. With golden and earthen jars filled to the brim with water and sanctified with mantras, with tusks of elephants and horns of rhinoceroses and mighty bulls, with other vessels decked with jewels and gems, with also fragrant herbs and plants, and with other articles collected in abundance, Karna, seated at his ease on the seat made of Udamvara wood and overlaid with silken cloth, was invested with the command, according to the rites in the scriptures. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and respectable Shudras, praised the titled one after he was bathed on that excellent seat. Thus installed in the command, O king, that slayer of foes, the son of Radha, caused, by presents of niskas and kine and other wealth, many foremost of Brahmanas to utter blessings on him. vanquish the Pathas with Govinda and all their followers. Even these were the words that the eulogists and the Brahmanas said unto him, O bull among men. And they also said, Slay the Pathas and the Panchalas, O son of Radha, for our victory, like risen sun ever destroying darkness with his fierce rays. The sons of Bandu with Geshava are not able to even look at the shafts shot by thee, like owls unable to gaze at the burning rays of the sun. The Pathas with the Panchalas are incapable of standing before thee armed with weapons, like the Danavas before Indra in battle. Installed in the command, Radha's son of incomparable splendor looked resplendent in beauty and radiance like a second Sunday, having installed the son of Radha, thus, in the command of the army. Thy son, urged on by death, regarded himself as one who had his purpose accomplished. That chastiser of foes, Karna, also, O king, having obtained the command, ordered the troops to be arrayed, at the rise of the Sunday, surrounded by thy sons. O Bharata, Karna looked resplendent like Skanda surrounded by the celestials, in the battle having Saraka for its evil root. 11. Dhritarashtra said, after having obtained the command of the army, and after he had been addressed by the king himself in those sweet and brotherly words, and after he had ordered the troops to be arrayed at the hour of sunrise, Tell me, O Sanjaya, what did Vikatana's son Karna do? Sanjaya said, having learnt Karna's wishes, thy sons, O bull of Bharata's race, ordered the troops to be arrayed with joyful music. While it still wanted a long period for the coming of the dawn, a loud noise of array, O king, suddenly arose among thy troops. And the uproar that arose became tremendous and touched the very heavens, of foremost of elephants and fenced cars while under process of equipment, of foot soldiers and steeds, O monarch, while putting on their armor or in course of being harnessed, and of combatants moving with activity and shouting unto one another. Then the suitor's son bearing a gold-backed bow appeared on the field, in his car possessed of the splendor of the radiant sun, crowned with many banners, equipped with a white standard, with steeds of the hue of grains, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, filled with 100 quivers, furnished with mace and wooden fence, freighted with shatignes and rows of bells and darts and lances and spears, and supplied with many bows. And the suitor's son appeared on the field, blowing his conch, O king, decorated with a network of gold, and shaking his formidable bow adorned with pure gold. Beholding the mighty bowman Karna, that foremost of car warriors, seated on his car, difficult of approach and resembling the risen sun that destroys the gloom, none amongst the Kauravas, O tiger among men, recked, O sire, the loss of Bhishma or Drona or other men. Speeding the warriors, O sire, with the blasts of his conch, Karna caused the vast army of the Kauravas to be drawn out. Having arrayed the troops in the Makara array, that mighty bowman, that scorcher of foes, viz., Karna, proceeded against the Pandavas from desire of victory. In the tip of the beak of that Makara, O king, was stationed Karna himself. In the two eyes were the brave Shakuni and the mighty car warrior Aluka. In the head was Drona's son, and in the neck were all the uterine brothers. In the middle was King Duryodhana, supported by a large force. In the left foot, O monarch, was stationed Kritavama, accompanied by the Narayana troops, and those invincible warriors, the Gopalas. In the right foot, O king, was Gautama's son of prowess incapable of being baffled, surrounded by those mighty bowmen, viz., the Trigartas, and by the Southerners. In the left hind foot was stationed Shaulya with a large force raised in the country of Madras. In the right hind foot, O monarch, was Sushana of true vows, surrounded by 1,000 cars and 300 elephants. In the tail were the two royal brothers of mighty energy, viz., Citra and Citrasena, surrounded by large force. When, O great king, that foremost of men, Karna, Thus came out King Yudhishthira the Just, casting his eyes on Arjuna, said these words, "Behold, O Partha, how the Dhritarashtra force, O hero, in this battle, protected by heroes and mighty car warriors, hath been arrayed by Karna. This vast Dhritarashtra force hath lost its bravest warriors. They that remain, O mighty armed one, are feeble, equal, as I think, to straw. Only one great bowman, viz., the Suta's son, shineth in it. That foremost of car warriors is incapable of being vanquished by the three worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures, including the gods, Asuras and Gandharvas, and the Kinnaras and great serpents. If thou slayest him today, O mighty armed one, the victory will be thine, O Fulgana. The thorn also which for 12 years hath been planted in my heart will then be plucked out. Knowing this, O thou of mighty arms, form thou the array that thou wishest." Hearing those words of his brother, that Bandava of the white steeds disposed his army in counter-array after the form of the half-moon. On the left side was stationed Bhimasena, and on the right was stationed the great bowman Drishthadhyumna. In the middle of the array were the king and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu. Nakula and Sahadeva were at the rear of King Yudhishthira the Just. The two Panchala princes, Yudhamanyu and Uttamura, became the protectors of Arjuna's car wheels. Protected by the diadem-decked Arjuna himself, they did not quit Arjuna for a moment. The remaining kings, possessed of great courage, clad in mail, stood in the array, each in the position assigned to him, according to the measure of his enthusiasm and resolution, O Bharata. Having thus formed their great array, O Bharata, the Pandavas, and the mighty bowmen of thy army set their hearts on battle. Beholding thy army disposed into battle array by the Suta's son in battled Duryodhana with all his brethren regarded the Pandavas to be already slain. Similarly Yudhishthira, O king, beholding the Pandava army disposed in array, regarded the Dhritarashtras with Karna to be already slain. Then conches, and kettle drums, and tabors, and large drums, and cymbals, and dindamas, and jarjaras, were loudly blown and beaten on all sides. Indeed, those louder-sounding instruments were blown and beaten, O king, among both the armies. Leonine roars also arouse, uttered by brave warriors for victory. And there also arouse, O king, the noise of neighing steeds and grunting elephants, and the fierce clatter of car wheels. None, O Bharata, in the core of an army, at that time, felt the loss of Drona, seeing the great bowman Karna clad in mail and stationed at the head of the array. Both armies, O monarch, teeming with joyous men, stood, eager for battle and ready to destroy each other without delay. There, the two heroes, viz., Karna and the son of Pandu, excited with wrath at sight of each other, and both firmly resolved, stood all-careered, O king, through their respective divisions. The two armies, as they advanced to meet each other, seemed to dance in joy. From the wings and the side wings of both, warriors desirous of battle came forth. Then commenced the battle, O monarch, of men, elephants, steeds, and cars, engaged in destroying one another. 12. Sanjaya said, Then those two vast armies, teeming with rejoicing men and steeds and elephants, resembling in splendor the celestial and the azure hosts, meeting together, began to strike each other. Men, cars, steeds, elephants, and foot soldiers of fierce prowess, made sturdy strokes destructive of bodies and sin. Lion-like men strewed the earth with the heads of lion-like men, each resembling the full moon or the sun in splendor and the lotus in fragrance. Combatants cut off the heads of combatants, with crescent-shaped and broad-headed shafts and razor-faced arrows and axes, and battle-axes. The arms of men of long and massive arms, cut off by men of long and massive arms, falling upon the earth, shone, decked with weapons and bracelets. with those writhing red arms adorned with red fingers and palms. The earth looked resplendent as if strewn with fierce five-headed snakes slain by Garuda. From elephants and cars and steeds, brave warriors fell down, struck by foes, like the denizens of heaven from their celestial cars on the exhaustion of their merits. Other brave warriors fell down by hundreds, crushed in that battle by brave combatants with heavy mace-spiked clubs and short bludgeons. Cars also, in that tumultuous fight, were crushed by cars, and infuriate elephants by infuriate compeers, and horsemen by horsemen. Men destroyed by cars, and cars by elephants, and horsemen by foot soldiers, and foot soldiers by horsemen, dropped down on the field, as also cars and steeds and foot soldiers destroyed by elephants, and cars and steeds and elephants by foot soldiers, and cars and foot soldiers and elephants by steeds, and men and elephants by cars. Great was the carnage made of car warriors and steeds and elephants, and men by men and steeds and elephants and car warriors, using their hands and feet and weapons and cars. When that host was being thus struck and slain by heroic warriors, the Parthas, headed by Vrikadara, advanced against us. They consisted of Drishtadama and Shikandi and the 5 sons of Draupadi and the Prabhadrakas, and Satyaki and Chekitana with the Dravida forces, and the Pandyas, the Kalas, and the Keralas, surrounded by a mighty array, all possessed of broad chests, long arms, tall statures, and large eyes, decked with ornaments, possessed of red teeth, endued with the prowess of infuriate elephants, attired in robes of diverse colours, smeared with powdered scents, armed with swords and nooses, capable of restraining mighty elephants, companions in death, and never deserting one another, equipped with quivers, bearing bows adorned with long locks, and agreeable in speech were the combatants of the infantry files led by Satyaki, belonging to the Andhra tribe, endued with fierce forms and great energy. Other brave warriors such as the Siddhas, the Pankalas, the Kakayas, the Karushas, the Koslas, the Kanchas, and the Maghadas, also rushed forward. Their cars and steeds and elephants, all of the foremost kind, and their fierce foot soldiers, gladdened by the notes of diverse instruments, seemed to dance and laugh. In the midst of that vast force came Vrikadara, riding on the neck of an elephant, and surrounded by many foremost of elephant soldiers, advancing against thy army. That fierce and foremost of elephants, duly equipped, looked resplendent, like the stone-built mansion on the top of the Rudai mountain, crowned with the risen sun day. Its armour of iron, the foremost of its kind, studded with costly gems, was as resplendent as the autumnal firmament bespangled with stars. With a lance in his outstretched arm, his head decked with a beautiful diadem, and possessed of the splendour of the meridian sun at autumn, Bhima began to burn his foes. Beholding that elephant from a distance, Kshimadhati, himself on an elephant, challenging, rushed cheerfully towards Bhima, who was more cheerful still. An encounter then took place between those 2 elephants of fierce forms resembling 2 huge hills topped with trees, each fighting with the other as it liked. Those 2 heroes, then, whose elephants thus encountered each other, forcibly struck each other with lances endued with the splendour of solar rays, and uttered loud roars. Separating, they then careered in circles with their elephants, and each taking up a bow began to strike the other, gladdening the people around with their loud roars and the slaps on their armpits and the whiz of the arrows. They continued to utter leonine shouts. Endued with great strength, both of them, accomplished in weapons, fought, using their elephants with upturned trunks and decked with banners floating on the wind. Then each cutting off the other's bow, they roared at each other, and rained on each other showers of darts and lances like 2 masses of clouds in the rainy season pouring torrents of rain. Then Kshimadhati pierced Bhimasena in the centre of the chest with a lance endued with great impetuosity, and then with 6 others, and uttered a loud shout. With those lances sticking to his body, Bhimsena, whose form then blazed with wrath, looked resplendent like the cloud-covered sun with his rays issuing through the interstices of that canopy. Then Bhima carefully hurled at his antagonist a lance bright as the rays of the sun, coursing perfectly straight, and made entirely of iron. The ruler of the Kulutas then, drawing his bow, cut off that lance with 10 shafts, and then pierced the son of Pandu with 60 shafts. Then Bhima the son of Pandu, taking up a bow whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, uttered a loud shout and deeply afflicted with his shafts the elephant of his antagonist. Thus afflicted in that battle by Bhimsena with his arrows, that elephant, though sought to be restrained, stayed not on the field like a wind-blown cloud. The fierce prince of elephants owned by Bhima then pursues his flying compere, like the wind-blown mass of clouds pursuing another mass driven by the tempest. Restraining his own elephant, valiant Kshimadhati pierced with his shafts the pursuing elephant of Bhimsena. Then, with a well-shot razor-headed arrow that was perfectly straight, Kshimadhati cut off his antagonist's bow and then afflicted that hostile elephant. Filled with wrath, Kshimadhati then, in that battle, pierced Bhima and struck his elephant with many long shafts in every vital part. That huge elephant of Bhima then fell down, O Bharata. Bhima, however, who had jumped down from his elephant and stood on the earth before the fall of the beast, then crushed the elephant of his antagonist with his mace. And Vrikadara then struck Kshimadhati also, who, jumped down from his crushed elephant, was advancing against him with uplifted weapon. Kshimadhati, thus struck, fell down lifeless, with a sword in his arm, by the side of his elephant, like a lion struck down by thunder beside a thunder-riven hill. Beholding the celebrated king of the Kulutas slain, thy troops, O bull of Bharata's race exceedingly distressed, fled away. 13. Sanjaya said, then the mighty and heroic bowman Karna began to smite the Pandava army in that battle, with his straight shafts. Similarly, those great car warriors, viz., the Pandavas, O king, filled with wrath, began to smite the army of thy son in the very sight of Karna. Karna also, O king, in that battle slew the Pandava army with his cloth-yard shafts, bright as the rays of the sun and polished by the hands of the smith. There, O Bharata, the elephants, struck by Karna with his shafts, uttered loud cries, lost strength, became faint, and wandered on all sides. While the army was being thus destroyed by the suitor's son, Nakula rushed with speed against that mighty car warrior. And Bhimsena rushed against Drona's son, who was engaged in the accomplishment of the most difficult feats. Satyaki checked the Kayakaya princes Vinda and Anuvinda. King Citrasena rushed against the advancing Srutakarman, and Prativandaya against Citri owning a beautiful standard and a beautiful bow. Duryodhana rushed against King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, while Ananjai rushed against the angry throngs of the Samsaktakas. In that slaughter of great heroes, Drishthadama proceeded against Kripa. The invincible Shikandi closed with Kritavama. Srutakirti encountered Sholya, and Madri's son, the valiant Sahadeva, O king, encountered thy son Dushasana. The two Kayakaya princes, in that battle, shrouded Satyaki with a shower of blazing arrows, and the latter also, O Bharata, shrouded the two Kayakaya brothers. Those two heroic brothers deeply struck Satyaki in the chest like two elephants striking with their tusks a hostile compere in the forest. Indeed, O king, those two brothers, in that battle, their own vitals pierced with shafts, pierced Satyaki of true deeds with their shafts. Satyaki, however, O great king, covering all the points of the compass with a shower of arrows and smiling the while, checked the two brothers, O Bharata. Checked by those showers of arrows shot by the grandson of Suni, the two brothers speedily shrouded the car of Sini's grandson with their shafts. Cutting off their beautiful bows, Sorin of great fame checked them both with his keen arrows in that battle. Taking up 2 other beautiful bows, and a number of powerful shafts, the two began to cover Satyaki and Korea with great activity and skill. Shot by the two brothers, those mighty shafts equipped with the feathers of the canker and the peacock and decked with gold, began to fall, illumining all the points of the compass. In that dreadful battle between them, O king, the arrows they shot caused a darkness there. Those mighty Ka warriors then cut off each other's bows. Then the invincible Satwata, O king, filled with rage, shook up another bow in that battle, and stringing it, cut off Anuvinder's head with a keen razor-headed shaft. Decked with earrings, that large head, O king, fell like the head of some arrow slain in the great battle of old. And it reached the earth in no time, filling all the Kayakayas with grief. Beholding that brave warrior slain, his brother, the mighty Ka warrior Vinder, stringing another bow, began to resist the grandson of Sini from every side. Piercing with 60 arrows equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone, he uttered a loud shout and said, "Wait, wait." Then that mighty Ka warrior of the Kayakayas speedily struck Satyaki with many thousands of shafts in his arms and chest. All his limbs wounded with arrows, Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, looked resplendent in that battle, O king, like a flowering kinsuka. Pierced by the high-souled Kayakaya in that encounter, Satyaki, with the greatest ease, pierced the Kayakaya, in return, with 25 arrows. Then those 2 foremost of Ka warriors, having each cut off the other's handsome bow in that encounter, and having each quickly slain the other's driver and steeds, approached each other on foot for a fight with swords. Both endued with massive arms, they looked resplendent on that extensive arena, each having taken up a shield decked with 100 moons, and each armed with an excellent sword, like Jamba and Sakra, both endued with great might, in the battle between the gods and the Asuras of old. Both of them, in that great battle, then began to career in circles. And then they speedily encountered each other in battle, each approaching the other near. And each of them made great efforts for the destruction of the other. Then Satwata cut in twain the shield of Kakya. The latter also, O king, cut in twain the shield of Satyaki. Having cut off his antagonist's shield covered with centuries of stars, Kakya began to career in circles, advancing and receding, at times. Then the grandson of Sini, endued with great activity, cut off by a side stroke the prince of the Kakyas, thus careering in that great arena armed with excellent sword. Cased in armor that great bowman, viz., the Kakya prince, O king, thus cut off in twain in that great battle, fell down like a hill riven with thunder. Having slain him in battle that foremost of Ka warriors, that scorcher of foes, viz., the brave grandson of Sini, quickly got upon the car of Yadamanu. Afterwards, riding upon another car duly equipped with everything, Satyaki began to slay with his shafts the large force of the Kakyas. The vast army of the Kakyas, thus slaughtered in battle, leaving that foe of theirs fled away on all sides. 14. Sanjaya said, Saruta calming then, O king, filled with wrath, struck that lord of earth, viz., Sitarasana, in that battle, with 50 shafts. The ruler of the Abhisas, in return, striking Srutakarman, O king, with 9 straight arrows, pierced his driver with 5. Srutakarman then, filled with rage, struck Sitarasana at the head of his forces, with a keen arrow in a vital part. Deeply pierced, O monarch, with that arrow by that high-souled prince, the heroic Sitarasana felt great pain and swooned away. During this interval, Srutakarman of great renown covered that lord of earth, viz., his insensible antagonist, with 90 arrows. The mighty Ka warrior Sitarasena then, recovering consciousness, cut off his antagonist's bow with a broad-headed arrow, and pierced his antagonist himself with 7 arrows. Taking up another bow that was decked with gold, and capable of striking hard, Sarutakarman then, with his waves of arrows, made Sitarasena assume a wonderful appearance. Adorned with those arrows, the youthful king, wearing beautiful garlands, looked in that battle like a well-adorned youth in the midst of an assembly. Quickly piercing Sarutakarman with an arrow in the center of the chest, he said unto him, "Wait, wait." Sarutakarman also, pierced with that arrow in the battle, began to shed blood, like a mountain shedding streams of liquid red chalk. Bathed in blood and died therewith, that hero shone in battle like a flowering kinsuka. Sarutakarman, then, O king, thus assailed by the foe, became filled with rage, and cut in twain the foe-resisting bow of Sitarasena. The latter's bow having been cut off, Sarutakarman then, O king, pierced him with 300 arrows equipped with goodly wings, covering him completely therewith. With another broad-headed arrow, sharp-edged and keen-pointed, he cut off the head, decked with headgear of his high-souled antagonist. That blazing head of Sitarasena fell down on the ground, like the moon loosened from the firmament upon the earth at will. Beholding the king slain, the troops of Sitarasena, O sire, rushed impetuously against his slayer. That great bowman then, filled with rage, rushed, shooting his shafts, against that army, like armor filled with fury, against all creatures at the time of the universal dissolution. Slaughtered in that battle by thy grants unarmed with a bow, they quickly fled on all sides like elephants scorched by a forest conflagration. Beholding them flying away, hopeless of vanquishing the foe, Sarutakarman, pursuing them with his keen arrows, looked exceedingly resplendent on his car. Then Prativandaya, piercing Sitra with 5 arrows, struck his driver with 3 and his standard with 1. Him Sitra pierced, striking in the arms and the chest, with 9 broad-headed shafts equipped with wings of gold, having keen points, and plumed with canker and peacock feathers. Then Prativandaya, O Bharata, cutting off with his shafts the bow of his antagonist deeply, struck the latter with 5 keen arrows. Then Sitra, O monarch, sped at thy grants and a terrible and irresistible dart, adorned with golden bells, and resembling a flame of fire. Prativandaya, however, in that battle, cut off, with the greatest ease, into 3 fragments, that dart as it coursed towards him like a flashing meteor. Cut off into 3 fragments, with Prativandaya's shafts, that dart fell down, like the thunderbolt, inspiring all creatures with fear at the end of the yuga. Beholding that dart baffled, Sitra, taking up her huge mace decked with a network of gold, hurled it at Prativandaya. That mace slew the latter's steeds and driver also in that great battle, and crushing, besides, his car, fell with great impetuosity on the earth. Meanwhile, having alighted from his car, O Bharata, Prativandaya hurled at Sitra a dart, well adorned and equipped with a golden staff. Catching it as it coursed towards him, the high-souled king Sitra, O Bharata, hurled the very weapon at Prativandaya. Striking the brave Prativandaya in that battle, that blazing dart, piercing through his right arm, fell down on the earth, and falling illumined the whole region like a blast of lightning. Then Prativandaya, O king, filled with rage, and desiring to compass the destruction of Sitra, sped at him a lance decked with gold. That lance penetrating through his armor and chest, entered the earth like a mighty snake in its hole. Struck with that lance, the king fell down, stretching out his large and massive arms that resembled a couple of iron clubs. Beholding Sitra slain, thy warriors, those ornaments of battle, rushed impetuously at Prativandaya from all sides, shooting diverse kinds of shafts and satagnis decked with rows of bells, They soon covered Prativandaya like masses of clouds covering the Sunday. The mighty armed Prativandaya, consuming with his arrowy showers those assailants of his in that battle, routed by army like the thunder-wielding Sakra-routing the Asura host. Thus slaughtered in battle by the Pandavas, thy troops, O king, suddenly dispersed in all directions like congregated masses of clouds dispersed by the wind, while thy army, slaughtered on all sides, was thus flying away. Only Drona's son singly rushed with speed against the mighty Bhimasena. All at once a fierce encounter ensued between them, like to what has taken place between Vritra and Vasava in the battle between the gods and the Asuras of old. 15. Sanjaya said, endued with the greatest activity, Drona's son, O king, displaying the lightness of his arms, pierced Bhima with an arrow, aiming at all his vital points, for he had knowledge of all the vital points of the body. The quick-handed Ashvatthama again struck him with 90 shafts. Pierced all over with keen arrows by the son of Drona, Bhimasena looked resplendent in that battle like the sun himself with his rays. The son of Pandu then, covering the son of Drona with a 1,000 well-directed shafts, uttered a leonine roar, baffling with his own shafts the shafts of his foe in that battle. The son of Drona, O king, as if smiling, then struck the Pandava on the forehead with a cloth-yard shaft. The son of Pandu bore that arrow on his forehead, even as the proud rhinoceros, O king, in the forest bears its horn. The valiant Bhima, then, in that battle, as if smiling all the while, struck the struggling son of Drona on the forehead with 3 cloth-yard shafts. With those 3 arrows sticking on his forehead, that Brahmana looked beautiful like a 3-peaked mountain washed with water in the season of rains. The son of Drona then afflicted the Pandava with hundreds of arrows, but failed to shake him like the wind failing to shake the mountain. Similarly, the son of Pandu, filled with joy, could not in that battle shake the son of Drona with his hundreds of keen shafts like torrents of rain failing to shake a mountain. Shrouding each other with showers of terrible shafts, those 2 great car warriors, those 2 heroes, endued with fierce might, shone resplendent on those 2 foremost of cars of theirs. Then they looked like 2 blazing suns risen for the destruction of the world, and engaged themselves in scorching each other with the rays representing excellent arrows, endeavouring with great care to counteract each other's feats in the great battle, and actually engaged in much indeed by deed with showers of arrows most fearlessly. Those 2 foremost of men careered in that combat like a couple of tigers. Both invincible and terrible, arrows constituted their fangs and bows their mouths. They became invisible under those clouds of arrows on all sides like the sun and the moon in the firmament shrouded by masses of clouds. And then those 2 chastisers of foes soon became visible and blazed forth like Mars and Mercury freed from cloudy screens. Then at that instant during the progress of that awful battle, Drona's son, placing Vrikadara to his right, poured hundreds of the fierce arrows upon him like the clouds pouring torrents of rain upon a mountain. Bhima, however, could not brook that indication of his enemy's triumphs. The son of Pandu, O king, from that very station on Ashvatthama's right, began to counteract the latter's feats. Their cars continuing to wheel around in diverse ways and advance and retreat, according to the exigencies of the situation. The battle between those 2 lions among men became exceedingly furious, careering in diverse paths, and, executing circular maneuvers, they continued to strike each other with arrows shot from their bows drawn to their fullest stretch, and each made the greatest endeavours to compass the destruction of the other, and each of them desired to make the other carless in that battle. Then that car warrior, viz., the son of Drona, invoked many mighty weapons. The son of Pandu, however, in that battle, with his own weapons, counteracted all those weapons of his foe. Then, O monarch, there took place an awful encounter of weapons, like to the terrible encounter of planets at the time of the universal dissolution. Those shafts, O Bharata, let off by them, coming in collision, illuminated all the points of the compass and thy troops also all around. Covered with flights of arrows, the welkin assumed a terrible sight, like to what happens, O king, at the time of the universal dissolution, when it is covered with falling meteors. From the clash of shafts, O Bharata, fire was generated there with sparks and blazing flames. That fire began to consume both armies. Siddhas, moving there, O monarch, said these words, O Lord, this battle is the foremost of all battles. Any battle, fought before, does not come up to even a 16th part of this. A battle like this will never occur again. Both these persons, viz., this Brahmana and this Kshatriya, are endued with knowledge. Both are possessed of courage, and both are fierce in prowess. Dreadful is the might of Bhima, and wonderful is the skill of the other in weapons. How great is their energy, and how wonderful the skill possessed by both. Both of them stand in this battle like two universe-destroying Yamas at the end of the Yuga. They are born like two Rudras or like two suns. These two tigers among men, both endued with terrible forms, are like two Yamas in this battle. Such were the words of the Siddhas heard there every moment. And among the assembled denizens of heaven there arose a leonine roar. Beholding the amazing and inconceivable feats of the two warriors in that battle, the dense throngs of Siddhas and Charanas were filled with wonder. And the gods, the Siddhas, and the great Rishis applauded them both, saying, Excellent, O mighty armed son of Drona! Excellent, O Bhima! Meanwhile those two heroes, in that battle, O king, having done injuries to each other, glared at each other with eyes rolling in rage. With eyes red in rage, their lips also quivered in rage. And they grinded their teeth in wrath and bit their lips. And those two great Ka warriors covered each other with showers of arrows, as if they were in that battle two masses of clouds that poured torrents of arrows for rain and that gleamed with weapons constituting their lightning. Having pierced each other's standards and drivers in that great battle, and having also pierced each other's steeds, they continued to strike each other. Then, O monarch, filled with rage, they took up in that dreadful encounter 2 arrows, and each desirous of slaying the other shot quickly at his foe. Those 2 blazing arrows, resistless and endued with the force of thunder, coming, O king, to the 2 warriors as they stood at the head of their respective divisions, struck them both. Each of the 2 mighty combatants then deeply struck with those arrows, sank on the terrace of their respective car. Understanding the son of Drona to be insensible, his driver then bore him away from the battlefield, O king, in the sight of all the troops. Similarly, O king, Bhima's driver bore away from the battlefield on his car the son of Pandu, that scorcher of foes, who was repeatedly falling into a swoon. 16. Dhritarashtra said, Describe to me the battle of Arjuna with the Samsaptakas, and of the other kings with the Pandavas. Narrate to me also, O Sanjaya, the battle of Arjuna with Ashvatthama, and of the other lords of the earth with Partha. Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, as I speak to thee as to how occurred the battle of the heroic warriors, on our side, with the foe, the battle which was destructive of bodies, sins, and lives. That slayer of foes, viz., Partha, penetrating into the Samsaptaka force that resembled the ocean, agitated it exceedingly, like a tempest agitating the vast deep, cutting off with broad-headed arrows of keen edges the heads of brave warriors that were decked with faces possessed of the splendor of the full moon and with beautiful eyes and eyebrows and teeth. Dhananjaya speedily caused the earth to be strewn there as if with lotuses, plucked of their stalks. and in that battle Arjuna, with his razor-headed shafts, cut off the arms of his foes, that were all well-rounded, large and massive, and smeared with sandal paste and other perfumes, with weapons in grasp, with leathern gloves casing their fingers, and looking like 5-headed snakes. And the son of Pandu repeatedly cut off with his broad-headed shafts, steeds, riders, drivers, and flags, and bows and arrows, and arms decked with gems. And Arjuna in that battle, O king, with many thousands of arrows, dispatched to Yama's abode, cow warriors and elephants and horses and horsemen. Many foremost of warriors, filled with rage and roaring like bulls mad, like them, with excitement for a cow in season, rushed towards Arjuna, with loud cries. All of them then began to strike Arjuna with their arrows as the latter was employed in slaying them, like infuriate bulls striking one of their species with their horns. The battle that took place between him and them made the hair to stand on end, even like the battle between the Daityas and the wielder of the thunderbolt on the occasion of the conquest of the 3 worlds. Resisting with his own weapons the weapons of his foes on all sides, Arjuna, piercing them fast with innumerable arrows, took their lives. Like the wind destroying vast masses of clouds, Arjuna, otherwise called Jaya, that enhancer of the fears of his foes, cutting off into minute fragments large throngs of cars, that is, whose poles, wheels, and axles had previously been shattered by him, and whose warriors and steeds and drivers had been slain before, and whose weapons and quivers had been displaced, and standards crushed, and traces and reins sundered, and wooden fences and shafts broken already, and filling everybody with wonder, achieved feats magnificent to behold and rivaling those of 1,000 great car warriors fighting together. Crowds of siddhas and celestial rishis and charanas all applauded him, and celestial kettle drums sounded, and floral showers fell upon the heads of Keshava and Arjuna. And an incorporeal voice said, "These viz. Keshava and Arjuna, are those 2 heroes that always possess the beauty of the moon, the splendor of fire, the force of the wind and the radiance of the sun. Stationed on the same car, these 2 heroes are invincible, even like Brahman and Isana. These 2 heroes, the foremost of all creatures, are Nara and Narayana." Hearing and beholding these wonderful things, O Bharata, Ashvatthama, with great care and resolution, rushed against Krishna and Arjuna in that battle. With his arm that held an arrow in its grasp, the son of Drona hailed the Pandava, shooting shafts equipped with foe-slaying heads, and smilingly told him these words, "If, O hero, thou regardest me a worthy guest arrived before thee, then give me today, with the whole heart, the hospitality of battle." Thus summoned by the preceptor's son from desire of battle, Arjuna regarded himself highly honored, and addressing Janardana said, "The Samsaptakas should be slain by me, but Drona's son again is summoning me. Tell me, O Madhava, to which of these duties should I first turn? First let the services of hospitality be offered, if thou thinkest that to be proper." Thus addressed, Krishna Bhopatha, who had been summoned according to the rules of triumphant challenge to the vicinity of Drona's son, like Vayu bearing Indra to the sacrifice. Saluting Drona's son, whose mind was fixed upon one thing, Keshava said unto him, "O Ashvatthama, be cool, and without losing a moment strike and bear. The time has come for those that are dependent on others to repay their obligation to their masters. The disputes between Brahmanas are subtle. The consequences, however, of the disputes of Kshatriyas are palpable, being either victory or defeat. For obtaining those excellent rights of hospitality that from folly thou solicitest at the hands of Partha, fight coolly now with the son of Pandu." Thus addressed by Vasudeva, that foremost of regenerate ones, replied saying, "So be it." Pierced Keshava with 60 shafts and Arjuna with 3. Arjuna then, filled with rage, cut off Ashvatthama's bow with 3 shafts. Drona's son took up another bow that was still more formidable. Stringing it within the twinkling of an eye, he pierced Arjuna and Keshava, the latter with 300 arrows, and the former with the 1,000. And then Drona's son, with good care, stupefying Arjuna in that battle, shot thousands and tens of thousands and millions of arrows. From the quivers, the bow, the bowstring, the fingers, the arms, the hands, the chest, the face, the nose, the eyes, the ears, the heads, the limbs, the paws of the body, the armor on his person, the car, and the standard, O sire, of that Etra of Brahma, arrows began to issue, piercing Madhava and the son of Pandu with a thick arrowy shower. Drona's son, filled with joy, roared aloud like a vast mass of congregated clouds. Hearing that roar of his, the son of Pandu said unto Keshava of unfading glory these words, Behold, O Madhava, this wickedness towards me of the preceptor's son. He regardeth us to be slain, having shrouded us with his dense arrowy shower. I will presently, however, by my training and might, baffle his purpose, cutting off every one of those arrows shot by Ashvatthama into 3 fragments. That foremost one of Bharata's race destroyed the more like the sun destroying a thick fog. After this the son of Pandu once more pierced with his fierce shafts the Samsaptakas with their steeds, drivers, cars, elephants, standards and foot soldiers. Every one of those that stood there as spectators, every one of those that were stationed there on foot or car or steed or elephant, regarded himself as shrouded by the arrows of Arjuna. Shot from Gandiva, those winged arrows of diverse forms slew in that battle elephants and steeds and men, whether stationed in his immediate front or at the distance of 2 miles. The trunks, cut off with broad-headed shafts, of elephants, down whose cheeks and other limbs flowed the juice indicative of excitement, fell down like tall trees in the forest struck down with the axe. A little after down fell elephants, huge as hillocks, with their riders, like mountains crushed by Indra with his thunder, with his shafts cutting into minute portions well-equipped cars that looked like dissolving edifices of vapor in the evening sky, and into which were yoked well-trained steeds of great speed, and which were ridden by warriors invincible in battle. The son of Pandu continued to shower his arrows on his enemies, and Dhananjaya continued to slay well-decked horsemen and foot soldiers of the foe. Indeed, Dhananjaya, resembling the very sun as he rises at the end of the Yuga, dried up the Samsaptaka ocean, incapable of being dried up easily, by means of keen arrows constituting his rays. Without losing a moment, the son of Pandu once more pierced Drona's son, resembling a huge hill, with shafts of great impetuosity and the splendor of the sun, like the wielder of the thunderbolt piercing a mountain with the thunder. Desirous of battle, the preceptor's son then, filled with rage, approached Arjuna for piercing him and his steeds and drivers by means of his swiftly coursing shafts. Arjuna, however, quickly cut off the shafts shot at him by Ashvatthama. The son of Pandu then, filled with great wrath, proffered unto Ashvatthama, that desirable guest, quivers upon quivers of arrows, like a charitable person offering everything in his house unto a guest. Leaving the Samsaptakas, then the son of Pandu rushed towards Drona's son like a donor abandoning unworthy guests, for proceeding towards one that is worthy. 17. Sanjaya said, Then occurred that battle between Arjuna and Ashvatthama, resembling the planets Shukra and Brihaspati in splendor, like the battle between Shukra and Brihaspati in the firmament for entering the same constellation, afflicting each other with blazing shafts that constituted the rays. Those terrifiers of the world stood like 2 planets, both deviating from their orbits. Then Arjuna deeply pierced Ashvatthama with a shaft in the midst of his eyebrows. with that shaft the son of Drona looked resplendent like the sun with upward rays. The two Krishnas, Nara and Narayana, also deeply afflicted by Ashvatthama with hundreds of arrows, looked like two suns at the end of the Yuga, resplendent with their own rays. Then, when Vasudeva seemed to be stupefied, Arjuna shot a weapon from which issued torrents of shafts on all sides. And he struck the son of Drona with innumerable shafts, each resembling the thunder or fire or the scepter of death. Endued with mighty energy, that achiever of fierce feats, Ashvatthama, then pierced both Keshava and Arjuna with well-shot shafts which were inspired with great impetuosity and struck with which death himself would feel pain. Checking the shafts of Drona's son, Arjuna covered him with twice as many arrows equipped with goodly wings, and shrouding that foremost of heroes and his steeds and driver and standard, began to strike the Samsaktakas. With his well-shot shafts Partha began to cut off the bows and quivers and bowstrings and hands and arms and tightly grasped weapons and umbrellas and standards and steeds and car shafts and robes and floral garlands and ornaments and coats of mail and handsome shields and beautiful heads, in large numbers, of his unretreating foes. Well-equipped cars and steeds and elephants, ridden by heroes fighting with great care, were destroyed by the hundreds of shafts sped by Partha and fell down along with the heroes that rode on them. Cut off with broad-headed and crescent-shaped and razor-faced arrows, human heads, resembling the lotus, the sun, or the full moon in beauty and resplendent with diadems and necklaces and crowns, dropped ceaselessly on the earth. Then the Kalinga, the Vanga, and the Nishada heroes, riding on elephants, that resembled in splendor the elephant of the great foe of the Daityas, rushed with speed against the queller of the pride of the Danavas, the son of Pandu, from desire of slaying him. Partha cut off the vital limbs, the trunks, the riders, the standards, and the banners of those elephants, upon which those beasts fell down like mountain summits riven with thunder. When that elephant force was broken, the diadem-decked Arjuna shrouded the son of his preceptor with shafts endued with the splendor of the newly risen sun, like the wind shrouding the risen sun with masses of congregated clouds. Checking with his own shafts those of Arjuna, Drona's son shrouding both Arjuna and Vasudeva with his arrows, gave a loud roar, like a mass of clouds at the close of summer after shrouding the sun or the moon in the firmament. Deeply afflicted with those arrows, Arjuna, aiming his weapons at Ashvatthama and at those followers of his belonging to the army, speedily dispelled that darkness caused by Ashvatthama's arrows, and pierced all of them with shafts equipped with goodly wings. In that battle none could see when save the Arsasi took up his shafts, when he aimed them, and when he let them off. All that could be seen was that elephants and steeds and foot soldiers and car warriors, struck with his arrows, fell down deprived of life. Then Drona's son, without losing a moment, aiming 10 foremost of arrows, sped them quickly as if they formed only one arrow. Shot with great force, 5 of these pierced Arjuna and the other 5 pierced Vasudeva. Struck with those arrows, those 2 foremost of men, like Kuvara and Indra, became bathed in blood. Thus afflicted, all the people there regarded those 2 heroes as slain by Ashvatthama, the warrior who had completely mastered the science of arms. Then the chief of the Dasahas addressed Arjuna and said, "Why errest thou in thus sparing Ashvatthama? Slay this warrior. If treated with indifference, even this one will be the cause of great woe, like a disease not sought to be put down by treatment." Replying unto Keshava of unfading glory with the words, "So be it," Arjuna of unclouded understanding began with good care to mangle the son of Drona with his shafts. Now the son of Pandu, filled with rage, quickly pierced the massive arms, smeared with sandal paste, and the chest, the head, and the unrivaled thighs of his antagonist with shafts equipped with heads like goat's ears, and shot with great force from Gandiva. Then cutting off the traces of Ashvatthama's steeds, Arjuna began to pierce the steeds themselves, whereat the latter bore Ashvatthama away to a great distance from the field. Thus borne away by these steeds endued with the speed of the wind, the intelligent son of Drona, deeply afflicted with the shafts of Partha, reflecting for some time, wished not to go back and renew the fight with Partha. Knowing that victory is ever with the chief of the Vrishnis and with Dhananjaya, that foremost one of Vangirasa's race, endued with great activity, entered the army of Karna, deprived of hope and with shafts and weapons almost exhausted. Indeed, Drona's son, restraining his steeds, and having comforted himself a little, O sire, entered the force of Karna, teeming with cars and steeds and men. After Ashvatthama, that enemy of theirs, had been thus removed from the field by his steeds like a disease removed from the body by incantations and medicines and means, Keshava and Arjuna proceeded towards the Samsaptakas, on their car whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds and whose banner waved on the wind. 18. Sanjaya said, meanwhile towards the northern part of the Pandava army, a loud uproar arose of cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers as those were being massacred by Dandadhara. Turning the course of the car, but without stopping the steeds which were as fleet as Garuda or the wind, Keshava, addressing Arjuna, said, the chief of the Magadhas, with his foe-crushing elephant is unrivaled in prowess. In training and might he is not inferior to Bhagadatta himself. Having slain him first, thou wilt then slay their Samsaptakas. At the conclusion of his words, Keshava bore Partha to the presence of Dandadhara, the chief of the Magadhas, peerless in handling the elephant hook even as the headless planet Ketu is peerless among all the planets, was destroying the hostile army like a fierce comet destroying the whole earth. Riding on his foe-slaying and well-equipped elephant which looked like the Daniva with elephantine face and form, and whose roar resembled that of a congregated mass of clouds, Dandadhara was destroying with his shafts thousands of cars and steeds and elephants and men. The elephants also, treading upon cars with their feet, pressed down into the earth a large number of men with their steeds and drivers. Many were the elephants, also, which that foremost of elephants crushed and slew with his 2 forefeet and trunk. Indeed, the beast moved like the wheel of death, slaying men adorned with steel coats of mail, along with their horses and foot soldiers. The chief of the Magadhas caused these to be pressed down into the earth, like thick reeds pressed down with crackling sounds, by means of that mighty and foremost of elephants belonging to him. Then Arjuna, riding on that foremost of cars, rushed quickly towards that prince of elephants in the midst of that host teeming with thousands of cars and steeds and elephants, and resounding with the beaten blare of innumerable cymbals and drums and conchs, and uproarious with the clatter of car wheels, the twang of bowstrings, and the sound of palms. Even Dandadhara pierced Arjuna with 12 foremost of shafts, and Janardana with 16, and each of the steeds with 3, and then uttered a loud shout and laughed repeatedly. Then Partha, with a number of broad-headed shafts, cut off the bow of his antagonist with its string and arrow fixed thereon, as also his well-decked standard, and then the guides of his beast and the footmen that protected the animal. At this, the lord of Girivara became filled with rage, desirous of agitating Janardana with that tusker of his, whose temples had split from excitement, and which resembled a mass of clouds and was endued with the speed of the wind. Dandadhara struck Dhananjaya with many lances. The son of Pandu then, with 3 razor-headed arrows, cut off, almost at the same instant of time, the 2 arms each looking like the trunk of an elephant, and then the head, resembling the full moon, of his foe. Then Arjuna struck the elephant of this antagonist with hundreds of arrows, covered with the gold-decked arrows of Partha, That elephant equipped with golden armor looked as resplendent as a mountain in the night, with its herbs and trees blazing in a conflagration. Afflicted with the pain and roaring like a mass of clouds, and exceedingly weakened, the elephant, crying and wandering and running with tottering steps, fell down with the guide on its neck, like a mountain summit driven by thunder. Upon the fall of his brother in battle, Danda advanced against Indra's younger brother and Dhananjaya, desirous of slaying them, on his tusker white as snow and adorned with golden, looking like a Himalayan summit. Danda struck Janardana with 3 whetted lances bright as the rays of the sun, and Arjuna with 5, and uttered a loud shout. The son of Pandu then, uttering a loud shout, cut off the 2 arms of Danda. Cut off by means of razor-headed shafts, those 2 arms, smeared with sandal paste, adorned with angadas, and with lances in grasp, as they fell from the elephant's back at the same instant of time, looked resplendent like a couple of large snakes of great beauty falling down from a mountain summit. Cut off with a crescent-shaped arrow by the diadem-decked Partha, the head also of Danda fell down on the earth from the elephant's back, and covered with blood it looked resplendent as it lay like the sun dropped from the Asta mountain towards the western quarter. Then Partha pierced with many excellent arrows bright as the rays of the sun that elephant of his foe, resembling a mass of white clouds, whereupon it fell down with a noise like a Himalayan summit driven with thunder. Then other huge elephants capable of winning victory and resembling the 2 already slain, were cut off by Asi in that battle, even as the 2 belonging to Danda and Dandadara had been cut off. At this the vast hostile force broke. Then elephants and cars and steeds and men, in dense throngs, clashed against one another and fell down on the field. Tottering, they violently struck one another and fell down deprived of life. Then his soldiers, encompassing Arjuna like the celestials encompassing Purandara, began to say, "O hero, that foe of whom we had been frightened like creatures at the sight of death himself, hath by good luck been slain by thee. If thou hadst not protected from that fear those people that were so deeply afflicted by mighty foes, then by this time our foes would have felt that delight which we now feel at their death, O slayer of enemies." Hearing these and other words uttered by friends and allies, Arjuna, with a cheerful heart, worshipped those men, each according to his deserts, and proceeded once more against the Samsaktakas. 19. Sanjaya said, wheeling round, like the planet Mercury in the curvature of its orbit, Jaishu, Arjuna, once more slew large number of the Samsaktakas. Afflicted with the shafts of Partha, O king, men, steeds, and elephants, O Bharata, wavered and wandered and lost colour and fell down and died. Many foremost of animals tied to yokes and drivers and standards, and bows, and shafts and hands and weapons in grasp, and arms, and heads, of heroic foes fighting with him, the son of Pandu cut off in that battle, with arrows, some of which were broad-headed, some equipped with heads like razors, some crescent-shaped, and some furnished with heads like the calf's tooth. Like bulls fighting with a bull for the sake of the cow in season, brave warriors by hundreds and thousands closed upon Arjuna. The battle that took place between them and him made the hair to stand on end like the encounter between the deities and Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, on the occasion of the conquest of the 3 worlds. Then the son of Ugrayuda pierced Partha with 3 shafts resembling 3 venomous snakes. Partha, however, cut off from his enemy's trunk the latter's head. Then those warriors, filled with rage, covered Arjuna from every side with diverse kinds of weapons like the clouds urged by the Maruts shrouding him of it at the close of summer. Checking with his own weapons those of his foes on every side, Arjuna slew a large number of his enemies with well-shot shafts. With his arrows Arjuna then cut off the Trivanus, the steeds, the drivers, and the Parshani drivers of many cars, and displaced the weapons and quivers of many, and deprived many of their wheels and standards, and broke the cords, the traces and the axles of many, and destroyed the bottoms and yokes of others, and caused all the equipment of many to fall from their places. Those cars, thus smashed and injured by Arjuna in large numbers, looked like the luxurious mansions of the rich destroyed by fire, wind, and rain. Elephants, their vitals pierced with shafts resembling thunderbolts in impetuosity, fell down like mansions on mountain tops overthrown by blasts of lightning. Large numbers of steeds with their riders, struck by Arjuna, fell down on the earth, their tongues and entrails pressed out, themselves deprived of strength and bathed in blood, and presenting an awful sight. Men and steeds and elephants, pierced by Savyasasi, Arjuna, with his shafts, wondered and tottered and fell down and uttered cries of pain and looked pale, O sire. Like Mahendra smiting down the Danavas, Partha smote down large numbers of his foes, by means of shafts whetted on stone and resembling the thunder of poison in deadliness. Brave warriors, cased in costly coats of mail and decked with ornaments and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, lay on the field, with their cars and standards, slain by Partha. Vanquished, and deprived of life, persons of righteous deeds, possessed of noble birth and great knowledge, proceeded to heaven in consequence of those glorious deeds of theirs while their bodies only lay on earth. Then the chief, belonging to thy army, of various realms, filled with wrath and accompanied by their followers, rushed against Arjuna, that foremost of car warriors. Warriors borne on their cars and steeds and elephants, and foot soldiers also, all desirous of slaying Arjuna, rushed towards him, shooting diverse weapons with great speed. Then Arjuna like wind, by means of keen shafts, destroyed that thick shower of weapons dropped by those warriors constituting a mass of congregated clouds. People then beheld Arjuna crossing that raftless ocean constituted by steeds and foot soldiers and elephants and cars, and having mighty weapons for its waves, on a bridge constituted by his own mighty weapons of offense and defense. Then Vasudeva, addressing Partha, said, Why, O sinless one, dost thou sport in this way? Grinding these Samsaptakas, haste thyself Pakana's slaughter. Saying, So be it unto Krishna, Arjuna then, forcibly smiting the remnant of the Samsaptakas with his weapons, began to destroy them like Indra destroying the Daityas. At that time, with even the closest attention, men could not mark when Arjuna took out his shafts, when he aimed them and when he let them off quickly. Govinda himself, O Bharata, regarded it wonderful. Like swans diving into a lake, the shafts of Arjuna, white and active as swans, penetrated into the hostile force. Then Govinda, beholding the field of battle during the progress of that carnage, said these words to Savyasasi, Hear, O Partha, for the sake of Duryodhana alone, occurreth this great and a terrible destruction of the Bharatas and other kings of earth. Behold, O son of Bharata, these bows, with golden backs, of many mighty bowmen, and these girdles and quivers loosened from their bodies. Behold these straight shafts equipped with wings of gold, and these long arrows washed with oil and looking like snakes freed from their sloughs. Behold these beautiful lances decked with gold lying scattered about, and these coats of mail, O Bharata, adorned with golden fallen off from the bodies of the warriors. Behold these spears embellished with gold, these darts adorned with the same metal, and these huge maces twined round with threads of gold, and cords of hemp. Behold these swords decked with bright gold, and these axes adorned with the same, and these battle-axes equipped with gold-decked handles. Behold also these spiked clubs, these short arrows, these buzundis, and these canapas, these iron counters lying around, and these heavy meshhalas. These victory-longing warriors, endued with great activity and armed with diverse weapons, though dead, still seemed to be quick with life. Behold those thousands of warriors, their limbs crushed with maces, and heads split with mesh-halers or smashed and trod by elephants and steeds and cars. O slayer of foes, the field of battle is strewn with the bodies of men and elephants and steeds, deprived of life, dreadfully mangled with shafts and darts and swords and lances and scimitars and axes and spears and nakaras and bludgeons, and bathed in streams of blood, strewn with arms smeared with sandal paste and decked with angadas and graced with auspicious indications and cased in leathern fences and adorned with clearers. The earth looks resplendent, O Bharata. Strewn also with hands having fingers cased in fences, decked with ornaments, and lopped off from arms, and with severed thighs looking like the trunks of elephants, of heroes endued with great activity, and with heads adorned with earrings and headgears set with gems. The earth looks exceedingly beautiful. Behold those beautiful cars, decked with golden bells, broken in diverse ways. Behold those numerous steeds bathed in blood, those bottoms of cars and long quivers, and diverse kinds of standards and banners, and those huge conchs of the combatants, and those yak tails perfectly white, and those elephants with tongues lolling out and lying on the field like hills, and those beautiful with triumphal banners, and those slain elephant warriors, and those rich coverlets, each consisting of one piece of blanket, for the backs of those huge beasts, and those beautiful and variegated and torn blankets, and those numerous bells loosened from the bodies of elephants and broken into fragments by those falling creatures, and those hooks with handles set with stones of lapis lazuli fallen upon the earth, and those ornamental yokes of steeds, and those armors set with diamonds for their breasts, and those rich cloths, adorned with golden tied to the ends of the standards borne by horsemen, and those variegated coverlets and housings and rancuskins, set with brilliant gems and inlaid with gold, for the backs of steeds and fallen on the ground, and those large diamonds adorning the headgears of kings, and those beautiful necklaces of gold, and those umbrellas displaced from their positions, and those yak tails and fans. Behold the earth strewn with faces adorned with earrings bright as the moon or stars, and embellished with well-cut beards, and each looking like the full moon. The earth, strewn with those faces looking like lilies and lotuses, resembles a lake adorned with a dense assemblage of lilies and lotuses. Behold, the earth possessing the effulgence of the bright moon and diversified as if with myriads of stars, looks like the autumnal firmament bespangled with stellar lights. O Arjuna, these feats that have been achieved by thee in great battle today are, indeed, worthy of thee or of the chief of the celestials himself in heaven. Even thus did Krishna show the field of battle unto Arjuna. And while returning from the field to their camp, they heard a loud noise in the army of Duryodhana. Indeed, the uproar that was heard consisted of the blare of conchs and the beat of cymbals and drums and petahus and the clatter of car wheels, the neighing of steeds, the grunt of elephants, and the fierce clash of weapons. Penetrating into that force by the aid of his steeds possessing the fleetness of the wind, Krishna became filled with wonder upon beholding the army grinded by Pandu, like Yama himself slaying creatures whose lives have run out. Pandya, that foremost of warriors skilled in shafts and weapons, was destroying crowds of foes by means of diverse kinds of shafts, piercing the bodies of the elephants and steeds and men with sharp shafts. That foremost of smiters overthrew and deprived them of life, cutting off with his own shafts the diverse weapons hurled at him by many foremost of foes. Pandya slew his enemies like Sakra, Indra, destroying the Danavas. 20. Dhritarashtra said, Thou didst mention to me before the name of Pandya, that hero of worldwide celebrity, but his feats, O Sanjaya, in battle have never been narrated by thee. Tell me today in detail of the prowess of that great hero, his skill, spirit, and energy, the measure of his might, and his pride. Sanjaya said, Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Drona's son and Karna and Arjuna and Janardana, those thorough masters of the science of weapons, are regarded by thee as the foremost of Ka warriors. Know, however, that Pandya regarded himself superior to all these foremost of Ka warriors in energy. Indeed, he never regarded anyone amongst the kings as equal to himself. He never admitted his equality with Karna and Bhishma, nor did he admit within his heart that he was inferior in any respect to Vasudeva or Arjuna. Even such was Pandya, that foremost of kings, that first of wielder of weapons. Filled with rage like the destroyer himself, Pandya at the time was slaughtering the army of Karna. That force, swelling with cars and steeds and teeming with foremost of foot soldiers, struck by Pandya, began to turn round like the potter's wheel. Like the wind dispersing a mass of congregated clouds, Pandya, with his well-shot arrows, began to disperse that force, destroying its steeds and drivers and standards and cars and causing its weapons and elephants to fall down. Like the splitter of mountains striking down mountains with his thunder, Pandya overthrew elephants with their riders, having previously cut down the standards and banners and weapons with which they were armed, as also the foot soldiers that protected those beasts. And he cut down horses and horsemen with their darts and lances and quivers, mangling with his shafts the Pulindas, the Karsas, the Balakas, the Nishadas, the Andakas, the Tanganas, the Southerners, and the Bhajas, all of whom, endued with great courage, were unyielding and obstinate in battle, and divesting them of their weapons and coats of mail, Pandya deprived them of their lives. Beholding Pandya destroying with his shafts in battle that host consisting of 4 kinds of forces, the son of Drona fearlessly proceeded towards that fearless warrior, fearlessly addressing in sweet words that warrior who then seemed to dance on his car, Drona's son, that foremost of smiters, smiling the while, summoned him and said, O king, O thou with eyes like the petals of the lotus, thy birth is noble and learning great. Of celebrated might and prowess, thou resemblest Indra himself. Stretching with thy 2 massive arms the bow held by thee and whose large string is attached to thy grasp, thou lookest beautiful like a mass of congregated clouds as thou pourest over thy foes thick showers of impetuous shafts. I do not see anybody save myself that can be a match for thee in battle. Alone thou crushest numerous cars and elephants and foot soldiers and steeds, like the fearless lion of terrible might crushing herds of deer in the forest. Making the welkin and the earth resound with the loud clatter of thy car wheels thou lookest resplendent, O king, like a crop-destroying autumnal cloud of loud roars. Taking out of thy quiver and shooting thy keen shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison fight with myself only, like the Azura, and darker fighting with the 3-eyed deity. Thus addressed, Pandya answered, So be it. Then Drona's son, telling him strike, assailed him with vigor. In return, Malayadwa pierced the son of Drona with a barbed arrow. Then Drona's son, that best of preceptors, smiling the while, struck Pandya with some fierce arrows, capable of penetrating into the very vitals and resembling flames of fire. Then Ashvatthama once more sped at his foe some other large arrows equipped with keen points and capable of piercing the very vitals, causing them to course through the welkin with the 10 different kinds of motion. Pandya, however, with 9 shafts of his cut off all those arrows of his antagonist. With 4 other shafts he afflicted the 4 steeds of his foe, at which they speedily expired. Having then, with his sharp shafts, cut off the arrows of Drona's son, Pandya then cut off the stretched bowstring of Ashvatthama, endues with the splendor of the sun. Then Drona's son, that slayer of foes, stringing his unstringed bow, and seeing that his men had meanwhile speedily yoked other excellent steeds unto his car, sped thousands of arrows at his foe. By this, that regenerate one filled the entire welkin and the 10 points of the compass with his arrows. Although knowing that those shafts of the high-souled son of Drona employed in shooting were really inexhaustible, yet Pandya, that bull among men, cut them all into pieces. The antagonist of Ashvatthama, carefully cutting off all those shafts shot by the latter, then slew with his own keen shafts the 2 protectors of the latter's car wheels in that encounter. Beholding the lightness of hand displayed by his foe, Drona's son, drawing his bow to a circle, began to shoot his arrows like a mass of clouds pouring torrents of rain. During that space of time, O sire, which consisted only of the 8th part of a day, the son of Drona shot as many arrows as were carried on 8 carts each drawn by 8 bullocks. Almost all those men that then beheld Ashvatthama, who at the time looked like the destroyer himself, filled with rage, or rather the destroyer of the destroyer, lost their senses. Like a mass of clouds at the close of summer drenching with torrents of rain, the earth with her mountains and trees, the preceptor's son poured on that hostile force his arrowy shower. Baffling with the Vaivya weapon that unbearable shower of arrows shot by the Ashvatthama cloud, the Pandya wind, filled with joy, uttered loud roars. Then Drona's son, cutting off the standard, smeared with sandal paste and other perfumed unguents, and bearing the device of the Mala mountain on it, of the roaring Pandya, slew the 4 steeds of the latter, slaying then his foe's driver with a single shaft, and cutting off with a crescent-shaped arrow the bow also of that warrior whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds. Ashvatthama cut off his enemy's car into minute fragments, checking with the weapons those of his enemy, and cutting off all the weapons of the latter, Drona's son, although he obtained the opportunity to do his enemy the crowning evil, still slew him not, from desire of battling with him for some time more. Meanwhile Karna rushed against the large elephant force of the Pandavas and began to rout and destroy it. Depriving car warriors of their cars, he struck elephants and steeds and human warriors, O Bharata, with innumerable straight shafts. That mighty bowman, the son of Drona, although he had made Pandya, that slayer of foes and foremost of car warriors, callous, yet he did not slay him from desire of fight. At that time a huge riderless elephant with large tusks, well equipped with all utensils of war, dreading with speed, endued with great might, quick to proceed against any enemy, struck with Ashvatthama's shafts, advanced towards the direction of Pandya with great impetuosity, roaring against a hostile compeer. Beholding that prince of elephants, looking like a cloven mountain summit, Pandya, who was well acquainted with the method of fighting from the neck of an elephant, quickly ascended that beast like a lion springing with a loud roar to the top of a mountain summit. Then that lord of the prince of mountains, striking the elephant with a hook, and inspired with rage, and with that cool care for which he was distinguished in hurling weapons with great force, quickly sped a lance, bright as Surya's rays, at the preceptor's son and uttered a loud shout, repeatedly shouting in joy, "Thou art slain, thou art slain." Pandya, with that lance, crushed to pieces the diadem of Drona's son adorned with foremost of jewels and diamonds of the first water and the very best kind of gold and excellent cloth and strings of pearls. That diadem possessed of the splendor of the sun, the moon, the planets, or the fire, in consequence of the violence of the stroke, fell down, split into fragments, like a mountain summit riven by Indra's thunder, falling down on the earth with great noise. At this, Ashvatthama blazed up with exceeding rage like a prince of snakes struck with the foot, and took up 4 and 10 shafts capable of inflicting great pain upon foes, and each resembling the destroyer's rod. With 5 of those shafts he cut off the 4 feet and the trunk of his adversary's elephant, and with 3 the 2 arms and the head of the king, and with 6 he slew the 6 mighty Ka warriors, endued with great effulgence, that followed King Pandu. Those long and well-rounded arms of the king, smeared with excellent sandal paste, and adorned with golden pearls and gems and diamonds falling upon the earth, began to writhe like a couple of snakes slain by Garuda. That head also, graced with a face bright as the full moon, having a prominent nose and a pair of large eyes, red as copper with rage, adorned with earrings, falling on the ground, looked resplendent like the moon himself between 2 bright constellations. The elephant, thus cut off by that skilful warrior into 6 pieces with those 5 shafts, and the king into 4 pieces with those 3 shafts, lay divided in all into 10 pieces that looked like the sacrificial butter distributed into 10 portions intended for the 10 deities. Having cut off numerous steeds and men and elephants into pieces and offered them as food into the Rakshasas, King Banjur was thus quieted by Drona's son with his shafts like a blazing fire in a crematorium, extinguished with water after it has received a libation in the shape of a lifeless body. Then, like the chief of the celestials joyfully worshipping Vishnu after the subjugation of the Azura Valley, thy son, the king, accompanied by his brothers approaching the preceptor's son, worshipped with great respect that warrior who is a complete master of the science of arms, after indeed he had completed the task he had undertaken. 21. Dhritarashtra said, when Banjur had been slain, and when that foremost of heroes, viz. Karna, was employed in routing and destroying the foe, what, O Sanjaya, did Arjuna do in battle? That son of Bandu is a hero, endued with great might, attentive to his duties, and a complete master of the science of arms. The high Sankara himself hath made him invincible among all creatures. My greatest fears proceed from that Dhananjaya, that slayer of foes. Tell me, O Sanjaya, all that Parthu achieved there on that occasion. Sanjaya said, after Bandya's fall, Krishna quickly said unto Arjuna these beneficial words, I do not behold the king. The other Pandavas also have retreated. If the Parthas had returned, the vast force of the enemy would have been broken. In fulfillment of purposes entertained by Ashvatthama, Karna is slaying the Srinjayas. A great carnage has been made by that warrior of steeds and car warriors and elephants. Thus the heroic Vasudeva represented everything unto the diadem-decked Arjuna. Hearing of and beholding that great danger of his brother, Yudhishthira, Partha quickly addressed Krishna, saying, urge the steeds, O Hrishikesh. Then Hrishikesh proceeded on that irresistible car. The encounter then that once more took place became exceedingly fierce. The Kurus and the Pandavas once more fearlessly closed with each other, that is, the Parthas headed by Bhimasena and ourselves headed by the Suta's son. Then, O best of kings, there once more commenced a battle between Karna and the Pandavas that swelled the population of Yama's kingdom. With bows and arrows and spiked clubs and swords and lances and axes and short clubs and bashundis and darts and rapiers and battle axes and maces and spears and polished kunters and short shafts and hooks, the combatants quickly fell upon one another, desirous of taking one another's life. Filling the welkin, the cardinal points of the compass, the subsidiary ones, the firmament, and the earth, with the whiz of arrows, the twang of bowstrings, the sound of palms, and the clatter of car wheels, foes rushed upon foes. Gladdened by that loud noise, heroes fought with heroes desirous of reaching the end of the hostilities. Loud became the noise caused by the sound of bowstrings and fences and bows, the grunt of elephants, and the shouts of foot soldiers and falling men. Hearing the terrible whiz of arrows and the diverse shouts of brave warriors, the troops took fright, became pale, and fell down. Large numbers of those foes thus employed in shouting and shooting weapons, the heroic son of Idrita crushed with his arrows. With his shafts Karna then dispatched to Yarma's abode 20 warriors among the brave Pankla heroes, with their steeds, drivers, and standards. Then many foremost of warriors of the Pandava army, endued with great energy and quick in the use of weapons, speedily wheeling round, encompassed Karna on all sides. Karna agitated that hostile force with showers of weapons like the leader of an elephantine herd plunging into a lake adorned with lotuses and covered with swans. Penetrating into the midst of his foes, the son of Radha, shaking his best of bows, began to strike off and fell their heads with his sharp shafts. The shield and coats of mail of the warriors, cut off, fell down on the earth. There was none amongst them that needed the touch of a second arrow of Karna's. Like a driver striking the steeds with a whip, Karna, with his shafts capable of crushing coats of mail and bodies and the life that quickened them, struck the fences of his foes, perceivable only by their bowstrings. Like a lion grinding herds of deer, Karna speedily grinded all those bandas and Srinjayas and Banklas that came within range of his arrows. Then the chief of the Pankalas, and the sons of Draupadi, O sire, and the twins, and Ayudhana, uniting together, proceeded against Karna. When those Kuras, and Pankalas and Pandas were thus engaged in battle, the other warriors, reckless of their very lives, began to strike at one another well cased in armor and coats of mail and adorned with headgears. Combatants endued with great strength rushed at their foes, with maces and short clubs and spiked bludgeons looking like uplifted rods of the destroyer, and jumping, O sire, and challenging one another, uttered loud shouts. They struck one another, and fell down, assailed by one another with blood raising from their limbs and deprived of brains and eyes and weapons. Covered with weapons, some, as they lay there with faces beautiful as pomegranates, having teeth adorned mouths filled with blood, seemed to be alive. Others, in that vast ocean of battle, filled with rage mangled or cut or pierced or overthrew or lopped off or slew one another with battle-axes and short arrows and hooks and spears and lances. Slain by one another they fell down, covered with blood and deprived of life like sandal trees cut down with the axe, falling down and shedding as they fall their cool blood-red juice. Cars destroyed by cars, elephants by elephants, men by men, and steeds by steeds, fell down in thousands. Standards, and heads, and umbrellas, and elephants, trunks, and human arms, cut off with razor-faced or broad-headed or crescent-shaped arrows, fell down on the earth. Large numbers also of men, and elephants, and cars with steed yoked thereto, were crushed in that battle. Many brave warriors, slain by horsemen, fell down, and many tuskers, with their trunks cut off, and banners and standards, on their bodies, fell down like fallen mountains. Assailed by foot soldiers, many elephants and cars, destroyed or in course of destruction, fell down on all sides. Horsemen, encountering foot soldiers with activity, were slain by the latter. Similarly crowds of foot soldiers, slain by horsemen, laid themselves down on the field. The faces and the limbs of those slain in the dreadful battle looked like crushed lotuses and faded floral wreaths. The beautiful forms of elephants and steeds and human beings, O king, then resembled cloths foul with dirt, and became exceedingly repulsive to look at. 22. Sanjaya said, many elephant warriors riding on their beasts, urged by thy son, proceeded against Drishthadama, filled with rage and desirous of compassing his destruction. Many foremost of combatants skilled in elephant fight, belonging to the Easterners, the Southerners, the Angas, the Vangas, the Pandras, the Magadhas, the Tamraliptikas, the Meklas, the Koshalas, the Madras, the Dashanas, the Nishadas uniting with the Kalingas, O Bharata, and showering shafts and lances and arrows like pouring clouds, drenched the Bankala force there within that battle. Prishata's son covered with his arrows and shafts those, folk-rushing, elephants surged forward by their riders with heels and toes and hooks. Each of those beasts that were huge as hills, the Bankala hero pierced with 10, 8, or 6 sweated shafts, O Bharata. Beholding the prince of the Pankalas shrouded by those elephants like the sun by the clouds, the Bandas and the Bankalas proceeded towards him for his rescue, uttering loud roars and armed with sharp weapons. Pouring their weapons upon those elephants, those warriors began to dance the dance of heroes, aided by the music of their bowstrings and the sound of their palms, and urged by heroes beating the time. Then Nakula and Sahadeva, and the sons of Draupadi, and the Prabhadrakas, and Satyaki, and Shikhandi, and Chekadana, endued with great energy, all those heroes, drenched those elephants from every side with their weapons, like the clouds drenching the hills with their showers. Those furious elephants, urged on by Mlecha warriors dragging down with their trunks men and steeds and cars, crushed them with their feet. And some they pierced with the points of their tusks, and some they raised aloft and dashed down on the ground, others taken aloft on the tusks of those huge beasts, fell down inspiring spectators with fear. Then Satyaki, piercing the vitals of the elephant belonging to the king of the Vangas staying before him, with a long shaft endued with great impetuosity, caused it to fall down on the field of battle. Then Satyaki pierced with another long shaft the chest of the rider whom he could not hitherto touch, just as the latter was about to jump from the back of his beast. Thus struck by Satwata, he fell down on the earth. Meanwhile Sahadeva, with 3 shafts shot with great care, struck the elephant of Pandra, as it advanced against him like a moving mountain, depriving it of its standard and driver and armor and life. Having thus cut off that elephant, Sahadeva proceeded against the chief of the Angas. Nakula, however, causing Sahadeva to desist, himself afflicted the ruler of the Angas with 3 long shafts, each resembling the rod of Yama, and his foe's elephant with 100 arrows. Then the ruler of the Angas hurled at Nakula 800 lances, bright as the rays of the sun. Each of these Nakula cut off into 3 fragments. The son of Pandu then cut off the head of his antagonist with a crescent-shaped arrow. At this that Mlecha king, deprived of life, fell down with the animal he rode. Upon the fall of the prince of the Angas, who was well skilled in elephant lore, the elephant men of the Angas, filled with rage, proceeded with speed against Nakula, on their elephants decked with banners that waved in the air, possessing excellent mouths, adorned with housings of gold, and looking like blazing mountains, from desire of crushing him to pieces. And many Mekalas and Utklas, and Kalingas, and Nishadas, and Tamraliptikas, also advanced against Nakula, showering their shafts and lances, desirous of slaying him. Then the Pandas, the Pankalas, and the Somakas, filled with rage, rushed with speed for the rescue of Nakula, shrouded by those warriors like the sun by the clouds. Then occurred a fierce battle between those car warriors and elephant men, the former showering their arrows and shafts, the latter their lances by thousands. The frontal globes and other limbs and the tusks and adornments of the elephants, exceedingly pierced with shafts, were split and mangled. Then Sahadeva, with 64 impetuous arrows, quickly slew 8 of those huge elephants which fell down with their riders. And Nakula also, that delighter of his race, bending his excellent bow with great vigour, with many straight shafts, slew many elephants. Then the Bankala prince, and the grandson of Sani, Satyaki, and the sons of Draupadi and the Prabhadrakas, and Shikhandi, drenched those huge elephants with showers of shafts. Then, in consequence of those rain-charged clouds constituted by the Pandava warriors, those hills constituted by the elephants of the foe fell, struck down by torrents of rain formed by their numerous shafts, like real mountains struck down with a thunderstorm. Those leaders of the Pandava warriors then, thus slaying those elephants of thine, cast their eyes on the hostile army, which, as it fled away at the time, resembled a river whose continents had been washed away. Those warriors of Pandu's son, having thus agitated that army of thine, agitated it once more, and then rushed against Karna. 23. Sanjaya said, while Sahadeva, filled with rage, was thus blasting thy host, Dushasana, O great king, proceeded against him, the brother against the brother. Beholding those two engaged in dreadful combat, all the great warriors uttered leonine shouts and waved their garments. Then, O Bharata, the mighty son of Pandu, was struck in the chest with 3 arrows by thy angry son armed with bow. Then Sahadeva, O king, having first pierced thy son with an arrow, pierced him again with 70 arrows, and then his driver with 3. Then Dushasana, O monarch, having cut off Sahadeva's bow in that great battle, pierced Sahadeva himself with 73 arrows in the arms and the chest. Then Sahadeva, filled with rage, shook up a sword in that dreadful conflict, and whirling, hurled it quickly towards the car of thy son. Cutting off Dushasana's bow with string and arrow fixed on it, that large sword fell down on the earth like a snake from the firmament. Then the valiant Sahadeva, taking up another bow, shot a deadly shaft at Dushasana. The Kuru warrior, however, with his keen-edged sword, cut off into 2 fragments that shaft, bright as the rod of death, as it coursed towards him. Then whirling that sharp sword, Dushasana quickly hurled it in that battle at his foe. Meanwhile that valiant warrior took up another bow with a shaft. Sahadeva, however, with the greatest ease, cut off, with his keen shafts, that sword as it coursed towards him, and caused it to fall down in that battle. Then, O Bharata, thy son, in that dreadful battle, quickly sped 64 shafts at the car of Sahadeva. Sahadeva, however, O king, cut off every one of those numerous arrows as they coursed with great impetuosity towards him, with 5 shafts of his. Checking then those mighty shafts sped by thy son, Sahadeva, in that battle, sped a large number of arrows at his foe. Cutting off each of those shafts with 3 shafts of his, thy son uttered a loud shout, making the whole earth resound with it. Then Dushasana, O king, having pierced Sahadeva in that battle, struck the latter's driver with 9 arrows. The valiant Sahadeva then, O monarch, filled with rage, fixed on his bowstring a terrible shaft resembling the destroyer himself, and forcibly drawing the bow, he sped that shaft at thy son. Piercing with great speed through his strong armor and body, that shaft entered the earth, O king, like a snake penetrating into an ant-hill. Then thy son, that great warrior, swooned away, O king. Beholding him deprived of his senses, his driver quickly took away the car, himself forcibly struck all the while with keen arrows. Having vanquished the Kuru warrior thus, the son of Pandu, beholding Duryodhana's division, began to crush it on all sides. Indeed, O king, as a man excited with wrath crushes swarm of ants, even so, O Bharata, did that son of Pandu begin to crush the Kaurava host. 24. Sanjaya said, while Nakula was employed in destroying and routing the Kaurava divisions in battle with great force, Vikatana's son Karna, filled with rage, checked him, O king. Then Nakula, smiling the while, addressed Karna, and said, after a long time, through the favour of the gods, I am seen by thee, and thou also, O wretch. dost become the object of my sight. Thou art the root of all these evils, this hostility, this quarrel. It is through thy faults that the Kauravas are being thinned, encountering one another. Slaying thee in battle today, I will regard myself as one that has achieved his object, and the fever of my heart will be dispelled. Thus addressed by Nakula, the suitor's son said unto him the following words befitting a prince and a bowman in particular. Strike me, O hero. We desire to witness thy manliness. Having achieved some feats in battle, O brave warrior, thou shouldst then boast. O sire, they that are heroes fight in battle to the best of their powers, without indulging in brag. Fight now with me to the best of thy might. I will quell thy pride. Having said these words, the suitor's son quickly struck the son of Bandu and pierced him, in that encounter, with 73 shafts. Then Nakula, O Bharata, thus pierced by the suitor's son, pierced the latter in return with 80 shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. Then Karna, that great bowman, cutting off his antagonist's bow with a number of arrows winged with gold and whetted on stone, afflicted him with 30 arrows. Those arrows, piercing through his armor, drank his blood in that battle, like the nuggets of virulent poison drinking water after having pierced through the earth. Then Nakula, taking up another formidable bow whose back was decked with gold, pierced Karna with 20 arrows and his driver with 3. Then, O monarch, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. Nakula, filled with rage, cut off Karna's bow with a razor-headed shaft of great keenness. Smiling the while, the heroic son of Bandu then struck the bowless Karna, that foremost of Ka warriors, with 300 arrows. Beholding Karna thus afflicted, O sire, by the son of Bandu, all the Ka warriors there, with the gods, in the welkin, were filled with great wonder. Then Vikatana's son Karna, taking up another bow, struck Nakula with 5 arrows in the shoulder joint. With those arrows sticking to him here, the son of Madri looked resplendent like the sun with his own rays while shedding his light on the earth. Then Nakula, piercing Karna with 7 shafts, once more, O sire, cut off one of the horns of Karna's bow. Then Karna, taking up in that battle a tougher bow, filled the welkin on every side of Nakula with his arrows. The mighty Ka warrior, Nakula, however, thus suddenly shrouded with the arrows shot from Karna's bow, quickly cut off all those shafts with shafts of his own. Then was seen overspread in the welkin a vast number of arrows, like to the spectacle presented by the sky when it is filled with myriads of roving fireflies. Indeed, the sky shrouded with those hundreds of arrows shot by both the warriors, looked, O monarch, as if it was covered with flights of locusts. Those arrows, decked with gold, issuing repeatedly in continuous lines, looked beautiful like rows of cranes while flying through the welkin. When the sky was thus covered with showers of arrows and the sun himself hid from the view, no creature ranging the air could descend on the earth. When all sides were thus covered with showers of arrows, those 2 high-souled warriors looked resplendent like 2 suns risen at the end of the Yuga. Slaughtered with the shafts issuing from Karna's bow, the Somakas, O monarch, greatly afflicted and feeling much pain, began to breathe their last. Similarly, thy warriors, struck with the shafts of Nakula, dispersed on all sides, O king, like clouds tossed by the wind. The 2 armies thus slaughtered by those 2 warriors with their mighty celestial shafts, retreated from the range of those arrows and stood as spectators of the encounter. When both the armies were driven off by means of the shafts of Karna and Nakula, those 2 high-souled warriors began to pierce each other with showers of shafts. Displaying their celestial weapons on the field of battle, they quickly shrouded each other, each desirous of compassing the destruction of the other. The shafts shot by Nakula, dressed with canker and peacock feathers, shrouding the suitor's son, seemed to stay in the welkin. Similarly, the shafts sped by the suitor's son in that dreadful battle, shrouding the son of Pandu, seemed to stay in the welkin. Shrouded within narrowy chambers, both their warriors became invisible, like the sun and the moon, O king, hidden by the clouds. Then Karna, filled with rage and assuming a terrible aspect in the battle, covered the son of Pandu with showers of arrows from every side. Completely covered, O monarch, by the suitor's son, the son of Pandu felt no pain like the maker of day when covered by the clouds. The son of Adrata then, smiling the while, sped arrowy lines, O sire, in hundreds and thousands, in that battle. With those shafts of the high-souled Karna, an extensive shade seemed to rest on the field of battle. Indeed, with those excellent shafts constantly issuing out of his bow, a shade was caused the like that formed by the clouds. Then Karna, O monarch, cutting off the bow of the high-souled Nakula, felled the latter's driver from the Karnish with the greatest ease. With 4 keen shafts, next, he quickly dispatched the 4 steeds of Nakula, O Bharata, to the abode of the armour. With his shafts, he also cut off into minute fragments that excellent car of his antagonist, as also his standard and the protectors of his car wheels, and mace, and sword, and shield decked with 100 moons, and other utensils and equipments of battle. Then Nakula, steedless and carless and armourless, O monarch, quickly alighting from his car, stood, armed with a spiked bludgeon. Even the terrible bludgeon, so uplifted by the son of Pandu, the suitor's son, O king, cut off with many keen arrows capable of bearing a great strain. Beholding his adversary weaponless, Karna began to strike him with many straight shafts, but took care not to afflict him greatly. Thus struck in that battle by that mighty warrior accomplished in weapons, Nakula, O king, fled away precipitately in great affliction. Laughing repeatedly, the son of Radha pursued him and placed his stringed bow, O Bharata, around the neck of the retreating Nakula. With a large bow around his neck, O king, the son of Pandu looked resplendent like moon in the firmament when within a circular halo of light, or a white cloud girdled round by Indra's bow. Then Karna, addressing him, said, The words thou hadst uttered were futile. Canst thou utter them now once more in joy, repeatedly struck as thou art by me? Do not, O son of Pandu, fight again with those amongst the Kuras that are possessed of greater might. O child, fight with them that are thy equals. Do not, O son of Pandu, feel any shame for it. Return home, O son of Madri, or go thither where Krishna and Fulgana are. Having addressed him thus, he abandoned him then. Acquainted with morality as the brave Karna was, he did not then slay Nakula, who was already within the jaws of death. Recollecting the words of Kunti, O king, Karna let Nakula go. The son of Pandu, thus let off, O king, by that bowman, suitor's son, proceeded towards Yudhishthira's car in great shame. Scorched by the suitor's son, he then ascended his brother's car, and burning with grief he continued to sigh like a snake kept within a jar. Meanwhile Karna, having vanquished Nakula, quickly proceeded against the Panchalas, riding on that car of his which bore many gorgeous pennons and whose steeds were as white as the moon. There, O monarch, a great uproar arose among the Pandavas when they saw the leader of the Kaurava army proceeding towards the Panchala car throngs. The suitor's son, O monarch, made a great massacre there at that hour when the sun had reached the meridian, that puissant warrior careering all the while with the activity of a wheel. We beheld many Panchala warriors borne away from the battle on their steedless and driverless cars with broken wheels and broken axles, and with standards and pennons also that were broken and torn, O sire. And many elephants were seen to wander there in all directions, with limbs scorched by arrows, like individuals of their species in the wide forest with limbs scorched and burned in a forest conflagration. others with their frontal globes split open, or bathed in blood, or with trunks lopped off, or with their armor cut down, or their tails lopped off, fell down, struck by the high Sultana, like straggling clouds. Other elephants, frightened by the shafts and lances of Radha's son, proceeded against Radha's son himself like insects towards a blazing fire. Other huge elephants were seen striking against one another and shedding blood from various limbs like mountains, with rivulets running down their breasts. Steeds of the foremost breed, divested of breastplates and their ornaments of silver and brass and gold, destitute of trappings and bridle bits and yak tails and saddle cloths, with quivers fallen off from their backs, and with the heroic riders' ornaments of battle, slain, were seen wandering here and there on the field. Pierced and cut with lances and scimitars and swords, O Bharata, we beheld many a horseman adorned with armour and headgear, slain or in course of being slain or trembling with fear, and deprived, O Bharata, of diverse limbs. Cars also, decked with gold, and unto which were yoked steeds of great fleetness, were seen by us dragged with exceeding speed hither and thither, their riders having been slain. Some of these had their axles and poles broken, and some, O Bharata, had their wheels broken, and some were without banners and standards, and some were divested of their shafts. Many car warriors also were seen there, by us, O monarch, wandering all around, deprived of their cars and scorched with the shafts of the Suta's son. And some destitute of weapons, and some with weapons still in their arms, were seen lying lifeless on the field in large numbers. And many elephants also were seen by us, wandering in all directions, studded with clusters of stars, adorned with rows of beautiful bells, and decked with variegated banners of diverse hues. Heads and arms and chests and other limbs, cut off with shafts sped from Karna's bow, were beheld by us lying around. A great and fierce calamity overtook the warriors of the Pandava army, as they fought with whetted arrows, and mangled as they were with the shafts of Karna. The Srinjayas, slaughtered in that battle by the Suta's son, blindly proceeded against the latter's self like insects rushing upon a blazing fire. Indeed, as that mighty Car warrior was engaged in scorching the Pandava divisions, the Kshatriyas avoided him, regarding him to be the blazing Yuga fire. Those heroic and mighty Car warriors of the Panchala that survived the slaughter fled away. The brave Karna, however, pursued those broken and retreating warriors from behind, shooting his shafts at them. Endued with great energy, he pursues those combatants divested of armor and destitute of standards. Indeed, the Suta's son, possessed of great might, continued to scorch them with his shafts, like the dispeller of darkness scorching all creatures when he attains to the meridian. 25. Sanjaya said, against Duatsa, who was employed in routing the vast army of thy son, Aluka proceeded with speed, saying, Wait, wait. Then Duatsu, O king, with a winged arrow of keen edge struck Aluka with great force, like Indra himself striking a mountain with a thunderbolt. Filled with rage at this, Aluka, in that battle, cut off thy son's bow with a razor-headed arrow and struck thy son himself with a barbed shaft. Casting off that broken bow, Duatsu, with eyes red in wrath, shook up another formidable bow endued with greater impetus. The prince then, O bull of Bharata's race, pierced Aluka with 60 arrows. Piercing next the driver of Aluka, Duatsu struck Aluka once more. Then Aluka, filled with rage, pierced Duatsu with 20 shafts adorned with gold, and then cut off his standard made of gold. That lofty and gorgeous standard made of gold, O king, thus cut off by Aluka, fell down in front of Duatsu's car. Beholding his standard cut off, Duatsu, deprived of his senses by wrath, struck Aluka with 5 shafts in the center of the chest. Then Aluka, O sire, in that battle, cut off, with a board-headed arrow steeped in oil, the head of his antagonist's driver, O best of the Bharatas. Slaying next his 4 steeds, he struck Uatsu himself with 5 arrows. Deeply struck by the strong Aluka, Uatsu proceeded to another car. Having vanquished him in battle, O king, Aluka proceeded quickly towards the Pankalas and the Sarangias and began to slaughter them with sharp shafts. Thy sons route to Carmen, O monarch, within half the time taken up by a wink of the eye, fearlessly made Satnika steedless and driverless and callous. The mighty car warrior Satnika, however, staying on his steedless car, O sire, hurled a mace, filled with rage, at thy son. That mace, reducing thy son's car with its steeds and driver into fragments, fell down upon the earth with great speed, and pierced it through. Then those 2 heroes, both enhancers of the glory of the Kuras, deprived of their cars, retreated from the encounter, glaring at each other. Then thy son, overcome with fear, mounted upon the car of Ivingsu, while Satanika quickly got upon the car of Prativandaya. Shakuni, filled with rage, pierced Sutasoma with many keen shafts, but failed to make the latter tremble like a torrent of water, failing to produce any impression upon a mountain. Beholding that great enemy of his father, Sutasoma covered Shakuni, O Bharata, with many thousands of arrows. Shakuni, however, that warrior of sure aim and conversant with all methods of warfare, actuated by desire of battle, quickly cut off all those shafts with his own winged arrows. Having checked those shafts with his own keen arrows in battle, Shakuni, filled with rage, struck Sutasoma with 3 arrows. Thy brother-in-law then, O monarch, with his arrows cut off into minute fragments the steeds, the standard, and the driver of his adversary, at which all the spectators uttered a loud shout. Deprived of his steed and car, and having his standard cut off, O sire, the great bowman, Sutasoma, jumping down from his car, stood on the earth, having taken up a good bow. And he shot a large number of arrows equipped with golden wings and whetted on stone, and shrouded therewith the car of thy brother-in-law in that battle. The son of Sabala, however, beholding those showers of arrows that resembled a flight of locusts, coming towards his car, did not tremble. On the other hand, that illustrious warrior crushed all those arrows with arrows of his own. Their warriors that were present there, as also the siddhas in the firmament, were highly pleased at sight of that wonderful and incredible feat of Sutasoma, inasmuch as he contended on foot with Shakuni staying in his car. Then Shakuni, with a number of broad-headed shafts of great impetuosity, keen and perfectly straight, cut off, O king, the bow of Sutasoma as also all his quivers. Bolus, and Callas, Sutasoma then, uplifting a scimitar of the hue of the blue lotus and equipped with an ivory handle, uttered a loud shout. That scimitar of the intelligent Sutasoma of the hue of the clear sky, as it was whirled by that hero, was regarded by Shakuni to be as fatal as the rod of death. Armed with that scimitar, he suddenly began to career in circles over the arena, displaying, O monarch, the 14 different kinds of maneuvers, endued as he was with skill and might. Indeed, he displayed in that battle all those motions such as wheeling about and whirling on high, and making side thrusts and jumping forward and leaping on high and running above and rushing forward and rushing upwards. The valiant son of Sabala then sped a number of arrows at his foe, but the latter quickly cut them off with that excellent scimitar of his as they coursed towards him. Filled with rage, at this, the son of Sabala, O king, once more sped at Sutasoma a number of shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison. Aided by his skill and might, Sutasoma cut off even these with his scimitar, displaying his great activity, and possessed as he was of prowess equal to that of Garuda himself. With a razor-headed arrow of great sharpness, Shakuni then, O king, cut off that bright scimitar of his adversary as the latter careered in circles before him. Thus cut off, half of that large scimitar suddenly fell down on the earth, while half of it, Mahabharata, continued in the grasp of Sutasoma. Seeing his sword cut off, the mighty Ka warrior Sutasoma retreated 6 steps and then hurled that half of the scimitar, which he had in his grasp, at his foe. The fragment, decked with gold and gems, cutting off the bow with string of the illustrious Shakuni, quickly fell down on the earth. Then Sutasoma went to the great Ka of Srutakirti, Sabala's son, also, taking up another formidable and invincible bow, proceeded towards the Pandava army, slaying large numbers of foes on the way. Beholding the son of Sabala careering fearlessly in battle, a loud uproar, O king, arose among the Pandavas in that part of the army. People witnessed those large and proud divisions bristling with arms, routed by the illustrious son of Sabala. Even as the chief of the Celestials crushed the Daitya army, the son of Sabala destroyed that army of the Pandavas. 26. Sanjaya said, Kripa, O king, resisted Drishtadama in battle, like a Saraba in the forest resisting a proud lion. Checked by the mighty son of Kotama, Prishata's son, Mahabharata, could not advance even 1 step. Beholding Gautama's car in front of Drishtadama's, all creatures were inspired with fright and regarded the latter's destruction to be at hand. Cow warriors and horsemen, becoming very cheerless, said, without doubt, this foremost of men, Sharadvata's son of mighty energy and great intelligence and versed in celestial weapon, is filled with rage at the death of Drona. Will Drishtadama today escape from the hands of Kotama? Will this vast army escape today this great danger? Will not this Brahmana slay all of us together? The form that he has assumed today, even like that of the destroyer himself, shows that he will today act after the manner of Drona himself. The preceptor Gautama, endued with great lightness of hands, is ever victorious in battle. Possessing a knowledge of weapons, he is endued with great energy and filled with rage. Diverse speeches like these, uttered by the warriors of both the armies were, O monarch, heard there as those 2 heroes encountered each other. Drawing deep breath in rage, Sharadvata's son Kripa, O king, began to afflict the son of Prashata in all his vital limbs while the latter stood inactive. Struck in that battle by the illustrious Gautama, Drishtadama, greatly stupefied, knew not what to do. His driver then, addressing him, said, It is not all right with thee, O son of Prashata. Never before have I seen such a calamity overtake thee in battle. It is a lucky chance, it seems, that these shafts, capable of penetrating the very vitals, sped by that foremost of Brahmanas aiming at thy vital limbs, and not striking thee. I will presently cause the car to turn back, like the current of a river dashed back by the sea. I think that Brahmana, by whom thy prowess hath been annihilated, is incapable of being slain by thee. Thus addressed, Drishtadama, O king, slowly said, My mind becometh stupefied, O sire, and perspiration covereth my limbs. My body trembles and my hair stands on end. Avoiding that Brahmana in battle, proceed slowly to where Arjuna is, O charioteer. Arrived at the presence of either Arjuna or Bhimasena, prosperity may be mine. Even this is my certain conviction. Then, O monarch, the charioteer, urging the steeds, proceeded to the spot where the mighty bowman Bhimasena was battling with thy troops. Beholding the car, O sire, of Drishtadama speedily moving away from that spot, Gautama followed it, shooting hundreds of shafts. And that chastiser of foes also repeatedly blew his conch. Indeed, he routed the son of Prishata like Indra routing the Danava Namusi. The invincible Shikhandi, the cause of Bhishma's death, was in that battle, resisted by Hridika's son, who smiled repeatedly as he fought with the former. Shikhandi, however, encountering the mighty Ka warrior of Hridika's, struck him with 5 keen and broad-headed shafts at the shoulder joint. Then the mighty Ka warrior Kritivama, filled with rage, pierced his foe with 60 winged arrows. With a single arrow then, he cut off his bow, laughing the while. The mighty son of Drupada, filled with wrath, shook up another bow, and addressing the son of Hridika, said, "Wait, wait." Then, O monarch, Shikhandi sped at his foe 90 shafts of great impetuosity, all equipped with golden wings. Those shafts, however, all recoiled from Kritivama's armor. Seeing those shafts recoil and scattered on the surface of the earth, Shikhandi cut off Kritivama's bow with a keen razor-headed arrow. Filled with wrath, he struck the bowless son of Hridika, who then resembled a hornless bull, in the arms and the chest, with 80 arrows. Filled with rage but torn and mangled with shafts, Kritivama vomited blood through his limbs like a jar disgorging the water with which it is filled. Bathed in blood, the Boa king looked beautiful like a mountain, O king, streaked with streams of liquefied red chalk after a shower. The puissant Kritivama then, taking up another bow with a string and an arrow fixed thereon, struck Shikhandi in his shoulder joint. With those shafts sticking to his shoulder joint, Shikhandi looked resplendent like a lordly tree with its spreading branches and twigs. Having pierced each other, the 2 combatants were bathed in blood, and resembled a couple of bulls that have gored each other with their horns, carefully exerting themselves to slay each other. Those 2 mighty Ka warriors moved in a 1,000 circles with their respective Kas on that arena. Then Kritivama, O king, in that encounter, pierced the son of Prishata with 70 shafts, all of which were equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone. The ruler of the Bidjas then, that foremost of smiters, sped with great activity a terrible and fatal shaft at his foe. Struck therewith, Shikhandi quickly swooned away. Overcome with stupefaction, he supported himself by seizing his flag-staff. The driver then of that foremost of Ka warriors speedily bore him away from the fight. Scorched with the shaft of Hridika's son, he drew breath upon breath repeatedly. After the defeat of the heroic son of Drupada, O Lord, the Pandava army, slaughtered on all sides, fled away from the field. 27. Sanjaya said, "The white steeded Arjuna, also, O monarch, routed by force even as the winds, approaching a heap of cotton, scatters it on all sides. Against him rushed the Trigartas, the Sivis, the Kauravas, the Salwas, the Samsaptakas, and that force which consisted of the Narayanas, and Satyasena and Kandradeva, and Maitradeva and Satranjaya, and Susruta's son, and Sitarasena, and Maitravarman, O Bharata, and the king of the Trigartas, surrounded by his brothers and by his sons that were all mighty bowmen accomplished in diverse weapons, suddenly advanced, shooting and scattering showers of shafts in that battle against Arjuna, like a fierce current of water towards the ocean. Those warriors, in hundreds of thousands, approaching Arjuna, seemed to melt away like snakes at sight of Garuda. Though slaughtered in battle, they did not still leave the son of Pandu like insects, O monarch, never receding from a blazing fire. Satyasena, in that encounter, pierced that son of Pandu with 3 arrows, and Maitradeva pierced him with 63, and Kandradeva with 7. And Maitravarman pierced him with 73 arrows, and Susruta's son with 7. And Satranjaya pierced him with 20, and Sushama with 9. Thus pierced in that encounter by many, Arjuna pierced all those kings in return. Indeed, piercing the son of Susruta with 7 arrows, he pierced Satyasena with 3, Satranjaya with 20, and Kandradeva with 8, Maitradeva with 100, Srutasena with 3, Maitravarman with 9. and Sushama with 8. Then slaying King Satyajaya with a number of arrows whetted on stone, he smote off from his trunk the head, decked with headgear, of Susruta's son. Without any delay he then, with a number of other shafts, dispatched Kandradeva to the abode of the armor. As regards the other mighty Ka warriors vigorously contending with him, he checked each of them with 5 arrows. Then Satyasena, filled with rage, hurled a formidable lance in that battle, aiming at Krishna, and uttered a leonine roar. That iron-mouthed lance, having a golden shaft, piercing through the left arm of the high-shield Madhava, penetrated into the earth. Madhava, being thus pierced with that lance in great battle, the goad and the reins, O king, fell down from his hands. Beholding Vasudeva's limb pierced through, Pritha's son Dhananjaya mustered all his wrath, and addressing Vasudeva said, O mighty armed one, bear the car to Satyasena, O puissant one, so that I may, with keen shafts, dispatch him to Yama's abode. The illustrious Keshava then, quickly taking up the goad and the reins, caused the steeds to bear the car to the front of Satyasena's vehicle. Beholding the ruler of the universe pierced, Pritha's son Dhananjaya, that mighty car warrior, checking Satyasena with some keen arrows, cut off with a number of broad-headed shafts of great sharpness, the large head of that king decked with earrings, from off his trunk at the head of the army. Having thus cut off Satyasena's head, he then dispatched Citravarman with a number of keen shafts, and then the latter's driver, O sire, with a keen carved arrow. Filled with rage, the mighty Partha then, with hundreds of shafts, felled the Samsaptakas in hundreds and thousands. Then, O king, with a razor-headed arrow equipped with wings of silver, that mighty Ka warrior cut off the head of the illustrious Maitrasena. Filled with rage, he then struck Sushama in the shoulder joint. Then all the Samsaptakas, filled with wrath, encompassed Dhananjaya on all sides and began to afflict him with showers of weapons and make all the points of the compass resound with their shouts. Afflicted by them thus, the mighty Ka warrior Jishu, of immeasurable soul, endued with prowess resembling that of Sakra himself, invoked the Indra weapon. From that weapon, thousands of shafts, O king, began to issue continually. Then, O king, a loud din was heard of falling cars with standards and quivers and yokes, and axles and wheels and traces with cords, of bottoms of cars and wooden fences around them, of arrows and steeds and spears and swords, and maces and spiked clubs and darts and lances and axes, and satagnis equipped with wheels and arrows, thighs and necklaces and angadas and kiras, O sire, and garlands and cuirasses and coats of mail, O Bharata, and umbrellas and fans and heads decked with diadems lay on the battlefield. Heads adorned with earrings and beautiful eyes, and each resembling the full moon, looked, as they lay on the field, like stars in the firmament. Adorned with sandal paste, beautiful garlands of flowers and excellent robes, many were the bodies of slain warriors that were seen to lie on the ground. The field of battle, terrible as it was, looked like the welkin teeming with vapory forms. With the slain princes and kshatriyas of great might and fallen elephants and steeds, the earth became impassable in that battle as if she was strewn with hills. There was no path on the field for the wheels of the illustrious Pandava's car, engaged as he was in continually slaying his foes and striking down elephants and steeds with his broad-headed shafts. It seemed, O sire, that the wheels of his car stopped in fright at the sight of his own self careering in that battle through that bloody mire. His steeds, however, endued with the speed of the mind or the wind, dragged with great efforts and labour those wheels that had refused to move. Thus slaughtered by Pandu's son armed with the bow, that host fled away almost entirely, without leaving even a remnant, O Bharata, contending with the foe. Having vanquished large numbers of the Samsaptakas in battle, Britha's Sanjaya looked resplendent, like a blazing fire without smoke. 28. Sanjaya said, King Duryodhana, O monarch, himself fearlessly received Yudhishthira, as the latter was engaged in shooting large numbers of shafts. The royal Yudhishthira the just, speedily piercing thy son, that mighty car warrior, as the latter was rushing towards him with impetuosity, addressed him, saying, Wait, wait. Duryodhana, however, pierced Yudhishthira, in return, with 9 keen arrows, and filled with great wrath, struck Yudhishthira's driver also with a broad-headed shaft. Then King Yudhishthira sped at Duryodhana 3 and 10 arrows equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone. With 4 shafts that mighty car warrior then slew the 4 steeds of his foe, and with the 5th he cut off from his trunk the head of Duryodhana's driver. With the 6th arrow he felled their Kuru, king's standard on the earth, with the 7th his bow, and with the 8th his scimitar. And then with 5 more shafts King Yudhishthira the just deeply afflicted the Kuru monarch. Thy son, then, alighting from that steedless car, stood on the earth in imminent danger. Beholding him in that situation of great peril, Karna and Drona's son and Gripa and others rushed suddenly towards the spot, desirous of rescuing the king. Then there, other sons of Pandu, surrounding Yudhishthira, all proceeded to the encounter, upon which, O king, a fierce battle was fought. Thousands of trumpets then were blown in that great engagement, and a confused din of myriad voices arose there, O king. There were the Bankalas engaged the Kauravas in battle, men closed with men, and elephants with foremost of elephants. And car warriors closed with his car warriors, and horse with horse. And the various couples of battling men and animals, of great prowess and armed with diverse kinds of weapons and possessed of great skill presented a beautiful sight, O king, over the field. All those heroes endued with great impetuosity and desirous of compassing the destruction of one another, fought beautifully and with great activity and skill. Observing their sanctioned practices of warriors, they slew one another in battle. None of them fought from behind others. For only a very short time that battle presented a beautiful aspect. Soon it became an encounter of madmen, in which the combatants showed no regard for one another. The car warrior, approaching the elephant, pierced the latter with keen shafts and dispatched it to Yama's presence by means of straight arrows. Elephants, approaching steeds, dragged down many of them in that battle, and tore them, with their tusks, most fiercely in diverse places. Large numbers of horsemen also, encompassing many foremost of steeds, made a loud noise with their palms, and closed with them. And those horsemen slew those steeds as they ran hither and thither, as also many huge elephants as these wandered over the field, from behind and the flanks. Infuriate elephants, O king, routing large numbers of steeds, slew them with their tusks or crushed them with great force. Some elephants, filled with wrath, pierced with their tusks horses with horsemen. Others, seizing such with great force, hurled them to the ground with violence. Many elephants, struck by foot soldiers availing of the proper opportunities, uttered terrible cries of pain and fled away on all sides. Among the foot soldiers that fled away in that great battle, throwing down their ornaments, there were many that were quickly encompassed on the field. Elephant warriors, riding on huge elephants, understanding indications of victory, wheeled their beasts and causing them to seize those beautiful ornaments, made the beasts to pierce them with their tusks. Other foot soldiers, endued with great impetuosity and fierce might, surrounding those elephant warriors thus engaged in those spots, began to slay them. Others, in that great battle, thrown aloft into the air by elephants with their trunks, were pierced by those trained beasts with the points of their tusks as they fell down. Others, suddenly seized by other elephants, were deprived of life with their tusks. Others, borne away from their own divisions into the midst of others, were, O king, mangled by huge elephants which rolled them repeatedly on the ground. Others, whirled on high like fans, were slain in that battle. Others, hither and thither on the field, that stood full in front of other elephants, had their bodies exceedingly pierced and torn. Many elephants were deeply wounded with spears and lances and darts in their cheeks and frontal globes and parts between their tusks. Exceedingly afflicted by fierce car warriors and horsemen stationed on their flanks, many elephants, ripped open, fell down on the earth. In that dreadful battle many horsemen on their steeds, striking foot soldiers with their lances, pinned them down to the earth or crushed them with great force. Some elephants, approaching mail-clad car warriors, O sire, raised them aloft from their vehicles and hurled them down with great force upon the earth in that fierce and awful fight. Some huge elephants slain by means of cloth yard shafts, fell down on the earth like mountain summits riven by thunder. Combatants, encountering combatants, began to strike each other with their fists, or seizing each other by the hair, began to drag and throw down and mangle each other. Others, stretching their arms and throwing down their foes on the earth, placed their feet on their chests and with great activity cut off their heads. Some combatant, O king, struck with his feet some foe that was dead, and some, O king, struck off with his sword the head of a falling foe, and some thrust his weapon into the body of a living foe. A fierce battle took place there, O Mahabharata, in which the combatants struck one another with fists or seized one another's hair or wrestled with one another with bare arms. In many instances, combatants, using diverse kinds of weapons, shook the lives of combatants engaged with others and, therefore, unperceived by them. During the progress of the general engagement, when all the combatants were mangled in battle, hundreds and thousands of headless drunks stood upon the field. Weapons and coats of mail, drenched with gore, looked resplendent, like cloths dyed with gorgeous red. Even thus occurred that fierce battle marked by the awful clash of weapons. Like the mad and roaring current of the Ganga, it seemed to fill the whole universe with its uproar. Afflicted with shafts, their warriors failed to distinguish friends from foes. Solicitous of victory, the kings fought on because they thought that fight they should. The warriors slew both friends and foes, with whom they came in contact. The combatants of both the armies were deprived of reason by the heroes of both the armies assailing them with fury. With broken cars, O monarch, the fallen elephants, and steeds lying on the ground, and men laid low, the earth, miry with gore and flesh, and covered with streams of blood, soon became impassable. Kana slaughtered the Bankalas, Vaidana and Jaya slaughtered the Trigartas, and Bhimasena, O king, slaughtered the Kuras and all the elephant divisions of the latter. Even thus occurred the destruction of troops of both the Kuras and the Pandavas, both parties having been actuated by the desire of winning great fame, at that hour when the sun had passed the meridian. 29. Dhritarashtra said, I have heard from thee, O Sanjaya, of many poignant and unbearable griefs, as also of the losses sustained by my sons. From what thou hast said unto me, from the manner in which the battle has been fought, it is my certain conviction, O Suta, that the Kauravas are no more. Duryodhana was made careless in that dreadful battle. How did Dharma's son, then, fight, and how did the royal Duryodhana also fight in return? How also occurred that battle which was fought in the afternoon? Tell me all this in detail, for thou art skilled in narration, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, when the troops of both armies were engaged in battle, according to their respective divisions, thy son Duryodhana, O king, riding on another car and filled with rage like a snake of virulent poison, beholding King Yudhishthira the Just, quickly addressed his own driver, O Bharata, saying, Proceed, quickly take me there, O driver, where the royal son of Pandu, clad in mail shineth under yon umbrella held over his head. Thus urged by the king, the driver, in that battle, quickly urged his royal master's goodly car towards the face of Yudhishthira. At this, Yudhishthira also, filled with rage and looking like an infuriate elephant, urged his own driver saying, "Proceed to where Sir Iodana is." Then those two heroes and brothers and foremost of Ka warriors encountered each other. Both endued with great energy, both filled with wrath, both difficult of defeat in battle, approaching each other, those two great bowmen began to mangle each other with their arrows in that battle. Then King Duryodhana, in that encounter, O sire, with a board-headed arrow whetted on stone, cut in twain the bow of the virtuous monarch. Filled with rage, Yudhishthira could not brook that insult. Casting aside his broken bow, with eyes red in wrath, Dharma's son took up another bow at the head of his forces, and then cut off Duryodhana's standard and bow. Duryodhana then, taking up another bow, pierced the son of Pandu. Filled with rage, they continued to shoot showers of shafts at each other. Desirous of vanquishing each other, they resembled a pair of angry lions. They struck each other in that battle like a couple of roaring bulls. Those mighty Ka warriors continued to career, expecting to find each other's lapses. Then wounded with shafts sped from bows drawn to their fullest stretch, the two warriors, O king, looked resplendent like flowering kinsukas. They then, O king, repeatedly uttered leonine roars. Those two rulers of men, in that dreadful battle, also made louder sounds with their palms and caused their bows to twang loudly. And they blew their conchs too with great force. And they afflicted each other very much. Then King Yudhishthira, filled with rage, struck thy son in the chest with 3 irresistible shafts endued with force of thunder. Him, however, thy royal son quickly pierced, in return, with 5 keen shafts winged with gold and whetted on stone. Then King Duryodhana, O Bharata, hurled a dart capable of slaying everybody, exceedingly keen, and resembling a large blazing brand. As it advanced, King Yudhishthira the Just, with sharp shafts, speedily cut it off into 3 fragments, and then pierced Duryodhana also with 5 arrows. Equipped with golden staff, and producing a loud whiz, that dart then fell down, and while falling, looked resplendent like a large brand with blazing flames. Beholding the dart baffled, thy son, O monarch, struck Yudhishthira with 9 sharp and keen-pointed arrows. Pierced deeply by his mighty foe, that scorcher of foes quickly took up an arrow for aiming it at Duryodhana. The mighty Yudhishthira then placed that arrow on his bowstring. Filled with rage and possessed of great valor, the son of Pandu then shot it at his foe. That arrow, striking thy son, that mighty Ka warrior, stupefied him and then, passing through his body, entered the earth. Then Duryodhana, filled with wrath, uplifting a mace of great impetuosity, rushed at King Yudhishthira the Just, for ending the hostilities that raged between the Kurus and the Pandus. Beholding him armed with that uplifted mace and resembling Yama himself with his bludgeon, King Yudhishthira the Just hurled at thy son a mighty dart blazing with splendor, endued with great impetuosity, and looking like a large blazing brand. Deeply pierced in the chest by that dart as he stood on his car, the Kuru prince, deeply pained, fell down and swooned away. Then Bhima, recollecting his own vow, addressed Yudhishthira, saying, "This one should not be slain by thee, O king." At this Yudhishthira abstained from giving his foe the finishing blow. At that time Gritavama, quickly advancing, came upon thy royal son then sunk in an ocean of calamity. Bhima then, taking up a mace adorned with gold and flaxen cords, rushed impetuously towards Gritavama in that battle. Thus occurred the battle between thy troops and the foe on that afternoon, O monarch, every one of the combatants being inspired with the desire of victory. 30. Sanjaya said, placing Karna at their van, thy warriors, difficult of defeat in fight, returned and fought with the foe, a battle that resembled that between the gods and the Asuras. Excited by the loud uproar made by elephants and men and cars and steeds and gunchs, elephant men and car warriors and foot soldiers and horsemen, in large numbers, filled with wrath advanced against the foe and slew the latter with strokes of diverse kinds of weapons. Elephants and cars, steeds and men, in that dreadful battle were destroyed by brave warriors with sharp battle axes and swords and axes and shafts of diverse kinds, and by means also of their animals, strewn with human heads that were adorned with white teeth and fair faces and beautiful eyes and goodly noses, and graced with beautiful diadems and earrings, and every one of which resembled the lotus, the sun, or the moon. The earth looked exceedingly resplendent. Elephants and men and steeds, by thousands, were slain with hundreds of spiked clubs and short bludgeons and darts and lances and hooks and bazandis and maces. The blood that fell formed a river-like currents on the field. In consequence of those car warriors and men and steeds and elephants slain by the foe, and lying with ghastly features and gaping wounds, the field of battle looked like the domains of the king of the dead at the time of universal dissolution. Then, O God among men, thy troops, and those bulls amongst the chorus, viz., thy sons resembling the children of the celestials, with a host of warriors of immeasurable might at their van, all proceeded against Satyaki, that bull of Sini's race. Thereupon that host, teeming with many foremost of men and steeds and cars and elephants, producing an uproar loud as that of the vast deep, and resembling the army of the Asuras or that of the Celestials, shone with fierce beauty. Then the son of Surya, resembling the chief of the Celestials himself in prowess and like unto the younger brother of Indra, struck that foremost one of Sini's race with shafts whose splendour resembled the rays of the Sunday. That bull of Sini's race also, in that battle, then quickly shrouded that foremost of men, with his car and steeds and driver, with divers kinds of shafts terrible as the poison of the snake. Then many Ataritas belonging to thy army, accompanied by elephants and cars and foot soldiers, quickly approached that bull among car warriors, viz., Vasusana, when they beheld the latter deeply afflicted with the shafts of that foremost hero of Sini's race. That force, however, vast as the ocean, assailed by force possessed of great quickness, viz., the Pandava warriors headed by the sons of Drupada, fled away from the field. At that time a great carnage occurred of men and cars and steeds and elephants. Then those two foremost of men, viz., Arjuna and Keshava, having said their daily prayer and duly worshipped the Lord Bhava, quickly rushed against thy troops, resolved to slay those foes of theirs. Their foes, that is, the chorus, cast their eyes cheerlessly on that car whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds and whose banners waved beautifully in the air, and which had white steeds yoked unto it and which was coming towards them. Then Arjuna, bending Gandiva and as if dancing on his car, filled the welkin and all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with showers of shafts, not leaving the smallest space empty. Like the tempest destroying the clouds, the son of Pandu destroyed with his arrows many cars looking like celestial vehicles, that were well adorned, and equipped with weapons and standards, along with the drivers. Many elephants also, with the men that guided them, adorned with triumphal banners and weapons, and many horsemen with horses, and many foot soldiers also, Arjuna dispatched with his arrows to Yama's abode. Then Duryodhana singly proceeded against that mighty car warrior who was angry and irresistible and resembled a veritable Yama, striking him with his straight shafts. Arjuna, cutting off his adversary's bow and driver and steeds and standard with 7 shafts, next cut off his umbrella with 1 arrow. Obtaining then an opportunity, he sped at Duryodhana, an excellent shaft, capable of taking the life of the person struck. Drona's son, however, cut off that shaft into 7 fragments, cutting off then the bow of Drona's son and slaying the 4 steeds of the latter with his arrow. The son of Bandu next cut off the formidable bow of Kripa too. Then cutting off the bow of Hridika's son, he felled the latter's standard and steeds. Then cutting off the bow of Dushasana, he proceeded against the son of Radha. At this, Karna, leaving Satyaki, quickly pierced Arjuna with 3 arrows and Krishna with 20, and Partha again repeatedly. Although many were the arrows that he shot while slaying his foes in that battle, like Indra himself inspired with wrath, Karna yet felt no fatigue. Meanwhile Satyaki, coming up, pierced Karna with 99 fierce arrows, and once more with 100. Then all the foremost heroes among the Pathas began to afflict Karna. Yadamanu and Shikhandi and the sons of Draupadi and the Prabhadrakas, and Uttamur and Uetsu and the twins and Drishthadama, and the divisions of the Siddhis and the Kaurushas and the Matsyas and Kakiyas, and the mighty Chekatana, and King Yudhishthira of excellent vows, all these, accompanied by cars and steeds and elephants, and foot soldiers of fierce prowess, encompassed Karna on all sides in that battle, and showered upon him diverse kinds of weapons, addressing him in harsh words and resolved to compass his destruction. Cutting off that shower of weapons with his sharp shafts, Karna dispersed his assailants by the power of his weapons like the wind breaking down the trees that stand on its way. Filled with wrath, Karna was seen to destroy car warriors, and elephants with their riders, and horses with horsemen, and large bands of foot soldiers. Slaughtered by the energy of Karna's weapons, almost the whole of that force of the Pandavas, deprived of weapons, and with limbs mangled and torn, retired from the field. Then Arjuna, smiling the while, baffled with his own weapons the weapons of Karna, and covered the welkin, the earth, and all the points of the compass with dense shower of arrows. The shafts of Arjuna fell like heavy clubs and spiked bludgeons, and some amongst them fell like Satagnis, and some fell like fierce thunderbolts. Slaughtered therewith, the Kaurava force consisting of infantry and horse and cars and elephants, shutting its eyes, uttered loud wails of woe and wandered senselessly. Many were the steeds and men and elephants that perished on that occasion. Many, again, struck with shafts and deeply afflicted fled away in fear. Whilst thy warriors were thus engaged in battle from desire of victory, the sun approaching the setting mountain, entered it. In consequence of the darkness, O king, but especially owing to the dust, we could not notice anything favourable or unfavourable. The mighty bowmen, amongst the Kauravas, fearing a night battle, O Bharata, then retired from the field, accompanied by all their combatants. Upon the retirement of the Kauravas, O king, at the close of the day, the Pathas, cheerful at having obtained the victory, also retired to their own encampment, cheering at their enemies by producing diverse kinds of sounds with their musical instruments, and applauding Acayuta and Arjuna. After those heroes had thus withdrawn the army, all the troops and all the kings uttered benediction upon the Pandavas. The withdrawal having been made, those sinless men, the Pandavas, became very glad, and proceeding to their tents rested there for the night. Then Rakshasas and Pishaka, and carnivorous beasts, in large numbers came to that awful field of battle resembling the sporting ground of Rudra himself. 31. Dhritarashtra said, "It seems that Arjuna slew all of you at his will. Indeed, the destroyer himself could not escape him in battle, if Arjuna took up arms against him. Single-handed, Partha ravished Bhadra, and single-handed, he gratified Agni. Single-handed, he subjugated the whole earth, and made all the kings pay tribute. Single-handed, with his celestial bow he slew the Nivatakavishas. Single-handed, he contended in battle with Mahadeva, who stood before him in the guise of a hunter. Single-handed, he protected the Bharatas, and single-handed, he gratified Bhava. Single-handed, were vanquished by him all the kings of the earth endued with fierce prowess. The Kurus cannot be blamed. On the other hand, they deserve praise for having fought with such a warrior. Tell me now what they did. Tell me also, O Sutta, what Duryodhana did after that. Sanjaya said, struck and wounded and overthrown from their vehicles and divested of armor and deprived of weapons and their beasts slain, with plaintive voices and burning with grief and vanquished by their foes, the vain Kauravas, entering their tents once more took counsel of one another. They then looked like snakes deprived of fangs and poisoned trod upon by others. And to them, Karna, sighing like an angry snake, squeezing his hands, and eyeing thy son, said, Arjuna is always careful, firm, possessed of skill, and endued with intelligence. Again, when the time comes, Vasudeva awakes him to what should be done. Today, by that sudden shower of weapons we were deceived by him. Tomorrow, however, O Lord of earth, I will frustrate all his purposes. Thus addressed by Karna, Duryodhana said, so be it, and then granted permission to those foremost of kings to retire. Bidden by the king, all those rulers proceeded to their respective tents. Having passed the night happily, they cheerfully went out for battle the next day. They then beheld an invincible array formed by King Yudhishthira the Just, that foremost one of Kuru race, with great care, and according to the sanction of Brihaspati and Usanas. Then that slayer of foes, Duryodhana, called to mind the heroic Karna, that counteractor of foes, that warrior with neck like that of a bull, equal to Purandara himself in battle, the Maruts in might, and Kartavirya in energy. Indeed, the heart of the king turned towards Karna, and the hearts of all the troops also turned to that hero, that Sutta's son, that mighty bowman, as one's heart turns to a friend in a situation of great danger. Dhritarashtra said, what did Duryodhana next do, O Sutta, when the hearts of all of you turned towards the Karna's son Karna? Did my troops cast their eyes on Radha's son-like persons afflicted with cold, turning their gaze towards the sun? Upon the recommencement of the battle after the withdrawal of the troops, how, O Sanjaya, did Vikarna's son Karna fight? How also did all the Pandavas fight with the Sutta's son? The mighty armed Karna would, single-handed, slay the Pathas with the Srinjayas. The might of Karna's arms in battle equals that of Sakya Vishnu. His weapons are fierce, and the prowess also of that Hisud one is fierce. Relying upon Karna, King Duryodhana had set his heart on battle. Beholding Duryodhana deeply afflicted by the son of Pandu, and seeing also the sons of Pandu displaying great prowess, what did that mighty Ka warrior, viz. Karna, do? Alas, the foolish Duryodhana, relying on Karna, hopeth to vanquish the Pathas with their sons and Geshava in battle. Alas, it is a matter of great grief that Karna could not, with his strength, overcome the sons of Pandu in fight. Without doubt, destiny is supreme. Alas, the terrible end of that gambling match hath now come. Alas, these heart-rending sorrows, due to Duryodhana's acts, many in number and like unto terrible darts, are now being borne by me, O Sanjaya. O sire, Sir Bala's son used to be then regarded as a politic person. Karna also is always exceedingly attached to King Duryodhana. Alas, when such is the case, O Sanjaya, why have I then to hear of the frequent defeats and deaths of my sons? There is no one that can resist the Pandavas in battle. They penetrate into my army like a man into the midst of helpless women. Destiny, indeed, is supreme. Sanjaya said, O king, think now of all those wrongful acts of thine like that match at dice and the others, acts that have passed away from the subjects of thought with man. One should not, however, reflect on bygone acts. One may be ruined by such reflection. That result, which thou hadst expected, is now much removed from the point of fruition, since, although possessed of knowledge, thou didst not reflect on the propriety or impropriety of thy acts then. Many a time wert thou, O king, counselled against warring with the Pandavas. Thou didst not, however, O monarch, accept those counsels, from folly. Diverse sinful acts of a grave nature were perpetrated by thee against the sons of Pandu. For those acts this awful slaughter of kings hath now come. All that, however, is now past. Do not grieve, O bull of Bharata's race. O thou of unfading glory, listen now to the details of the awful carnage that has occurred. When the night dawned, Karna repaired to King Duryodhana. Approaching the king, the mighty armed hero said, I shall, O king, engage in battle today the illustrious son of Pandu. Either I will slay that hero today, or he will slay me. In consequence of the diverse things both myself and Partha had to do, O Bharata, an encounter, O king, could not hitherto take place between myself and Arjuna. Listen now, O monarch, to these words of mine, spoken according to my wisdom. Without slaying Partha in battle I will not come back, O Bharata. Since this army of ours hath been deprived of its foremost warriors, and since I will stand in battle, Partha will advance against me, especially because I am destitute of the darts Satya gave me. Therefore, O ruler of men, listen now to what is beneficial. The energy of my celestial weapons is equal to the energy of Arjuna's weapons. In counteracting the feats of powerful foes, in lightness of hands, in range of the arrows shot, in skill, and in hitting the mark, save the Arsasi is never my equal. In physical strength, in courage, in knowledge of weapons, in prowess, O Bharata, in aiming, save the Arsasi is never my equal. My bow, called Vijaya, is the foremost of all weapons, of its kind. Desirous of doing what was agreeable to Indra, it was made by Viswakarman, the celestial artificer, for Indra. With that bow, O king, Indra had vanquished the Daityas. At its twang the Daityas beheld the 10 points to be empty. That bow, respected by all, Sakra gave to Bhrigu's son, Rama. That celestial and foremost of bows Bhrigu's son gave to me. With that bow I will contend in battle with the mighty armed Arjuna, that foremost of victorious warriors, like Indra fighting with the assembled Daityas. That formidable bow, the gift of Rama, is superior to Gandhiva. It was with that bow that the earth was subjugated thrice 7 times, by Bhrigu's son. With that bow given to me by Rama I will contend in battle with the son of Pandu. I will, O Duryodhana, gladden thee today with thy friends, by slaying in battle that hero, viz., Arjuna, that foremost of conquerors. The whole earth with her mountains and forest and islands, without to heroic warrior, to oppose thy wish, will, O king, become thine today, over which thyself with thy sons and grandsons will reign supreme. Today there is nothing that is incapable of being achieved by me, especially when the object is to do what is agreeable to thee, even as success is incapable of being missed by an ascetic zealously devoted to virtue and having his soul under control. Arjuna will not be able to bear me in battle, even as a tree in contact with fire is incapable of bearing that element. I must, however, declare in what respect I am inferior to Arjuna. The string of his bow is celestial, and the 2 large quivers of his are inexhaustible. His driver is Govinda. I have none like him. His is that celestial and foremost of bows, called Gandiva, which is irrefragable in battle. I also have that excellent, celestial, and formidable bow called Vijaya. In respect of our bows, therefore, O king, I am superior to Arjuna. Listen now to those matters in which the heroic son of Pandu is superior to me. The holder of the reins of his steeds is he of Dasha's race, who is adored by all the worlds. His celestial car decked with gold, given unto him by Agni, is impenetrable in every part, and his steeds also, O hero, are endued with the speed of the mind. His celestial standard, bearing the blazing ape, is exceedingly wonderful. Again, Krishna, who is creator of the universe, protects that car. Though inferior to Arjuna in respect of these things, I still desire to fight with him. This Shaulya, however, the ornament of assemblies, is equal to Sorin. If he becomes my driver, victory will certainly be thine. Let Shaulya, therefore, who is incapable of being resisted by foes, be the driver of my car. Let a large number of carts bear my long shafts and those that are winged with vulturine feathers. Let a number of foremost cars, O monarch, with excellent steeds yoked unto them, always follow me, O bull of Bharata's race. By these arrangements I will, as regards the qualities mentioned, be superior to Arjuna. Shaulya is superior to Krishna, and I am superior to Arjuna. As that slayer of foes, viz., he of Dasha's race, is acquainted with horse law, even so is that mighty car warrior, viz., Shaulya, acquainted with horse law. There is none equal to the chief of the Madras in might of arms. As there is none equal to myself in weapons, so there is none equal to Shaulya in knowledge of steeds. So circumstanced, I will become superior to Partha. Against my car, the very gods with Vasava at their head will not dare advance. All these being attended to, when I take my stand on my car, I will become superior to Arjuna in the attributes of warrior, and will then, O best of the Kuras, vanquish Vilgana. I desire, O monarch, all this to be done by thee, O scorcher of foes. Let these wishes of mine be accomplished. Let no time be suffered to elapse. If all this be accomplished, the most effectual aid will be rendered to me on every desirable point. Thou wilt then see, O Bharata, what I will achieve in battle. I will by every means vanquish the sons of Pandu in battle when they will approach me. The very gods and Asuras are not able to advance against me in battle. What need be said then of the sons of Pandu that are of human origin? Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by that ornament of battle, viz., Karna, thy son, worshipping the son of Radha, answered him, with a glad heart, saying, accomplish that, O Karna, which thou thinkest. Equipped with goodly quivers and steeds, such cars shall follow thee in battle. Let as many cars as thou wishest bear thy long shafts and arrows equipped with vulturine feathers. Ourselves, as also all the kings, O Karna, will follow thee in battle. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, thy royal son, endued with great prowess, approached the ruler of the Madras and addressed him in the following words. 32. Sanjaya said, thy son then, O monarch, humbly approaching that mighty car warrior, viz., the ruler of the Madras, addressed him, from affection, in these words, O thou of true vows, O thou of great good fortune, O enhancer of the sorrows of foes, O ruler of the Madras, O hero in battle, O thou that inspirest hostile troops with fear, thou hast heard, O foremost of speakers, how, for the sake of Karna, who spoke unto me, I myself am desirous of soliciting thee among all these lions of kings. O thou with incomparable prowess, O king of the Madras, for the destruction of the foe, I solicit thee today, with humility and bow of the head. Therefore, for the destruction of Partha and for my good, it behoveth thee, O foremost of car warriors, to accept, from love, the office of charioteer. With thee for his driver, the son of Radha will subjugate my foes. There is none else for holding the reins of Karna's steeds, except thee, O thou of great good fortune, thou that art the equal of Vasudeva in battle. Protect Karna then by every means, like Brahma protecting Mahabharata. Even as he of Vrishani's race protects by every means the son of Pandu in all dangers, do thou, O chief of the Madras, protect the son of Radha today. Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and thyself and the valiant ruler of the Pajas, and Shakuni the son of Sabala, and Drona's son and myself, constituted the chief strength of our army. Even thus, O Lord of earth, we had divided amongst ourselves the hostile army into portions for the share of each. The share that had been allotted to Bhishma is now no more, as also that which had been allotted to the Hysula Drona. Going even beyond their allotted shares, those two slew my foes. Those two tigers among men, however, were old, and both of them have been slain deceitfully. Having achieved the most difficult feats, both of them, O sinless one, have departed hence to heaven. Similarly, many other tigers among men, of our army, slain by foes in battle, have ascended to heaven, casting off their lives and having made great exertions to the best of their powers. This my host, therefore, O king, the greater portion of which has been slaughtered, has been reduced to this state by the Pathas who were at first fewer than us. What should be done for the present? Do that now, O Lord of earth, by which the mighty and the high-souled sons of Kunti, of prowess incapable of being baffled, may be prevented from exterminating the remnant of my host. O Lord, the Pandavas have in battle slain the bravest warriors of this my force. The mighty armed Karna alone is devoted to our good, as also thyself, O tiger among men, that art the foremost of Ka warriors in the whole world. O Shaulya, Karna wishes to contend in battle today with Arjuna. On him, O ruler of the Madras, my hopes of victory are great. There is none else in the world, save thee, that can make so good a holder of the reins for Karna. As Krishna is the foremost of all holders of reins for Partha in battle, even so, O king, be thou the foremost of all holders of reins for Karna's car. Accompanied and protected, O sire, by him in battle, the feats that Partha achieve are all before thee. Formerly, Arjuna had never slain his foes in battle in such a way. Now, however, his prowess has become great, united as he is with Krishna. Day after day, O ruler of the Madras, this vast Dhritarashtra force is seen to be rooted by Partha because he is united with Krishna. A portion remains of the share allotted to Karna and thyself, O thou of great splendor. Bear that share with Karna, and destroy it unitedly in battle. Even as Surya, uniting with Aruna, destroys the darkness, do thou, uniting with Karna, slay Partha in battle. Let the mighty Ka warriors of the enemy fly away, beholding in battle those two warriors endued with the effulgence of the morning sun, viz., Karna and Shaulya, resembling two suns risen above the horizon. Even as darkness is destroyed, O sire, at the sight of Surya and Aruna, even so let the Kauntyas, Pandavas, with the Bankalas and the Saranjayas perish beholding thee and Karna. Karna is the foremost of Ka warriors, and thou art the foremost of drivers. In the clash of battle, again there is none equal to thee. As he of Vrishani's race protects the son of Bandhu under all circumstances, even so let thyself protect Vikarna's son Karna in battle. With thee as his driver, Karna will become invincible, O king, in battle even with the gods having Sakra at their head. What then need be said about the Pandavas? Do not doubt my words. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Duryodhana, Shaulya became filled with rage. Contracting his brow into 3 lines, and waving his arms repeatedly, and rolling his large eyes red in wrath, that warrior of massive arms, proud of his lineage and wealth and knowledge and strength, said these words. Surely said thou insultest me, O son of Gandhari, or without doubt suspectest me, since thou solicitest me, without hesitation, saying, act thou as a driver. Apostrophe regarding Karna to be superior to ourselves, thou applaudest him thus. I, however, do not regard the son of Radha as my equal in battle. Assign to me a much greater share, O Lord of earth, destroying that in battle I will return to the place I come from. Or, if thou wishest, I will, O delighter of the Kuras, contend, single-handed, with the enemy. While engaged in consuming the foe, behold thou my prowess today. Brooding upon an insult, O thou of Kuru's race, a person like ourselves never engageth in my task. Do not have thy doubts about me. Never shouldst thou humiliate me in battle. Behold these two massive arms of mine, strong as the thunder. Behold also my excellent bow, and these shafts that resemble snakes of virulent poison. Behold my car, unto which I yoked excellent steeds endued with the speed of the wind. Behold also, O son of Gandhari, my mace decked with gold and twined with hempen cords. Filled with wrath, I can split the very earth, scatter the mountains, and dry up the oceans, with my own energy, O king. Knowing me, O monarch, to be so capable of afflicting the foe, why dost thou appoint me to the office of driver in battle for such a low-born person as Atirata's son? It behoveth thee not, O king of kings, to set me to such mean tasks. Being so superior, I cannot make up my mind to obey the commands of a sinful person. He that causeth a superior person arrived of his own will and obedient from love, to yield to a sinful wight, certainly incurreth the sin of confusing the superior with the inferior. Brahman created the Brahmanas from his mouth, and the Kshatriyas from his arms. He created the Vaishyas from his thighs and the Shudras from his feet. In consequence of the intermixture of those four orders, O Bharata, from those four have sprung particular classes, viz., those born of men of superior classes wedding women of classes inferior to themselves, and vice versa. The Kshatriyas have been described to be protectors of the other classes, acquirers of wealth and givers of the same. The Brahmanas have been established on the earth for the sake of favouring its people by assisting at sacrifices, by teaching and acceptance of pure gifts. Agriculture and tending of cattle and gift are the occupations of the Vaishyas according to the scriptures. Shudras have been ordained to be the servants of the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas. Similarly, the Sudras are the servants of Kshatriyas, and not latter the servants of the former. Listen to these my words, O sinless one. As regards myself, I am one whose coronal locks have undergone the sacred bath. I am born in a race of royal sages. I am reckoned a great car warrior. I deserve the worship and the praises that bards and eulogists render and sing. Being all this, O slayer of hostile troops, I cannot go to the extent of acting as the driver of the suitor's son in battle. I will never fight, undergoing an act of humiliation. I ask thy permission, O son of Gandhari, for returning home. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, the tiger among men and ornament of assemblies, viz., Shaulya, filled with rage, stood up quickly and endeavoured to get away from that concourse of kings. Thy son, however, from affection and great regard, held the king, and addressed him in these sweet and conciliatory words, that were capable of accomplishing every object, without doubt. O Shaulya, it is even so as thou hast said. But I have a certain purpose in view. Listen to it, O ruler of men. Karna is not superior to thee, nor do I suspect thee, O king. The royal chief of the Madras will never do that which is false. Those foremost of men that were thy ancestors always told the truth. I think it is for this that thou art called Artayani, the descendant of those that has truth for their refuge. And since, O giver of honours, thou art like a barbed arrow to thy foes, therefore art thou called by the name of surely on earth. O thou that makest large presents to Brahmanas at sacrifices, do thou accomplish all that which, O virtuous one, thou hadst previously said thou wouldest accomplish. Neither the son of Radha nor myself am superior to thee in valour that I would select thee as the driver of those foremost of steeds that are yoked unto Karna's car. As, however, O sire, Karna is superior to Dhananjaya in regard to many qualities, even so doth the world regard thee to be superior to Vasudeva. Karna is certainly superior to Patha in the matter of weapons, O bull among men. Thou too art superior to Krishna in knowledge of steeds and might. Without doubt, O ruler of the Madras, thy knowledge of horse is double that which the high-souled Vasudeva hath. Surely is said, since, O son of Gandhari, thou describest me, O thou of Kuru's race, in the midst of all these troops, to be superior to Devaki's son, I am gratified with thee. I will become the driver of Radha's son of great fame while he will be engaged in battle with the foremost one of Bandhu's sons, as thou solicitest me. Let this, however, O hero, be my understanding with Vikatana's son, that I will in his presence utter whatever speeches I desire. Sanjaya continued, O king, thy son, with Karna then, O Bharata, answered the prince of the Madras, O best of Bharata's race, saying, so be it. 33. Duryodhana said, listen, once more, O ruler of the Madras, to what I will say unto thee, about what happened, O Lord, in the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of yore. The great Rishi Markandeya narrated it to my sire. I will now recite it without leaving out anything, O best of royal sages. Listen to that account confidingly and without mistrusting it at all. Between the gods and the Asuras, each desirous of vanquishing the other, there happened a great battle, O king, which had Taraka for its evil root. It hath been heard by us that the Daityas were defeated by the gods. Upon the defeat of the Daityas, the three sons of Taraka, named Tarakaksha, Kamaluksha and Vijayamlin, O king, practicing the austerest penances, lived in the observance of high vows. By those penances they emaciated their bodies, O scorcher of foes. In consequence of their self-restraint, their penances, their vows and contemplation, the boon-giving grandsire became gratified with them and gave them boons. Unitedly they solicited the grandsire of all the worlds, O king, for the boon of immunity from death at the hands of all creatures of all times. The divine Lord and Master of all the worlds said unto them, there is nothing like immunity from death at the hands of all creatures. Therefore, ye Asuras, abstain from such a prayer. Solicit some of the boon that may seem desirable to you. When all of them, O king, having settled it amongst themselves after long and repeated conferences, bowed to the great Master of all the worlds and said these words, O God, O grandsire, give us this boon. Residing in 3 cities, we will rove over this earth, with thy grace ever before us. After 1,000 years then, we will come together, and our 3 cities also, O sinless one, will become united into one. That foremost one amongst the gods who will, with one shaft, pierce those 3 cities united into one, will, O Lord, be the cause of our destruction. Saying unto them, let it be so, that God ascended to heaven. Those Asuras then, filled with joy at having obtained those boons and having settled it among themselves about the construction of the 3 cities, selected for the purpose the great Asura Maya, the celestial artificer, knowing no fatigue or decay, and worshipped by all the Daityas and Danavas. Then Maya, of great intelligence, by the aid of his own ascetic merit, constructed 3 cities, one of which was of gold, another of silver, and the third of black iron. The golden city was set in heaven, the silver city in the welkin, and the iron city was set on the earth, all in such a way as to revolve in a circle, O Lord of earth. Each of those cities measured 100 yojanas in breadth and 100 in length. And they consisted of houses and mansions and lofty walls and porches. And though teeming with lordly palaces close to each other, yet the streets were wide and spacious. And they were adorned with divers mansions and gateways. Each of those cities, again, O monarch, had a separate king. The beautiful city of gold belonged to the illustrious Tarukakshaw, the silver city to Kamalukshaw, and the iron one to Vijayanmalan. Those three Daitya kings, soon assailing the three worlds with their energy, continued to dwell and reign, and began to say, Who is he called the Creator? And to those foremost of Danavas, having no heroes equal to them, came from every side millions upon millions of proud and flesh-eating Danavas who had before been defeated by the Celestials, and who now settled in the three cities, desirous of great prosperity. And to all of them thus united, Maya became the supplier of everything they wanted. Relying upon him, all of them resided there, in perfect fearlessness. Whoever amongst those residing in the triple city wished for any object in his heart had his wish fulfilled by Maya, aided by the latter's powers of illusion. Tarukakshaw had a heroic and mighty son named Hari. He underwent the ostrest of penances, upon which the grandsire became gratified with him. When the god was gratified, Hari solicited a boon of him, saying, Let a lake start into existence in our city, such that persons, slain by means of weapons, may, when thrown into it, come out with life, and with redoubled strength. Obtaining this boon, the heroic Hari, son of Tarukakshaw, created a lake, O Lord, in his city, that was capable of reviving the dead. In whatever form and whatever guise a Daitya might have been slain, if thrown into that lake, he was restored to life, in the self-same form and guise. Obtaining alive the slain among them, the Daityas began to afflict the three worlds. Crowned with success by means of austere penances, those enhancers of the fears of the gods sustained, O king, no diminution in battle. Stupefied then by covetousness and folly, and deprived of their senses, all of them began to shamelessly exterminate the cities and towns established all over the universe. Filled with pride at the boons they had received, and driving before them, at all times and from all places, the gods with their attendants, they roamed at all over celestial forests and other realms dear to the denizens of heaven and the delightful and sacred asylums of rishis. And the wicked Danavas ceased to show any respect for anybody. While the worlds were thus afflicted, Sakra, surrounded by the Maruts, battled against the three cities by hurling his thunder upon them from every side. When, however, Prandra failed to pierce those cities made impenetrable, O king, by the Creator with his boons, the chief of celestials, filled with fear, and leaving those cities, prepared with those very gods to that chastiser of foes, viz., the grandsire, for representing unto him the oppressions committed by the Asuras. Representing everything and bowing with their heads unto him, they asked the divine grandsire the means by which the triple city could be destroyed. The illustrious deity, hearing the words of Indra, told the gods, He that is an offender against you offends against me also. The Asuras are all of wicked souls and always hate the gods. They that give pain to you always offend against me. I am impartial to all creatures. There is no doubt in this. For all that, however, they that are unrighteous should be slain. This is my fixed vow. Those three forts are to be pierced with one shaft. By no other means can their destruction be effected. None else, save Sthanu, is competent to pierce them with one shaft. Ye Adityas, select Sthanu, otherwise called Ishana, and Jishnu, who is never fatigued with work, as your warrior. It is he that will destroy those Asuras. Hearing these words of his, the gods with Sakra at their head, making Brahman take their lead, sought the protection of the deity having the bull for his mark. Those righteous ones accompanied by rishis devoted to the severest penances and uttering the eternal words of the Vedas, sought Bhava with their whole soul. And they praised, O King, in the high words of the Vedas, that dispeller of the fears in all situations of fear, that universal soul, that supreme soul, that one by whom all this is pervaded with his soul. Then the gods who, by special penances, had learned to still all the functions of his soul and to withdraw soul from matter, they who had their soul always under control, beheld him, called Deshana, that lord of that mass of energy, that is, who hath no equal in the universe, that source of everything, that sinless self. Through that deity is one they had imagined him to be of various forms. Beholding in that high-souled one those diverse forms that each had individually conceived in own heart, all of them became filled with wonder. Beholding that unborn one, that Lord of the universe, to be the embodiment of all creatures, the gods and the regenerate rishis, all touched the earth with their heads, saluting them with the word welcome and raising them from their bent attitudes. The illustrious Sankara addressed them smilingly, saying, Tell us the object of your visit. Commanded by the three-eyed God, their hearts became easy. They then said these words unto him, Our repeated salutations to thee, O Lord. Salutations to thee that art the source of all the gods, to thee that art armed with the bow, to thee that art full of wrath. Salutations to thee that hast destroyed the sacrifice of that Lord of creatures, viz. Daksha, to thee that art adored by all the lords of creatures. Salutations to thee that art always praised, to thee that deservest to be praised, to thee that art death's self. Salutations to thee that art red, to thee that art fierce, to thee that art blue-throated, to thee that art armed with a trident, to thee that art incapable of being baffled, to thee that hast eyes as beautiful as those of the gazelle, to thee that fightest with the foremost of weapons, to thee that deservest all praise, to thee that art pure, to thee that art destruction's self, to thee that art the destroyer, to thee that art irresistible, to thee that art Brahman, to thee that leadest the life of a Brahmachari, to thee that art Ishana, to thee that art immeasurable, to thee that art the great controller, to thee that art robed in tatters, to thee that art ever engaged in penances, to thee that art tawny, to thee that art observant of vows, to thee that art robed in animal skins, to thee that art the sire of Kumara, to thee that art three-eyed, to thee that art armed with the foremost of weapons, to thee that destroyest the afflictions of all that seek thy shelter, to thee that destroyest all haters of Brahmanas, to thee that art the Lord of all trees, the Lord of all men, the Lord of all kine, and ever the Lord of sacrifices. Salutations to thee that art always at the head of troops, to thee that art three-eyed, to thee that art endued with fierce energy. We devote ourselves to thee in thought, word and deed. Be gracious unto us. Gratified with these adorations, the Holy One, saluting them with the word welcome, said unto them, Let your fears be dispelled. Say, what we are to do for you. 34. Duryodhana said, after the fears of those throngs of the Pitris, the gods, and the rishis had thus been dispelled by that high-souled deity, Brahman then offered his adorations unto Sankara, and said these words for the benefit of the universe. Through thy favour, O Lord of all, the lordship of all creatures is mine. Occupying the trunk, I have given a great boon to the Danavas. It behoveth none else, save thee, O Lord of the past and the future, to destroy those wicked wights that show no regard for anyone. Thou, O God, art the only person competent to slay the foes of these denizens of heaven that have sought thy protection and that solicit thee. O Lord of all the gods, show favour to these. Slay the Danavas, O wielder of the trident. O giver of honours, let the universe, through thy grace, obtain happiness. O Lord of all the worlds, thou art the one whose shelter should be sought. We all seek thy shelter. Stanu said, all your foes should be slain. But I shall not, however, slay them single-handed. The enemies of the gods are possessed of might. Therefore, all of you, united together, consume those enemies of yours in battle, with half my might. Union is great strength. The gods said, theirs, Danava's, is twice the energy and might of ourselves, we think, for we have already seen their energy and might. The Holy One said, those sinful wights that have offended against ye should be slain. With half of my energy and might, slay all those enemies of yours. The gods said, we will not be able, O Maeswara, to bear half of thy energy. With, on the other hand, half of our united might, do thou slay those foes. The Holy One said, if, indeed, ye have not the ability to bear half of my might, then, endued with half of your united energy, I will slay them. Duryodhana continued, the celestials then, addressing the God of gods, said, so be it, O best of kings. Taking half of their energies from all of them, he became superior in might. Indeed, in might that God became superior to all in the universe. From that time Sankara came to be called Mahadeva. And Mahadeva then said, armed with bow and shaft, I will, from my car, slay in battle those foes of yours, ye denizens of heaven. Therefore, ye gods, see now to my car and bow and shaft, so that I may, this very day, throw the Asuras down on the earth. The gods said, gathering all forms that may be found in the three worlds and taking potions of each, we will each, O Lord of the gods, construct a car of great energy for thee. It will be a large car, the handiwork of Viswakarman, designed with intelligence. Saying this, those tigers among the gods began the construction of that car. And they made Vishnu and Soma and Hutasana the arrow for Sankara Zeus. Agni became the staff, and Soma became the head, and Vishnu the point, O king, of that foremost of arrows. The goddess Earth, with her large cities and towns, her mountains and forests and islands, that home of diverse creatures, was made the car. The Mandara mountain was made its axle, and the great river Ganga was made its janga, and the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, became the ornaments of the car. The constellations became its shaft, the Krita age became its yoke, and that best of snakes, viz. Vasuki, became the clavara of that car. Himravat and Vindhya mountains became its upaskara and adhisthana, and the Udaya and the Asta mountains were made the wheels of that car by those foremost ones among the gods. They made the excellent ocean, that abode of the Danavas, its other axle. The 7 rishis became the protectors of the wheels of that car. Ganga and Sarasvati and Sindhu and the sky became its dhura. All the other rivers and all the waters became the cords for binding the several limbs of that car. Day and night and the other divisions of time, such as colours and clusters and seasons, became its amukasha. The blazing planets and the stars became its wooden fence. Religion, profit, and pleasure, united together, became its trivenu. The herbs and the creepers, decked with flowers and fruits, became its spells. Making the sun and the moon equal, these were made there, other 2 wheels of that foremost of cars. Day and night were made its auspicious swings on the right and left. The 10 foremost of snakes, having Dhritarashtra for their first, all exceedingly strong, formed their other shaft of that car. The sky was made its other yoke, and the clouds called Samvataka and Valahaka were the 11 strings of the yoke. The 2 twilights and Dritari and Meda and Stiti and Saunati, and the firmament bespangled with planets and stars, were made the skins for covering that car. Those regents of the world, viz., the lords of the gods, of the waters, of the dead, and of treasures, were made the steeds of that car. Kalpashta, Anwasha, and Karkadaka, and Ananjaya and the other snakes became the cords for binding the manes of the steeds. The cardinal and the subsidiary directions became the reins of the steeds of that car. The Vedic sound Vashat became the goad, and Gayatri became the string attached to that goad. The 4 auspicious days were made the traces of the steeds, and the bitress presiding over them were made the hooks and pins. Action and truth and ascetic penances and profit were made the cords of that car. The mind became the ground upon which that car stood, and speech the tracks upon which it was to proceed. Beautiful banners of various hues waved in the air, with lightning and Indra's bow attached to it. That blazing car gave fierce light. That space of time which, on a former occasion, had, in the sacrifice of the high Sudeshana, been fixed as a year, became the bow, and the goddess Savitri became the louder-sounding bowstring. A celestial coat of mail was made, decked with costly gems, and impenetrable and effulgent, sprung from the wheel of time. That golden mountain, viz., the beautiful Mru, became the flagstaff, and the clouds decked with flashes of lightning became its banners. Thus equipped, that car shone brilliantly like a blazing fire in the midst of the priests officiating at his sacrifice. Beholding that car properly equipped, the gods became filled with wonder. Seeing the energies of the entire universe united together in one place, O sire, the gods wondered, and at last represented unto that illustrious deity that the car was ready. After, O monarch, that best of cars had thus been constructed by the gods, O tiger among men, for grinding their foes, Sankara placed upon it his own celestial weapons. Making the sky its flagstaff, he placed upon it his bovine bull. The Brahmana's rod, the rod of death, Rudra's rod, and fever became the protectors of the sides of that car and stood with faces turned towards all sides. Atharvan and Anjirasa became the protectors of the car wheels of that illustrious warrior. The Rigveda, the Samaveda, and the Puranas stood in advance of that car. The histories and the Yajurveda became the protectors of the rear. All sacred speeches and all the sciences stood around it, and all hymns, O monarch, and the Vedic sound of Vashat also. And the syllable Om, O king, standing in the van of that car, made it exceedingly beautiful. Having made the year adorned with the 6 seasons his bow, he made his own shadow the irrefragable string of that bow in that battle. The illustrious Rudra is death's self. The year became his bow, Kalaratri the death knight therefore, which is Rudra's shadow, became the indestructible string of that bow. Vishnu and Agni and Soma became, as already said, the arrow. The universe is said to consist of Agni and Soma. The universe is similarly said to consist of Vishnu. Vishnu is, again, the soul of the holy bhava of immeasurable energy. For this the touch of that bowstring became unbearable to the Asuras. And the Lord Sankara cast on that arrow his own irresistible and fierce wrath, the unbearable fire of anger, viz., that which was born of wrath of Bhrigu and Anjirasa. Then he called Nila Rohita, blue and red or smoke, that terrible deity robed in skins looking like 10,000 suns, and shrouded by the fire of superabundant energy, blazed up with splendor. That discomforter of even him that is difficult of being discomfited, that victor, that slayer of all haters of Brahma, called also Hara, that rescuer of the righteous and destroyer of the unrighteous, viz., the illustrious Sthanu, accompanied by many beings of terrible might and terrible forms that were endued with the speed of the mind and capable of agitating and crushing all foes, as if with all the 14 faculties of the soul awake about him, looked exceedingly resplendent. Having his limbs for their refuge, this entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures that were present there, O king, looked beautiful, presenting a highly wonderful appearance. Beholding that car, duly equipped, he cased himself in mail and armed himself with a bow, and took up that celestial shaft, firstborn of Soma and Vishnu and Agni, the gods, O king, then commanded that foremost of celestials, viz., wind, to breathe after that puissant deity all the fragrance that he carries. Then Mahadeva, terrifying the very gods, and making the very earth tremble, ascended that car resolutely. Then the great rishis, the Gandharvas, those throngs of gods and those diverse tribes of Apsaras began to praise that Lord of the gods while he was about to ascend that car. Adored by the regenerate rishis, and praised by the eulogists and diverse tribes of dancing Apsaras well versed in the art of dancing, that boon-giving Lord, armed with scimitar and arrow and bow, looked very beautiful. Smiling, he then asked the gods, "Who will become my driver?" The gods answered him, saying, "He whom thou wilt appoint, will, O Lord of the gods, without doubt, become thy driver." And to them the god replied, "Reflecting yourselves, without delay make him my driver who is superior to me." Hearing these words uttered by the High-soul deity, the gods repaired unto the grandsire and inclining him to grace, said these words, "We have accomplished everything, O Holy One, that thou hadst ordered us to do in the matter of afflicting the foes of celestials. The deity having the bull for his mark has been gratified with us. A car hath been constructed by us, equipped with many wonderful weapons. We do not, however, know who is to become the driver of that foremost of cars. Therefore, let some foremost one among the gods be appointed as the driver. O Holy One, it behoveth thee to make true those words that thou, O Lord, hast then said to us. Before this, O God, thou hadst even said to us that thou wouldest do us good. It behoveth thee to accomplish that promise. That irresistible and best of cars, that router of our foes, hath been constructed out of the component parts of the celestials. The deity armed with Pinnaker hath been made the warrior who is to stand on it. Striking the Danavas with fear, he is prepared for battle. The 4 Vedas have become the 4 foremost of steeds. With her mountains, the earth has become the car of that high-souled one. The stars have become the adornments of that vehicle. As already said, Hara is their warrior. We do not, however, see who is to become the driver. A driver should be sought for that car who is superior to all these. Equal to thee in importance is that car, O God, and Hara is the warrior. Armor, and weapons, and bow, these we have got already, O grandsire. Except thee, we do not behold any person that can make its driver. Thou art endued with every accomplishment. Thou, O Lord, art superior to all the gods. Mounting upon that car with speed, hold the reins of those foremost of steeds, for the victory of the celestials and the destruction of their foes. It has been heard by us that bowing with their heads unto the grandsire that Lord of the 3 worlds, the gods sought to gratify him for inducing him to accept the drivership. The grandsire said, "There is nothing of untruth in all this that ye have said, ye denizens of heaven. I will hold the reins of the steeds for Gapadin while he will be engaged in fight." Then that illustrious god, that creator of the worlds, the grandsire, was appointed by the gods as the driver of the high-souled Ishana. And when he was about to ascend quickly upon that car worshipped by all, those steeds, endued with the speed of the wind, bowed themselves with their heads to the earth. Having ascended the car, the illustrious deity, viz., the grandsire resplendent with his own energy, took the reins and the goad. Then the illustrious god, raising those steeds, addressed that foremost one among the gods, viz., Sthanu, saying, "Ascend." Then, taking that arrow composed of Vishnu and Soma and Agni, Sthanu ascended the car, causing the foe to tremble by means of his bow. The great rishis, the Gandharvas, the throngs of gods, and the diverse tribes of Apsaras, then praised that Lord of the gods after he had ascended the car. Resplendent with beauty, the boon-giving Lord, armed with scimitar, shaft, and bow, stayed on the car, causing the three worlds to blaze forth with his own energy. The great deity once more said unto the gods headed by Indra, "Ye should never grieve, doubting my ability to destroy the Asura. Know that the Asuras have already been slain by means of this arrow." The gods then answered, saying, "It is true. The Asuras have already been slain." Indeed, the gods, thinking that the words which the divine Lord had said could not be untrue, became exceedingly gratified. Then that Lord of the gods proceeded, surrounded by all the gods, upon that large car, O king, which had nothing to compare with it. And the illustrious deity was adored, all the while by the attendants that always wait upon him, and by others that subsisted on meat, that were invincible in battle, and that danced in joy on the present occasion, running wildly on all sides and shouting at one another. Rishis also, of great good fortune, possessed of ascetic merit and endued with high qualities, as also the gods, wished for Mahadeva's success. When that boon-giving Lord, that dispeller of the fears of the three worlds, thus proceeded, the entire universe, all the gods, O best of men, became exceedingly gratified. And the Rishis there adored the Lord of the gods with diverse hymns, and enhancing his energy, O king, shook up their station there. And millions upon millions of Gandharvas played upon diverse kinds of musical instruments at the hour of his setting out. When the boon-giving Brahman, having ascended the car, set out for the Asuras, the Lord of the universe, smiling the while, said, "Excellent, excellent. Proceed, O God, to the spot where the deities are. Urge the steeds wakefully. Behold today the might of arms while I slay the foe in battle." Thus addressed, Brahman urged those steeds endued with the fleetness of the wind or thought towards that spot where the triple city, O king, stood, protected by the deities and the Danavas. With those steeds worshipped by all the worlds, and which coursed with such speed that they seemed to devour the skies, the illustrious god quickly proceeded for the victory of the denizens of heaven. Indeed, when Bava, riding on the car, set out towards the triple city, his bull uttered tremendous roars, filling all the points of the compass. Hearing that loud and terrible roar of the bull, many of the descendants and followers of Taraka, those enemies of the gods, breathed their last. Others amongst them stood facing the foe for battle. Then Stanu, O king, armed with trident, became deprived of his senses in wrath. All creatures became frightened, and the three worlds began to tremble. Frightful portents appeared when he was on the point of aiming that shaft. In consequence, however, of the pressure caused by the weight of Soma, Agni, and Vishnu that were in that shaft, as also of the pressure caused by the weight of Brahman and Rudra and the latter's bow, that car seemed to sink. Then Narayana, issuing out of the point of that shaft, assumed the form of a bull and raised that large car. During the time the car had sunk and the foe had began to roar, the illustrious deity, endued with great might, began, from rage, to utter loud shouts, standing, O giver of honours, on the head of his bull and the back of his steeds. At that time the illustrious Rudra was employed in eyeing the Danava city. While in that posture, O best of men, Rudra cut off the teats of the horses and clove the hoofs of the bull. Blessed be thou, from the date the hoofs of all animals of the bovine species came to be cloven. And from that time, O king, horses, afflicted by the mighty Rudra of wonderful deeds, came to be without teats. Then Sava, having stringed his bow and aimed that shaft with which he had united the Pasupata weapon, waited thinking of the triple city. And O king, as Rudra thus stood, holding his bow, the three cities during the time became united. When the three cities, losing their separate characters, became united, tumultuous became the joy of the high-souled gods. Then all the gods, the Siddhas, and the great Rishis, uttered the word Jaya, adoring Meshwara. The triple city then appeared immediately before that god of unbearable energy, that deity of fierce and indescribable form, that warrior who was desirous of slaying the Asuras. The illustrious deity, that lord of the universe, then drawing that celestial bow, sped that shaft which represented the might of the whole universe, at the triple city. Upon that foremost of shafts, O thou of great good fortune, being shot, loud wails of woe were heard from those cities as they began to fall down towards the earth. Burning those Asuras, he threw them down into the western ocean. Thus was the triple city burned, and thus were the Danavas exterminated by Mahabharata in wrath, from desire of doing good to the three worlds. The fire born of his own wrath, the three-eyed god quenched, saying, Do not reduce the three worlds to ashes. After this, the gods, the rishis, and the three worlds became all restored to their natural dispositions, and gratified Sthanu of unrivaled energy with words of high import. Receiving then the permission of the great god, the gods with the Creator at their head went away to the places they came from, their object being accomplished after such effort. Thus that illustrious deity, that Creator of the worlds, that Lord of both the gods and the Asuras, viz., Mahabharata, did that which was for the good of all the worlds. As the illustrious Brahman, the Creator of the worlds, the grandsire, the supreme deity of unfading glory, acted as the driver of Rudra, so do thou restrain the steeds of the high-souled son of Radha like grandsire restraining those of Rudra. There is not the slightest doubt, O tiger among kings, that thou art superior to Krishna, to Karna, and to Falguna. In battle, Karna is like Rudra, and thou art like Brahman in policy. United, ye two, therefore, were competent to vanquish my foes that are even like the Asuras. Let, O Shaulya, that be done speedily today, by which this Karna, grinding the Pandava troops, may be able to slay Kunti's son owning white steeds and having Krishna for the driver of his car. Upon thee depend Karna, ourselves, our kingdom, and our victory in battle. Hold the reins, therefore, of the excellent steeds of Karna. There is another story which I will narrate. Listen once more to it. A virtuous Brahmana had recited it in the presence of my father. Hearing these delightful words fraught with the reasons and purposes of acts, do, O Shaulya, what thou mayst settle, without entertaining any scruples. In the race of the Brukus was Jamadani of severe ascetic penances. He had a son endued with energy and every virtue, who became celebrated by the name of Rama. Practicing the austerest penances, of cheerful soul, bound to observances and vows, and keeping his senses under control, he gratified the god Bhava for obtaining weapons. In consequence of his devotion and tranquility of heart, Mahadeva became gratified with him. Sankara, understanding the desire cherished in his heart, showed himself unto Rama. And Mahadeva said, O Rama, I am gratified with thee. Blessed be thou, thy desire is known to me. Make thy soul pure. Thou wilt then have all that thou desirest. I will give thee all weapons when thou wilt become pure. Those weapons, O son of Bhrigu, burn a person that is incompetent and that is not deserving of them. Thus addressed by that god of gods, that deity bearing the trident, the son of Jamadani, bending his head unto that puissant high-souled one, said, O god of gods, it behoveth thee to give those weapons unto me that am always devoted to thy service, when, indeed, thou wilt regard me fit for holding them. Duryodhana continued. With penances then, and restraining his senses, and observances of vows, and worship and offerings, and with sacrifices and homa performed with mantras, Rama adored Sava for many long years. At last Mahadeva, pleased with the high-souled son of Bhrigu's race, described him, in the presence of his divine spouse, as possessed of many virtues. This Rama, of firm vows, is ever devoted to me. Gratified with him, The Lord Sankara thus repeatedly proclaimed his virtues in the presence of gods and the rishis, O slayer of foes. Meanwhile, the deities became very mighty. Blinded by pride and folly, they afflicted the denizens of heaven. The gods then, uniting together, and firmly resolved to slay them, strove earnestly for the destruction of those foes. They, however, failed to vanquish them. The gods then, repairing to Mahabharata, the lord of began to gratify him with devotion, saying, "Slay our foes." That god, having promised the destruction of their foes unto the celestials, summoned Rama, the descendant of Bhrigu. And Sankara addressed Rama, saying, "O descendant of Bhrigu, slay all the assembled foes of the gods, from desire of doing good unto all the worlds, as also for my satisfaction." Thus addressed, Rama replied unto that boon-giving Lord of 3 eyes, saying, "What strength have I, O chief of the gods, destitute as I am of weapons, to slay in battle the assembled Danavas that are accomplished in weapons and invincible in fight?" Mahabharata said, "Go thou at my command. Thou shalt slay those foes. Having vanquished all those enemies, thou shalt acquire numerous merits." Hearing these words and accepting them all, Rama, causing propitiatory rites to be performed for his success, proceeded against the Danavas. Addressing those enemies of the gods that were endued with might and possessed with folly and pride, he said, "Ye deities that are fierce in battle, give me battle. I have been sent by the god of gods to vanquish you." Thus addressed by the descendant of Bhrigu, the deities began to fight. The delighter of the Bhagavas, however, slaying the deities in battle, with strokes whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, came back to Mahadeva, Jamadani's son, that foremost of Brahmanas, returned with many wounds on his person inflicted by the Danavas. Touched, however, by Stanu, his wounds were immediately healed. Gratified also with that feat of his, the illustrious god gave diverse kinds of boons unto the high-souled son of Bhrigu. With satisfaction in his heart, the trident-wielding god of gods said, "The pain thou hast suffered in consequence of the fall of weapons upon thy body evidences the superhuman feat that thou hast achieved, O delighter of the Bhrigus. As desired by thee, accept from me these celestial weapons." Duryodhana continued, having obtained all the celestial weapons and the boons that had been desired by him, Rama bowed unto Shiva with his head. Obtaining the leave also of the gods, that great ascetic went away. This is the old story that the Rishi had recited. The descendant of Bhrigu gave the whole science of weapons unto the high-souled Karna, O tiger among kings with delighted heart. If Karna had any fault, O Lord of earth, the delighter of Bhrigu's race would never have given him his celestial weapons. I do not think that Karna could have been born in the Suta order. I think him to be the son of a god, born in the Kshatriya order. I think that he was abandoned in infancy, in order that the race in which he was born might be ascertained by his features and feats. By no means, O surelier, could this Karna have been born in the Suta order. With his natural earring and natural coat of mail, this mighty Ka warrior of long arms, resembling Surya himself, could not be borne by a common woman, even as a she-deer can never bear a tiger. His arms are massive, each resembling the trunk of a prince of elephants. Behold his chest that is so broad and capable of resisting every foe. Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana, O king, cannot be an ordinary person. Endued with great valor, this disciple of Rama, O king of kings, is a high-souled personage. 35. Duryodhana said, "Even thus did that illustrious deity, that grandsire of all the worlds, viz., Brahman, act as driver on that occasion, and even thus did Rudra become the warrior. The driver of the car, O hero, should be superior to the warrior on it. Therefore, O tiger among men, do thou hold the reins of the steeds in this battle." as on that occasion the grandsire had been selected with care by all the celestials. Indeed, O great king, as one greater than Sankara, so thou that art superior to Kana art now selected by us with care. Like the grandsire holding the reins of Rudra's steeds, do thou hold, without delay, the reins of Kana's steeds in battle, O thou with great splendor. Surely said, O foremost of men, many a time have I heard this excellent and celestial history recited to me, of those 2 lions among gods. Indeed, I have heard how the grandsire acted as the driver of Bhava and how the Asuras also, O Bharata, were all destroyed with one shaft. Krishna also had knowledge of all this before, the knowledge, viz., of how the illustrious grandsire had become the driver on that occasion of yore. Indeed, Krishna knoweth the past and the future with all their details. Knowing this fact, he became the driver, O Bharata, of Partha, like the self-create becoming the driver of Rudra. If the suitor's son, by some means, succeeds in slaying the son of Kunti, Keshava, beholding Partha slain, will fight himself. That bearer of the conch, the discus, and the mace, will then consume thy army. There is no king here that will stay in the ranks in front of that illustrious one of Vrishni's race when he will be excited with wrath. Sanjaya said, unto the ruler of the Madras who was speaking in that strain, that chastiser of foes, viz., thy mighty armed son of cheerful soul replied, saying, Do not, O mighty armed one, think disparagingly of Kana, otherwise called Vaikatana, in battle, that warrior who is the foremost of all wielders of arms and who is acquainted with the meaning of the whole body of our scriptures. Hearing the terrible and loud twang of his bow and the sound of his palms, the Pandava troops fly away on all sides. Thou hast witnessed it with thy own eyes, O mighty armed one, how Ghatotkaka, screened by his illusions and displaying hundreds of illusions, was still slain that night by Kana. Feeling a great fear all these days, Vatsu could never stand fronting Kana. The mighty Bhimsen also, moved hither and thither by the horn of Kana's bow, was, O king, addressed in very harsh words such as fool and glutton. The 2 brave sons of Madri also were defeated by Kana in great battle, though, from some object he had in view, he did not, O sire, slay them then. That foremost one of Vrishni's race, viz., the heroic Satyaki, the chief of the Satvata clan, was vanquished by Kana and made callous. Others, such as all the Saranjayas headed by Drishadama, have been repeatedly defeated in battle by Kana, the great Ka warrior who has achieved all these feats and who, excited with wrath, is competent to slay Purandara himself armed with a thunderbolt in fight. Thyself also, O hero, art acquainted with every weapon. Thou art, again, the master of all branches of learning. There is none on earth who is thy equal in might of arms. Irresistible in prowess, thou art like a dart, surelier unto thy enemies. It is for this, O king, that thou, O slayer of foes, art called Sholya. Encountering the might of thy arms, all the Satwatas were unable to get the better of it. Is Krishna superior to thee in might of arms, O king? Indeed, as Krishna is to bear the burthen of the Pandava troops upon the slaughter of Partha, even so art thou to bear the burthen of this vast Kaurava force if Karna lays down his life. Why should he be able to resist my troops, and why shouldst not thou be able to slay the hostile troops, O sire? For thy sake, O sire, I would willingly follow the footsteps of my slain brothers and the other heroic kings of the earth. Surely said, O son of Gandhari, when thou, O giver of honours, describest me before thy troops to be superior to the son of Devaki, I am exceedingly gratified with thee. I accept the drivership of the celebrated son of Radha when he will fight with that foremost of the sons of Pandu, as thou desirest. I have, however, O hero, a compact to make with Vyakatana, and that is this: I will utter whatever words I may wish, in this one's presence. Sanjaya continued, Thy son then, O king, with Karna, O sire, answered the ruler of the Madras, saying, Let it be so in the presence of all the Kshatriyas. Assured by Shulya's acceptance of the drivership, Duryodhana, filled with joy, embraced Karna. Eulogized by bards and panegyrists around, Thy son then once more addressed Karna, saying, Slay all the Pathas in battle, like the great Indra slaying the Danavas. Shulya having accepted the office of holding the reins of his steeds, Karna, with a cheerful heart, once more addressed Duryodhana, saying, The ruler of the Madras does not say very cheerfully what he says. O king, solicit him once more in sweet words. Thus addressed, the mighty king Duryodhana, possessed of great wisdom and accomplished in everything, once more spoke unto that lord of earth, viz., Shulya, the ruler of Madras, in a voice deep as that of the clouds and filling the whole region there with the sound of that voice. O Shulya, Karna thinks that he should fight with Arjuna today. O tiger among men, hold the reins of Karna's steeds in battle. Having slain all the other warriors, Karna desires to slay Fulgana. I solicit thee, O king, repeatedly, in the matter of holding the reins of his steeds. As Krishna, that foremost of all drivers, is the counsellor of Patha, even so do thou protect the son of Radha today from every danger. Sanjaya continued, Embracing thy son then, Shulya the ruler of the Madras, joyfully answered that slayer of foes, viz., Duryodhana, saying, If this is what is thou thinkest, O royal son of Gandhari, O thou of handsome features, I shall, for that, accomplish everything that may be agreeable to thee. O chief of the Bharatas, for whatever acts I may be fit, employing myself therein with my whole heart, I will bear the burthen of those acts of thine. Let Karna, however, and thyself pardon me all those words, agreeable or disagreeable, that I may speak unto Karna from desire of his good. Karna said, O ruler of the Madras, be thou ever engaged in our good as Brahman in that of Ishana, as Keshava in that of Patha. Shulya said, These four kinds of conduct, self-rebuke and self-praise, speaking ill of others, and adulation of others, are never practiced by those that are respectable. That, however, O learned one, which I shall say, for inspiring thy confidence, is fraught with self-adulation. For all that, listen to it duly. O puissant one, like Matuli himself, I am fit to act as the driver of even Indra in watchfulness, in managing the steeds, in knowledge of coming danger and of the means of avoiding it, and in competence to avoid it in practice. When thou wilt be engaged in battle with Patha, I will hold the reins of thy steeds. Let thy anxiety be dispelled, O Suta's son. 36. Duryodhana said, This one, O Karna, will act as thy driver, this ruler of the Madras, who is superior to Krishna, like Matuli the driver of the chief of the celestials. Indeed, as Matuli taketh the management of the car unto which the steeds of Indra are attached, even so will Shulya be the driver of the steeds of thy car today. With thyself as warrior on that vehicle and the ruler of the Madras as its driver, that foremost of car will certainly vanquish the Pathas in battle. Sanjaya continued, When the morning came, O monarch, Duryodhana once more addressed the ruler of the Madras endued with great activity, saying, O ruler of the Madras, hold the reins in battle of Karna's foremost of steeds. Protected by thee, the son of Radha will vanquish Dhananjaya. Thus addressed, Shulya, answering, So be it, descended the car, O Bharata. When Shulya approached that car, Karna with a cheerful heart addressed his driver, saying, O charioteer, quickly equip the car for me. Having duly equipped the triumphal car, the foremost of its kind, which resembled the vapory mansions in the sky, Shaurya presented it to Kana, saying, "Blessed be thou, victory to thee." Then Kana, that foremost of Ka warriors, duly worshipping that Ka which had in days of old been sanctified by a priest conversant with Brahma, and circumambulating it and carefully adoring the god Surya, addressed the ruler of the Madras standing near, saying, "Ascend the vehicle." Thereupon Shaurya of mighty energy ascended that large, invincible, and foremost of cars, belonging to Kana, like a lion ascending a mountain summit. Beholding Shaurya stationed, Kana ascended his excellent car like the sun riding on the mass of clouds charged with lightning. Mounted on the same car, those two heroes endued with the splendor or the sun of fire looked resplendent like Surya and Agni sitting together on a cloud in the firmament. Eulogized then by bards and panegyrists, those two heroes of great effulgence looked like Indra and Agni adored with hymns in a sacrifice by Ritwiks and Sardasyas. Kana stood on that car, the reins of whose steeds were held by Shaurya, stretching his formidable bow, like the sun himself within a halo of circular light. Stationed on that foremost of cars, that tiger among men, Kana, with his shafts constituting his rays, looked beautiful like the sun on the Mandara mountains. And to the mighty armed son of Radha, that warrior of immeasurable energy, stationed on his car for battle, Duryodhana said these words, "O son of Adrata, O hero, do thou achieve that feat difficult of accomplishment which Drona and Bhishma have not achieved in the very sight of all the bowmen. I had always believed that those two mighty car warriors, viz., Bhishma and Drona, would without doubt slay Arjuna and Bhimasena in battle. Like a second wielder of the thunderbolt, O son of Radha, do thou in great battle achieve that feat worthy of a hero which was not achieved by those two. Either seize King Yudhishthira the just, or slay Dhananjaya and Bhimasena, O son of Radha, and the twin sons of Madri. Blessed be thou, let victory be thine. Set out for battle, O tiger among men. Reduce to ashes all the troops of Pandu's son." Then thousands of trumpets and tens of thousands of drums, sounded together, produced a noise like that of the clouds in the welkin. Accepting those words of Duryodhana, the foremost of Ka warriors stationed on his car, viz., the son of Radha, addressed Shaurya, that warrior accomplished in battle, saying, "Urge the steeds, O mighty armed one, so that I may slay Dhananjaya and Bhimasena and both the twins and King Yudhishthira. O Shaurya, let Dhananjaya behold today the might of my arms, when I will be engaged in shooting shafts winged with canker feathers in hundreds and thousands. Today, O Shaurya, I will shoot shafts with great energy for the destruction of the Pandavas and the victory of Duryodhana." Shaurya said, "O Suta's son, why dost thou think so low of the sons of Pandu, all of whom are endued with great might, all of whom are great bowmen, and all of whom are acquainted with every weapon? They are unretreating, of great good fortune, invincible, and of prowess incapable of being baffled. They are capable of inspiring fear in the heart of Indra himself. When, son of Radha, thou wilt hear the twang of Gandhiva in battle, resembling the peal of the thunder itself, thou wilt not then utter such speeches. When thou wilt behold Dharma's son and the twins causing a canopy, like that of the clouds in the welkin, with their sharp arrows, and the other invincible kings of the Pandava army, endued with great lightness of hands and shooting showers of shafts, and weakening their foes, then thou wilt not utter such words." Sanjaya continued, disregarding those words spoken by the ruler of the Madras, Kana addressing him endues with great activity, saying, "Proceed." 37. Sanjaya said, beholding the mighty Kana take up his station from desire of battle, the Kauravas, filled with delight, uttered loud shouts from every side. With the beat of cymbals and the sound of drums, with the whiz of diverse kinds of arrows and the roars of combatants endued with great activity, all thy troops proceeded to battle, making death only the point at which to stop. When Karna set out and the warriors of the Kuru army were filled with joy, the earth, O king, trembled and made a loud noise. The 7 great planets, including the sun, seemed to proceed against one another for combat. Meteoric showers became noticeable, and all the quarters seemed ablaze. Thunders fell from a cloudless sky, and fierce winds began to blow. Animals and birds in larger numbers kept thy army to their right, foreboding great calamities. After Karna had set out, his steeds tumbled down on the earth. A frightful shower of bones fell from the sky. The weapons of the Kuru warriors seemed to be ablaze, their standards trembled, and their animals, O monarch, shed copious tears. These and many other terrible and awful portents appeared for the destruction of the Kurus. Stupefied by destiny, none of them regarded those portents at all. Beholding the suitor's son setting out, all the rulers of men, in the Kaurava army, cried victory to him. The Kauravas regarded the Pandavas to have been already vanquished. That slayer of hostile heroes, that foremost of car warriors, viz. Vyakatana, as he stayed in his car recollecting the death of Bhishma and Drona, blazed up with splendor like the sun or fire. Reflecting on the mighty feats of Partha, and burning with self-conceit and pride, and blazing with wrath and breathing long and hard, he addressed Shaulya and said these words, "When stationed on my car and armed with my bow, I would not take fright at Indra himself armed with a thunder and excited with wrath. Beholding those great heroes headed by Bhishma lying on the field of battle, do not feel any anxiety. Seeing even the faultless Bhishma and Drona, equal unto Indra and Vishnu, those crushers of foremost of cars and steeds and elephants, those heroes that were unslayable, slain by the foe, I do not still experience any fear in this battle. Acquainted with mighty weapons, and himself the foremost of Brahmanas, why, indeed, did not the preceptor slay in battle all foes, seeing them destroy the mightiest of our kings with their drivers and elephants and cars? Remembering that Drona in great battle, I tell you truly, listen to me, ye Kurus, there is none amongst you, save myself, that is competent to bear the advancing Arjuna, that warrior who resembles death himself in his fiercest form. In Drona were the skills attendant on practice, and might, and bravery, and the highest of weapons and policy. When even that high-souled one had to succumb to death, I regard all the others of our army, strengthless and on the point of death. In this world I do not find anything, even on reflection, to be stable, in consequence of the inevitable connection of acts. When the preceptor himself is dead, who then will indulge in a certain belief that he will live till even today's sunrise? When the preceptor was thus slain by the enemy in battle, without doubt weapons, ordinary and celestial, and might and prowess, and achievements and wise policy, are not able to compass the happiness of man. In energy Drona was equal to fire or the sun, in prowess he resembled Vishnu or Purandara, in policy he was equal to Brihaspati or Usana, irresistible as he was, weapons could not yet protect him. When our women and children are weeping and uttering loud wails, when the valor of the Dhritarashtra's had been defeated, I know it, O Shaulya, that it is I who am to fight. Proceed therefore against the army of our enemies. Who else, save myself, will be able to bear those troops amongst whom are stationed the royal son of Bandhu firm in truth, and Bhimasena and Arjuna, and Satyaki, and the twins? Therefore, O ruler of the Madras, proceed quickly, in this battle, towards the Panchalas, the Pandavas, and the Srinjayas. Encountering them in battle, either I will slay them, or myself to Yama's presence by the path taken by Drona. Do not think Oh, surely that I will not go into the very midst of those heroes. These intestine dissensions cannot be tolerated by me. Without seeking to tolerate them, I will even follow in the wake of Drona. Wise or ignorant, when his period is run out, everybody is equally regarded by the destroyer. No one can escape. O learned one, for this, I will proceed against the Pathas. I am unable to transgress my destiny. The son of Vichitravirya's son is, O king, always engaged in doing me good. For the accomplishment of his purpose, I will cast away my life breaths that are so dear, and this body that is so difficult of being cast away. This foremost of cars covered with tiger skins, with axle producing no sound, equipped with a golden seat endued with revenue made of silver, and unto which are yoked these foremost of steeds, Rama gave unto me. Behold, also, O surely, these beautiful bows, these standards, these maces, these shafts of fierce forms, this blazing sword, this mighty weapon, this white conch of fierce and loud blare. Riding upon this car decked with banners, its wheels producing a rattle deep as that of the thunder, having white steeds yoked unto it, and adorned with excellent quivers, I will, putting forth my might, slay in battle that bull among car warriors, Arjuna. If death himself, that universal consumer, were to protect with vigilance the son of Bandu in battle, I would still encounter him in fight and either slay him or myself go to Yama's presence following Bhishma. If Yama, Varuna, Kuvara, and Vasava, with all their followers coming hither, unitedly protect the son of Bandu in this great battle, what need of many words? I will still vanquish him with them. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of the bragging Kana, who was exceedingly delighted with the prospect of battle. The valiant king of the Madras, deriding him, laughed aloud, and gave him the following reply for checking him. Surely said, Forbear, forbear, O Kana, from such bragging. Thou art in transports of delight, and sayest what thou shouldst never say. Where is Dhananjaya, that foremost of men, and where again art thou, O lowest of men? Who else, save Arjuna, could take away the younger sister of Keshava, that foremost of all persons, having forcibly agitated the home of the Yadus that was protected by the younger brother of Indra, and that resembled heaven itself, that is guarded by the chief of celestials? What man save Arjuna, who is endued with prowess that is equal to the prowess of the chief of the celestials, could on the occasion of the dispute caused by the slaughter of an animal, summon Bhava, the Lord of Lords, the creator of the worlds, to battle? For the sake of honoring Agni, Jaya had vanquished Asuras and gods and great snakes and men and birds and Bishaka and Yakshas and Rakshasas with his shafts, and gave unto that god the food he had desired. Dost thou remember, O Kana, the occasion when, slaughtering those foes in large numbers with his excellent shafts endued with the effulgence of the sun, Fulgana liberated Dhritarashtra's son himself among the Kuras? Dost thou remember the occasion when, thyself having been the first to fly away, the quarrelsome sons of Dhritarashtra were liberated by the Pandavas after the latter had defeated those rangers of the skies, the Gandharvas headed by Citraratha? On the occasion also of the seizure of Virata's time, the Kauravas, swelling with numbers in respect of both men and animals, and having the preceptor and the preceptor's son and Bhishma amongst them, were vanquished by that foremost of men. Why, O son of Suta, dost thou not vanquish Arjuna then? For thy destruction another excellent battle has now presented itself. If thou dost not fly away from fear of thy enemy, know, O Suta's son, that as soon as thou goest to battle thou wilt be slain. Sanjaya continued, when the ruler of the Madras was most heartily engaged in addressing these harsh speeches to Kana and uttering these praises of the latter's foe, that scorcher of foes, viz., the commander of the Kuru army, excited with rage, said these words unto the Madra king. Karna said, Let it be so, let it be so. Why, however, dost thou indulge in Arjuna's praises? A battle is about to ensue between myself and him. If he vanquishes me in fight, then will these thy praises be regarded as well uttered. Sanjaya continued. The ruler of the Madras said, Let it be so, and gave no reply. When Karna, from desire of fight, addressed Sholya, saying, Proceed. Then that great car warrior, having white steeds yoked unto his vehicle and owning Sholya as his charioteer, proceeded against his foes, slaying large numbers in battle along his way, like the sun destroying the darkness. Indeed, on that car covered with tiger skins and having white steeds yoked unto it, Karna proceeded with a cheerful heart, and beholding the army of the Pandavas, speedily inquired after Dhananjaya. 38. Sanjaya said after Karna, gladdening thy army, had set out for battle, he spoke unto every Pandava soldier that he met with, even these words, unto him that will today point out the high Dhananjaya of white steeds to me, I will give whatever wealth he desires. If having got it he does not become satisfied, I shall in addition give him, him that will discover Arjuna to me, a cartload of jewels and gems. If that does not satisfy the person who discovers Arjuna to me, I will give him a century of kine with as many vessels of brass for milking those animals. I will give 100 foremost of villages unto the person that discovers Arjuna to me. I will also give him that shows Arjuna to me a number of long-trussed damsels of black eyes and a car unto which shall be yoked white mules. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I shall give him another foremost of cars, made of gold, and having 6 bulls yoked unto it that shall be as large as elephants. I shall also give unto him 100 damsels decked with ornaments, with collars of gold, fair complexioned and accomplished in singing and dancing. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I shall give him 100 elephants, 100 villages and 100 cars, and 10,000 steeds of the foremost of breed, fat, docile, endued with many excellent qualities, capable of dragging cars and well-trained. I shall also give to the person that discovers Arjuna to me 400 kine, each with golden horns and her calf. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I shall make him a more valuable gift, viz., 500 steeds, adorned with trappings of gold and decked with jeweled ornaments. I shall also give 18 other steeds of great docility. I shall also give the person that discovers Arjuna to me a bright car made of gold and adorned with diverse ornaments and having foremost of Kambawa steeds yoked unto it. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I shall make him a more valuable gift, viz., 600 elephants, with chains of gold around their necks, and covered with housings of gold, born in the western shores of the ocean, and trained by elephant trainers. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I shall make him a more valuable gift, viz., 14 Shire villages, teeming with people, full of wealth, situated in the proximity of forests and rivers, free from all sorts of danger, well furnished with other necessaries, and worthy of being enjoyed by kings. To him that will discover Dhananjaya to me, I shall also give 100 female slaves, with golden collars, belonging to the country of the Magadhas, and of very youthful age. If that does not satisfy the person that discovers Arjuna to me, I will make him a more valuable gift, that, indeed, which he himself will solicit. Sons, wives and articles of pleasure and enjoyment that I have, these all I shall give him if he desires them. Indeed, unto him who discovers Keshava and Arjuna to me, I shall, after slaying those 2, give all the wealth that may be left by them. Having uttered those diverse speeches in that battle, Karna blew his excellent conch, sea-born and producing a sweet blare. Hearing these words of Suta's son that were suitable to his disposition, Duryodhana, O king, with all his followers became filled with joy. At that juncture the beat of cymbals and drums and leonine shouts, and grunts of elephants with the sounds of diverse musical instruments, arose there, O king, among the Kaurava troops, O bull among men. The shouts also of warriors filled with joy arose there. When their Kaurava troops were thus filled with joy, the ruler of the Madras, laughing in scorn, said these words unto that grinder of foes, viz., the son of Radha, that mighty Ka warrior who was about to plunge into that ocean of battle and who was indulging in such vain bragging. 39. Surely said, do not, O Suta's son, give away to any man a golden car with 6 bulls of elephantine proportions. Thou wilt obtain a sight of Dhananjaya today. From foolishness thou art giving away wealth as if thou wert the lord of treasures. Without any trouble, however, O son of Radha, thou wilt behold Dhananjaya today. Thou art for giving away this wealth like a senseless person, but thou seest not the demerits attaching to those gifts that are made to undeserving persons. With that large wealth which thou art desirous of giving away, thou art certainly able to perform many sacrifices. Therefore, O Suta's son, do thou perform those sacrifices. As regards thy desire, entertained from folly, that is surely vain. I have never heard of a couple of lions having been overthrown by a fox. Thou seekest what should never be sought by thee. It seems that thou hast no friends for forbidding thee that art speedily falling into a blazing fire. Thou art unable to discriminate between what thou shouldst do and what thou shouldst not. Without doubt thy period is full. What man desirous of living would utter speeches that are so incoherent and undeserving of being listened to? This thy endeavour is like that of a person desirous of crossing the ocean by the aid of only his 2 arms after having attached to his neck a heavy stone, or of one desirous of leaping down from the summit of a mountain. If thou art desirous of winning what is for thy good, fight with Dhananjaya, well protected from within thy arrayed division, and aided by all thy warriors. I say this to thee for the good of Dhritarashtra's son, and not from any ill will to thee. If thou hast any wish for preserving thy life, then accept the words spoken by me. Karna said, relying on the might of my own arms, I seek Arjuna in battle. Thou, however, that art a foe with the face of a friend desirous to frighten me. No person shall deter me from this resolution, not even Indra himself uplifting his thunder. What then need be said of a mortal? Sanjaya continued, at the conclusion of these words of Karna, Surely, the ruler of the Madras, desirous of provoking Karna exceedingly, said these words in reply, when keen-pointed shaft swinged with kanka feathers, shot by Falguna of mighty arms and impelled from his bowstring and sped with all his energy will seek thee, then wilt thou lament thy encounter with that hero. When Patha, called also Save the Arsasi, taking up his celestial bow, will scorch their Kuru army and afflict thee exceedingly with keen shafts, then, O Suta's son, wilt thou repent of thy folly. As a child, lying on the lap of its mother seeks to seize the moon, even so dost thou from folly seek to vanquish the resplendent Arjuna stationed on his car. In desiring, O Gana, to fight today with Arjuna of keen-edged feats, thou art for rubbing all thy limbs against the keen edges of a trident. This thy challenge of Arjuna, O Suta's son, is like that of a foolish young little deer of activity challenging a huge lion excited with wrath. Do not, O Suta's son, challenge that prince of mighty energy like a fox gratified with meat in the forest challenging the maned monarch of the forest. Do not be destroyed, encountering Arjuna. Thou, O Gana, challengest Ananjaya, the son of Pritha, even like a hare challenging a mighty elephant with tusks large as plough shafts, and with the juice issuing out of its mouth and rent cheeks. From folly thou art piercing, with a piece of wood, the black cobra of virulent poison excited to fury within its hole, in desiring to fight with Patha. Endued with little understanding, thou, O Ganna, disregarding that lion among men, viz., the son of Pandu, yellest at him, like a jackal that, disregarding a maned lion excited with wrath, yells at him. As a snake, for its own destruction, challenges that foremost of birds, viz., Vinata's son, possessed of beautiful plumage and great activity, even so dost thou, O Ganna, challenged Ananjaya the son of Pandu. Thou desirest to cross without a raft the terrible ocean, the receptacle of all the waters, with its mountain waves and teeming with aquatic animals, when at its height at the rise of the moon. O Ganna, thou challengest Ananjaya, the son of Pritha, to battle even like a calf challenging a smiting bull of keen horns and neck thick as a drum. Like a frog croaking at a terrible and mighty cloud yielding copious showers of rain, thou croakest at Arjuna, who is even like Parjanya among men. As a dog from within the precincts of the house of his master barks at a forest roaming tiger, even so, O Ganna, thou barkest at Dhananjaya, the tiger among men. A jackal, O Ganna, residing in the forest in the midst of hares, regardeth himself a lion till he actually sees a lion. Even so, O son of Radha, thou regardest thyself a lion, for thou dost not behold that represser of foes, that tiger among men, viz., Ananjaya. Thou regardest thyself a lion till thou beholdest the two Krishnas stationed on the same car like Surya and Chandramas. As long as thou dost not hear the twang of Gandhiva in great battle, so long art thou able to do what thou pleasest. Beholding Patha, causing the 10 points of the compass to resound with the roar of his car and the twang of his bow, and beholding him roaring like a tiger, thou wilt become a jackal. Thou art always a jackal, and Ananjaya always a lion. O fool, in consequence of thy envy and hatred for heroes, thou always seemest to be like a jackal. As a mouse and a car art each other in strength, or a dog and a tiger, a fox and a lion, or a hare and an elephant, as falsehood and truth, as poison and nectar, even so art thou in Patha known to all by your respective deeds. 40. Sanjaya said, thus rebuked by Sholya of immeasurable energy, the son of Radha, feeling the propriety of his rebuker's name in consequence of his wordy darts, and becoming filled with rage, answered him thus. Karna said, the merits of meritorious men, O Sholya, are known to them that are themselves meritorious, but not to them that are destitute of merit. Thou, however, art destitute of every merit. How then canst thou judge of merit and demerit? The mighty weapons of Arjuna, his wrath, his energy, his bow, his shafts, and the prowess also of that high-souled hero are, O Sholya, well known to me. So also, O Sholya, thou dost not know, so as well as I myself, the greatness of Krishna, that bull among the lords of earth. But knowing my own energy as also that of Pandu's son, I challenge him to battle. O Sholya, I do not act like an insect in respect of a blazing fire. I have this shaft, O Sholya, of keen mouth, blood-drinking, lying alone within one quiver, equipped with wings, well steeped in oil and well adorned. It layeth amid sandal dust, worshipped by me for long years. Partaking of the nature and form of a snake, it is poisonous and fierce and capable of killing large numbers of men and steeds and elephants of terrible form, and exceedingly awful, it is capable of piercing coats of mail and bones. Inspired with wrath, I may pierce even the mighty mountains of Mari with it. That shaft I will never shoot at any other person save Falguna or Krishna, the son of Devaki. In this I tell thee the truth. Listen to it. With that shaft, Oh, surely I will, inspired with rage, fight with Vasudeva and Ananjaya. That would be a feat worthy of me. Of all the heroes in the Vrishani race, it is Krishna in whom prosperity is always established. Among all the sons of Pandu, it is Partha in whom victory is always established. Those two tigers among men, stationed together on the same car, will advance against my single self for battle. Thou shalt, O surely, behold today the nobility of my lineage. Those two cousins, one of whom is the son of the aunt and the other the son of the maternal uncle, those two invincible warriors, thou shalt see, will be slain by me, with one shaft, and will look like two pearls strung together in the same string. Arjuna's Gandiva and the ape-bearing banner, and Krishna's discus and the Garuda-bearing banner, inspire with fear only those that are timid. To me, however, O surely, they are causes of delight. Thou art a fool, of evil disposition, and unskilled in the ways of great battle. Overcome with terror, thou utterest these ravings. Or, thou art praising them for some reason not known to me. Having slain those two first, I shall then slay thee today with all thy kinsmen. Born in a sinful country thou art wicked, sooth and mean, and a wretch amongst Kshatriyas. Being a friend, why dost thou, like an enemy, frighten me with these praises of the two Krishnas? Either they too will slay me today or I will slay them too. Knowing as I do my own might, I do not cherish any fear of the two Krishnas. 1,000 Vasudevas and hundreds of the Falgunas, I shall, single-handed, slay. Hold thy tongue, O thou that art born in a sinful country. Hear from me, O surely, the sayings, already passed into proverbs, that men, young and old, and women, and persons arrived in course of their listless wanderings, generally utter, as if those sayings formed part of their studies, about the wicked Madrakas. Brahmanas also duly narrated the same things formerly in the courts of kings. Listening to those sayings attentively, O fool, thou mayst forgive or rejoin. The Madraka is always a hater of the friends. He that hateth us is a Madraka. There is no friendship in the Madraka who is mean in speech and is the lowest of mankind. The Madraka is always a person of wicked soul, is always untruthful and crooked. It hath been heard by us that till the moment of death the Madrakas are wicked. Amongst the Madrakas, the sire, the son, the mother-in-law, the brother, the grandson, and other kinsmen, companions, strangers arrived at their homes, slaves male and female, mingle together. The women of the Madrakas mingle, at their own will, with men known and unknown, of unrighteous conduct, and subsisting upon fried and powdered corn and fish, in their homes. They laugh and cry having drunk spirits and eaten beef. They sing incoherent songs and mingle lustfully with one another, indulging the while in the freest speeches. How then can virtue have a place amongst the Madrakas who are arrogant and notorious for all kinds of evil acts? No one should make friends with a Madraka or provoke hostilities with him. In the Madraka land there is no friendship. The Madraka is always the dirt of humanity. Amongst the Madrakas all acts of friendship are lost as purity amongst the Gandharakas and the libations poured in a sacrifice in which the king is himself the sacrificer and priest. Then again, it is truly seen that wise men treat a person bit by a scorpion and affected by its poison, even with these words, as a Brahmana that assists at the religious ceremonies of a Shudra suffereth degradation, as one that hateth Brahmanas always suffereth degradation, even so a person by making an alliance with the Madrakas becometh fallen. As there is no friendship in the Madraka, so, O scorpion, thy poison is naught. With these mantras of the Atharvana I have duly performed the rite of exorcism. Knowing this, O learned one, hold thy tongue, or listen to something further that I will say. Those women that, intoxicated by spirits, cast off their robes and dance, those women that are not attached to particular individuals in the matter of intercourse, and that they do as they please without owning any restrictions. I say, that being as thou art the child of one of those women, how canst thou, O Madraka, be a fit person for declaring the duties of men? Those women that live and answer calls of nature like camels and asses, being as thou art the child of one of those sinful and shameless creatures, how canst thou wish to declare the duties of men? When a Madraka woman is solicited for the gift of a little quantity of vinegar, she scratches her hips and without being desirous of giving it, says these cruel words, "Let no man ask any vinegar of me that is so dear to me. I would give him my son, I would give him my husband, but vinegar I would not give." The young Madraka maidens, we hear, are generally very shameless and hairy and gluttonous and impure. These and many other things of a like nature, in respect of all their acts, from the crown of their heads to the tip of their toes, are capable of being asserted of them by myself and others. How, indeed, would the Madrakas and the Sindhu Saviras know anything of duty, being born, as they are, in a sinful country, being mlechers in their practices, and being totally regardless of all duties? It hath been heard by us that even this is the highest duty of a Kshatriya, viz., that slain in battle, he should lie down on the earth, applauded by the righteous. That I should lay down my life in this clash of arms is my foremost wish, desirous as I am of heaven through death. I am also the dear friend of the intelligent son of Dhritarashtra. For his sake are my life breaths and whatever wealth I have. As regards thyself, O thou that art born in a sinful country, it is evident that thou hast been tampered with by the Pandavas, since thou behavest towards us in everything like a foe. Like a righteous man that is incapable of being led astray by atheists, surely I am incapable of being dissuaded from this battle by hundreds of persons like thee. Like a deer, covered with sweat, thou art at liberty to weep or thirst. Observant as I am of the duties of a Kshatriya, I am incapable of being frightened by thee. I recall to my mind the end, declared unto me in past times by my preceptor Rama, of those lions among men, those in returning heroes, that laid down their lives in battle, prepared for rescuing the Kauravas and slaying our foes. Know that I am now determined to imitate the excellent behavior of Kauravas. I do not, O ruler of the Madrakas, behold the person in the three worlds that can, I think, dissuade me from this purpose. Forbear to speak, knowing all this. Why dost thou rave in such a way from fear? O wretch amongst the Madrakas, I shall not now slay thee and present thy carcass as an offering to carnivorous creatures. From regard for a friend, O Shaulya, for the sake of Dhritarashtra's son, and for avoiding blame, for these three reasons, thou still livest. If, O ruler of the Madras, thou speakest such words again, I shall then crush thy head with my mace that is as hard as the thunder. People will today see or hear, O thou that art born in a sinful country, either that the two Krishnas have slain Karna or that Karna has slain the two Krishnas. Having said these words, the son of Radha, O monarch, once more addressed the king of the Madras, fearlessly saying, Proceed, proceed. 41. Sanjaya said, hearing, O sire, these words of Radha's son who delighted in battle, Shaulya once more addressed Karna, citing an example. I am born in the race of men who performed great sacrifices, who never retreated from battle, who were kings whose coronal locks underwent the sacred bath. I am also myself devoted to the practice of virtue. Thou, O Vrisha, seemest to be like one that is intoxicated with spirits. For all that, I will, from friendship, seek to cure thy erring and intoxicated self. Listen, O Gana, to this simile of the crow that I am about to narrate. Having heard it, thou mayest do what thou choosest, O thou that art destitute of intelligence and that art a wretch of thy race. I do not, O Gunnar, remember the slightest fault in me for which, O thou of mighty arms, thou mayst desire to slay my innocent self. I must tell thee what is for thy good and what is for thy ill, acquainted as I am with both, especially as I am the driver of thy car and desirous of the good of King Duryodhana. What land is level and what not, the strength or weakness of the warrior, on my vehicle, the fatigue and faintness, at all times, of the steeds and the warrior, I am driving, a knowledge of the weapons that are available, the cries of animals and birds, what would be heavy for the steeds and what exceedingly heavy for them, the extraction of arrows and the curing of wounds which weapons counteract which, the several methods of battle, and all kinds of omens and indications, I who am so nearly connected with this car, being none else than its driver, should be familiar with. For this, O Gunnar, I narrate this instance to thee once more. There lived on the other side of the ocean of Shire who had abundance of wealth and corn. He performed sacrifices, made liberal gifts, was peaceful, devoted to the duties of his own order, and pure in habits and mind. He had many sons whom he loved, and was kind unto all creatures. He lived fearlessly in the dominions of a king that was guided by virtue. There was a crow that lived on the refuse of the dishes set before those well-behaved young children of the Shire. Those Shire children always gave the crow meat and curds, and milk, and sugared milk with rice, and honey, and butter. Thus fed with the refuse of their dishes by the young children of that Shire, the crow became arrogant and came to disregard all birds that were equal to him or even superior. It chanced that one certain swans of cheerful hearts, of great speed and capable of going everywhere at will and equal unto Garuda himself in a range and speed of flight, came to that side of the ocean. The Shire boys, beholding those swans, addressed the crow and said, O ranger of the skies, thou art superior to all winged creatures. Deceived by those children of little understanding, that viviparous creature from folly and pride, regarded their words to be true. Proud of the refuse of the children's dishes upon which he fed, the crow then, alighting in the midst of those swans capable of traversing great distances, desired to inquire as to who amongst them was their leader. The foolish crow at last challenged him amongst those birds of tireless wings whom he regarded their leader, saying, Let us compete in flight. Hearing those words of the raving crow, the swans that had assembled there, those foremost of birds endued with great strength, began to laugh. The swans then, that were capable of going everywhere at will, addressed the crow, saying, We are swans, having our abode in the Manasa lake. We traverse the whole earth, and amongst winged creatures we are always applauded for the length of the distances we traverse. Being, as thou art, only a crow, how canst thou, O fool, challenge a swan endued with might, capable of going everywhere at will, and doing large distances in course of his flight? Tell us, O crow, how thou shalt fly with us. The boastful crow, in consequence of the foolishness of his species, repeatedly finding fault with the words of that swan, at last gave this answer. The crow said, I shall without doubt fly displaying 101 different kinds of motion, doing every 100 yojanas in a separate and beautiful kind of motion. I shall display all those motions, rising up, and swooping down, and whirling around, and coursing straight, and proceeding gently, and advancing steadily, and performing the diverse courses up and receding back, and soaring high, and darting forward and soaring upwards with fierce velocity, and once more proceeding gently and then proceeding with great impetuosity, and once again swooping down and whirling around and advancing steadily, and rising up by the jerks, and soaring straight, and once more falling down and wheeling in a circle and rushing proudly, and divers other kinds of motion, These all I shall display in the sight of all you. Ye shall then witness my strength. With one of these different kinds of motion I shall presently rise into the sky. Point out duly, ye swans, by which of these motions I shall course through space. Settling the kind of motion amongst yourselves, you will have to course with me. Adopting all those different motion, ye shall have to course with me through supportless space. The crow having said these words, one of the swans addressed him. Listen, O son of Radha, to the words that the swan said. The swan spoke, Thou, O crow, wilt doubtless fly the 101 different kinds of flight. I shall, however, fly in that one kind of motion that all other birds know, for I do not, O crow, know any other. As regards thee, O thou of red eyes, fly thou in any kind of course that thou likest. At these words, those crows that had been assembled laughed aloud, saying, How will the swan with only one kind of flight get the better of 100 different kinds of flight? Then those two, viz., the swan and the crow, rose into the sky, challenging each other. Capable of going everywhere at will, the swan proceeded in one kind of motion, while the crow coursed in 100 different kinds. And the swan flew and the crow also flew, causing each other to wonder at his skill, and each speaking highly of his own achievements. Beholding the diverse kinds of flight at successive instants of time, the crows that were there were filled with great joy and began to call more loudly. The swans also laughed in mockery, uttering many remarks disagreeable to the crows, and they began to soar and alight repeatedly, here and there. And they began to come down and rise up from tree tops and the surface of the earth, and they uttered diverse cries indicative of their victory. The swan, however, with that one kind of slow motion, with which he was familiar, began to traverse the skies. For a moment, therefore, O sire, he seemed to yield to the crow. The crows, at this, disregarding the swans, said these words, That swan amongst you which has soared into the sky, is evidently yielding. Hearing these words, the soaring swan flew westwards with great velocity to the ocean, that abode of Macaras. Then fear entered the heart of the crow, who became almost senseless at not seeing any island or trees whereon to perch when tired. And the crow thought within his heart as to where he should alight when tired, upon that vast expanse of water. The ocean, being as it is the abode of countless creatures, is irresistible. Dwelt in by hundreds of monsters, it is grander than space. Nothing can exceed it in depth, O Suta's son. Men know, O Gana, that the waters of the ocean are as limitless as space. For the extent of its waters, O Gana, what is a crow to it? The swan, having traversed a great distance in a moment, looked back at the crow, and, though capable, could not leave him behind. Having transgressed the crow, the swan cast his eyes on him and waited, thinking, Let the crow come up. The crow then, exceedingly tired, came up to the swan. Beholding him succumbing, and about to sink, and desirous of rescuing him in remembrance of the practices of good folks, the swan addressed him in these words, Thou hadst repeatedly spoken of many kinds of flight while speaking on the subject. Thou wouldst not speak of this, thy present motion, because of its having been a mystery to us? What is the name of this kind of flight, O crow, that thou hast now adopted? Thou touchest the waters with thy wings and beak repeatedly. Which amongst those diverse kinds of flight is this, O crow, that thou art now practicing? Come, come, quickly, O crow, for I am waiting for thee. Surely continued, exceedingly afflicted, and touching the water with his wings and beak, O thou of wicked soul, the crow, beheld in that state by the swan, addressed the latter. Indeed, not seeing the limit of that watery expanse and sinking down in fatigue, and exhausted with the effort of his flight, the crow said unto the swan, We are crows, we wander hither and thither, crying caw, caw. O swan, I seek thy protection, placing my life breaths at thy hands. Oh, take me to the shores of the ocean with their wings and beak. The crow, very much fatigued, suddenly fell down. Beholding him fallen upon the waters of the ocean with a melancholy heart, the swan, addressing the crow who was on the point of death, said these words, "Remember, O crow, what thou hadst said in praise of thyself. The words even were that thou wouldst course through the sky in 101 different kinds of flight. Thou, therefore, that wouldst fly 100 different kinds of flight, thou that art superior to me, alas, why then art thou tired and fallen down on the ocean?" Overcome with weakness, the crow then, casting his eyes upwards at the swan, and seeking to gratify him, replied, saying, "Proud of the remains of others' dishes upon which I fed, I had, O swan, regarded myself as the equal of Garuda and disregarded all crows and many other birds. I now, however, seek thy protection and place my life breaths at thy hands. Oh, take me to the shores of some island. If, O swan, I can, O Lord, return in safety to my own country, I will never again disregard anybody. O rescue me now from this calamity." Him that said so and was so melancholy and weeping and deprived of senses, him that was sinking in the ocean, uttering cries caw, caw, him so drenched by the water and so disgusting to look at and trembling with fear, the swan, without a word, took up with his feet, and slowly caused him to ride on his back. Having caused the crow whose senses had deserted him to ride upon his back, the swan quickly returned to that island whence they had both flown, challenging each other. Placing down the stranger of the sky on dry land and comforting him, the swan, fleet as the mind, proceeded to the region he desired. Thus was that crow, fed on the remains of others' dinners, vanquished by the swan. The crow, then, casting off the pride of might and energy, adopted a life of peace and quiet. Indeed, even as that crow, fed upon the remains of the dinners of the Vishaya children, disregarded his equals and superiors, so dost thou, O Gana, that art fed by the sons of Dhritarashtra upon the remains of their dishes, disregard all thy equals and superiors. Why didst thou not slay Partha at Virata's city when thou hadst the advantage of being protected by Drona and Drona's son and Gripa and Bhishma and the other Kauravas? They were, like a pack of jackals defeated by a lion. Ye all were defeated with great slaughter by the diadem-decked Arjuna. What became of your prowess? Beholding also thy brother slain by save the Arsasi, in the very sight of the Kuru heroes, it was thou that didst fly away first. By the skirts also of the Dvaitya lake, O Gana, when thou wert assailed by the Gandharvas, it was thou that, deserting all the Kurus, didst first run away. Having vanquished in battle the Gandharvas headed by Citrasana, with great slaughter, it was Partha, O Gana, that liberated Duryodhana with his wife. Rama himself, O Gana, before the kings in the Kuru assembly spake of the great prowess of both Partha and Keshava. Thou didst frequently hear the words of Drona and Bhishma, speaking in the presence of all the kings, that the two Krishnas are unslayable. I have told thee a little only regarding those matters in which Dhananjaya is superior to thee, like the Brahmana who is superior to all created beings. Soon wilt thou see, stationed on that foremost of cars, the son of Vasudeva and son of Kunti and Pandu. As the crow, in the story, acting with intelligence, had sought the protection of the swan, so do thou seek the protection of him of Vrishani's race, and of Pandu's son Ananjaya. When thou shalt in battle behold Vasudeva and Ananjaya, those two endued with great prowess, stationed together on the same car, thou shalt not then, O Gana, utter such speeches. When Partha will, with hundreds of arrows, quell thy pride, then wilt thou behold the difference between thyself and Ananjaya. those two best of persons are celebrated among the gods, the Asuras and human beings. Thou that art a firefly, do not, from folly, think disrespectfully of those two resplendent luminaries. Like the sun and moon, Keshava and Arjuna are celebrated for their resplendence. Thou, however, art like a firefly among men. O learned one, O son of Asuta, do not think disrespectfully of Achyuta and Arjuna. Those two high-souled persons are lions among men. Forbear indulging in such boasts. 42. Sanjaya said, the high-souled son of Adrata, having listened and convinced to these words of the ruler of the Madras, addressed Shaulya, saying, that which Vasudeva and Arjuna are is well known to me. The skill of Sorin in the management of cars, and the might and the high weapons of Arjuna, the son of Bandu, are well known to me at this hour. Thou, however, O Shaulya, hast no ocular proof of those matters. I shall fearlessly fight with the two Krishnas, those two foremost of all wielders of weapons. The curse, however, of Rama, that best of regenerate persons, paineth me greatly today. I dwelt, in the disguise of a Brahmana, with Rama in former days, desirous of obtaining celestial weapons from him. On that occasion, O Shaulya, the chief of the gods, wishing to benefit Falguna, caused an obstacle, by approaching my thigh and piercing it, having assumed the dire form of a worm. When my preceptor slept, having laid his head thereon, that worm, approaching my thigh, began to pierce it through. In consequence of the piercing of my thigh, a pool of thick blood flowed from my body. For fear of disturbing the slumber of my preceptor, I did not move my limb. Awaking, the Brahmana, however, beheld what has taken place. Witnessing my patience, he addressed me, saying, Thou art never a Brahmana. Tell me truly who thou art. I then, O Shaulya, truly informed him of myself, saying that I was a Sutta. Hearing my words, the great ascetic, his heart filled with rage, cursed me, saying, in consequence of the deception, O Sutta, by which thou hast obtained this weapon, it will never, at the time of need, when the hour of thy death comes, occur to thy memory. Brahma cannot certainly reside in one that is not a Brahmana. I have forgotten that great weapon in this fierce and terrible battle. He amongst the Bharatas, O Shaulya, who is accomplished, who is an effectual smiter, who is universal destroyer, and who is exceedingly terrible, viz. Arjuna, that mighty crusher, I think, will burn many foremost of Kshatriyas. Know, however, O Shaulya, that I will slay in battle that fierce bowman, that foremost of warriors, that hero endued with activity, that terrible person whose energy is unbearable, that warrior whose promises are accomplished, that son of Pandu, viz. Ananjaya. I have that weapon, at least, under my control today, with which I will be able to destroy large numbers of foes. I will slay in battle that scorcher of enemies, that mighty warrior accomplished in weapons, that fierce bowman of immeasurable energy, that cruel and terrible hero, that great resister of enemies, viz. Ananjaya. The immeasurable ocean, that lord of all waters, rusheth with fierce impetuosity for overwhelming innumerable creatures. The continent, however, holds and checks him. Today, in this world, I will resist in fight the son of Kunti, that foremost of all draws of the bowstring, while he will be engaged in ceaselessly shooting his countless shafts equipped with goodly wings, destructive of heroes, capable of penetrating into every limb and none of which becomes futile. Like the continent resisting the ocean, I will today resist that mightiest of the mighty, that great warrior possessing the highest weapons, that hero like unto the ocean's self of far-reaching arrows, fierce, and having shafts for his waves, while he will be engaged in overwhelming, hostile, kings. Behold today the fierce battle I fight with him that hath no equal, I think, among men wielding the bow, and that would vanquish the very gods united with the Asuras. Exceedingly proud is that son of Pandu. Desirous of battle, he will approach me with his mighty and superhuman weapons. Baffling his weapons with my own weapons in battle, I shall today overthrow that Partha with my own excellent shafts. Scorching his foes like the sun endued with fiery rays, and blazing with flame like that dispeller of the darkness, I shall, like a mass of clouds, completely shroud Dhananjaya today with my shafts. Like a clouds extinguishing a blazing fire of great energy and smoke-mixed flames, that seems ready to consume the whole earth, I shall, with my showers of arrows, extinguish the son of Kunti in battle. With my broad-headed shafts I shall still the son of Kunti, that terrible snake of virulent poison, that is exceedingly difficult of being captured, that is endued with keen fangs, that is even like a blazing fire that flames up in wrath, and that always consumes his foes. Like him of that bearing the mighty, all-crushing, fierce and smiting god of wind, I shall, without moving, bear the angry and vindictive Dhananjaya. I shall resist in battle Dhananjaya, that foremost of all wielders of bows in the world, that hero in fight, that warrior who is always in the van and who is competent to meet all foes, that car warrior who is conversant with all car tracks. Today I shall fight in battle with that person who hath, I think, no equal among men wielding the bow and who conquered the entire earth. What other man desirous of saving his life, except myself, will fight with that Asi, who vanquished all creatures including the very gods in the country called Kandava. Arjuna is proud, his weapons strike deep, he is endued with great lightness of hands, he is conversant with steeds, he agitates vast hosts, he is regarded an iterator. Though such, I shall yet, with my sharp shafts, strike his head from off his trunk today. Oh, surely, ever keeping death or victory in battle before me, I shall today fight with Dhananjaya. There is none else save myself that would on a single car fight with that Pandava who resembles the destroyer himself. I myself will gladly speak of the prowess of Fulgana in the midst of an assembly of Kshatriyas. Why, however, dost thou, a fool as thou art and of foolish understanding, speak to me of Fulgana's prowess? Thou art a doer of disagreeable deeds. Thou art cruel and mean and being thyself unforgiving, thou art a detractor of one that is forgiving. I can slay 100 persons like thee, but I forgive thee in consequence of my forgiving disposition, owing to the exigency of the times. Thou art of sinful deeds. Like a fool thou hast, for the sake of Pandu's son, rebuked me and told me many disagreeable things. Crooked-hearted as thou art, thou hast said all these words unto me, that am of a sincere heart. Cursed art thou, for thou art an injurer of friends, of friends, because friendship is seven-paced. Terrible is the hour that is now passing. Duryodhana hath himself come to battle. I am solicitous of seeing his purposes achieved. Thou, however, art acting in such a way that it shows thee to have no friendship for the Kuru king. He is a friend who shows affection for another, who gladdens another, who makes himself agreeable to another, who protects another, who honors another, and who rejoices in the joys of another. I tell thee that I have all those attributes, and the king himself knows all this. He, on the other hand, that destroys, chastises, sharpens his weapons, injures, causes us to sigh, makes us cheerless, and wrongs us in diverse ways, is a foe. All these attributes are to be found in thee, and thou discoverest all of them in me. For the sake of Duryodhana, for the sake of doing what is agreeable to thee, for the sake of victory, for the sake of myself, and for the sake of God himself, I will with vigorous exertion fight with Partha and Vasudeva. Witness today my feats. Behold today my excellent weapons, my Brahmastra and other celestial weapons, as also those that are human. I will today slay that hero of fierce prowess, like an exceedingly infuriate elephant slaying an infuriate compeer. I shall, by my mind alone, hurl today at Partha, for my victory, that weapon of immeasurable energy, called the Brahmastra. Arjuna will never be able to escape that weapon, if only the wheels of my car do not sink into the earth in battle today. Know this, O Shaulya, that I would not take fright at Yama himself armed with his rod, or Varuna himself armed with his noose, or Kuvra himself armed with his mace, or Vasava himself armed with a thunderbolt, or at any other foe whatever that may approach for slaying me. Therefore, I have no fear from Partha, nor from Janardana. On the other hand, I shall encounter them both in today's destructive battle. Once on a time, while wandering for the sake of practicing weapons on my bow called Vijaya, O king, I had, by shooting many fierce shafts of terrible forms, heedlessly struck the calf of a Brahmana's homocow with one of those shafts, and unwillingly killed it while it was wandering in a solitary forest. The Brahmana then addressed me, saying, Since, becoming insensate, thou hast slain the offspring of my homocow, the wheel of thy car will sink into the earth while at the time of battle fear will enter thy heart. From these words of the Brahmana I am experiencing great fear. These kings of the lunar race that all odds of other peoples, weal and woe, offered to give that Brahmana 1,000 kine and 600 bovine bulls. With even such a gift, O Shaulya, the Brahmana would not be gratified, O ruler of the Madras. I was then for giving him 700 elephants of large tusks and many hundred of slaves male and female. That foremost of Brahmana would not still be gratified. Collecting next full 14,000 kine, each black in hue and having a white calf, I was still unable to obtain the grace of that best of Brahmana. A wealthy mansion full of every object of desire, in fact, whatever wealth I had, I wished to give him with due worship, but he refused to accept the gift. And to me then that had offended and that had begged so importunately for his pardon, the Brahmana said, That which, O Sutta, hath been uttered by me is sure to happen. It cannot be otherwise. A false speech would destroy creatures, and sin also would be mine. Therefore, for the preservation of virtue I do not venture to speak what is false. Do not, again, destroy the means of a Brahmana's support. There is none in the world that would be able to falsify my speech, except those words. It will be thy atonement for the sin of having slain a calf. Though rebuked by thee, still for friendship's sake, I have disclosed to thee all this. I know thee that art rebuking me thus. Be silent now, and hear what I will presently say. 43. Sanjaya said, that chastiser of foes, viz., the son of Radha, thus silencing the ruler of the Madras, once more addressed him, O monarch, saying these words, in answer to that which, O Shaulya, thou hast said unto me by way of instance. I tell thee that I am incapable of being frightened by thee in battle with thy words. If all the gods themselves with Vasava would fight with me, I would not still feel any fear. What need be said then of my fears from Pritha and Keshava? I am incapable of being frightened by means of words alone. He, O Shaulya, whom thou wouldest be able to frighten in battle is some other person, and not myself. Thou hast spoken many bitter words to me. Therein lieth the strength of a person that is low, incapable of speaking of my merits. Thou sayest many bitter things, O thou of wicked heart. Karna was never born, O Madraka, for fear in battle. On the other hand, I was born for displaying valor as also for achieving glory for my own self. For the sake of my friendship for thee, for my affection, and for thy being an ally, for these three reasons thou still livest, O Shaulya. Important is the task that has now to be done for King Dhritarashtra. That task, O Shaulya, depends on me. For this, thou livest a moment. Before this, I made a compact with thee that any disagreeable speeches thou mightest utter would be pardoned by me. That compact should be observed. It is for this that thou livest, O Madraka. Without 1,000 sailors I would vanquish my foes. He that injureth a friend is sinful. It is for this that thou livest for the present. 44. Surely I said, these, O Ghana, are ravings that thou utterest regarding the foe. As regards myself, without 1,000 Khanas I am able to vanquish the foe in battle. Sanjaya continued, and to the ruler of Madras, of harsh features, who was saying such disagreeable things unto Ghana, the latter once more said words that were twice bitter. Kana said, listen with devoted attention to this, O ruler of the Madras, that was heard by me while it was recited in the presence of Dhritarashtra. In Dhritarashtra's abode the Brahmanas used to narrate the accounts of diverse delightful regions and many kings of ancient times. A foremost one among Brahmanas, venerable in years while reciting old histories, said these words, blaming the Vahikas and Madrakas. One should always avoid the Vahikas, those impure people that are out of the pale of virtue, and that live away from the Himavat and the Ganga and Sarasvati and Yamuna and Kurukshetra and the Sindhu and its 5 tributary rivers. I remember from the days of my youth that a slaughter ground for kine and a space for storing intoxicating spirits always distinguished the entrances of the abodes of the Vahika kings. On some very secret mission I had to live among the Vahikas. In consequence of such residence the conduct of these people is well known to me. There is a town of the name of Sakala, a river of the name of Apaga, and a clan of the Vahikas known by the name of the Jatikas. The practices of these people are very censurable. They drink the liquor called gorda, and eat fried barley with it. They also eat beef with garlic. They also eat cakes of the flour mixed with meat, and boiled rice that is bought from others. Of righteous practices they have none. Their women, intoxicated with drink and divested of robes, laugh and dance outside the walls of the houses in cities, without garlands and unguents, singing while drunk obscene songs of diverse kinds that are as musical as the bray of the ass or the bleat of the camel. In intercourse they are absolutely without any restraint, and in all other matters they act as they like. Maddened with drink, they call upon one another, using many endearing epithets, addressing many drunken exclamations to their husbands and lords, the fallen women among the Vahikas, without observing restrictions even on sacred days, give themselves up to dancing. One of those wicked Vahikas, one that lived amongst those arrogant women, who happened to live for some days in Kurujangala, burst out with cheerless heart, saying, Alas, that Vahika, maiden of large proportions, dressed in thin blankets, is thinking of me, the Vahika lover, that is now passing his days in Kurujangala, at the hour of her going to bed. Crossing the Sutlej and the delightful Iravati, and arriving at my own country, when shall I cast my eyes upon those beautiful women with thick frontal bones, with blazing circlets of red arsenic on their foreheads, with streaks of jet-black collyrium on their eyes, and their beautiful forms attired in blankets and skins, and themselves uttering shrill cries? When shall I be happy, in the company of those intoxicated ladies, amid the music of drums and kettle drums and conchs sweet as the cries of asses and camels and mules? When shall I be amongst those ladies eating cakes of flour and meat and balls of pounded barley mixed with skimmed milk, in the forests, having many pleasant paths of Sami and Pilu and Karira? When shall I, amid my own countrymen, mustering in strength on the high roads, fall upon passengers, and snatching their robes and attires beat them repeatedly? What man is there that would willingly dwell, even for a moment, amongst the Vahikas that are so fallen and wicked, and so depraved in their practices? Even thus did that Brahmana describe the Vahikas of base behavior, a sixth of whose merits and demerits is thine, O Sholya. Having said this, that pious Brahmin began once more to say what I am about to repeat respecting the wicked Vahikas. Listen to what I say. In the large and populous town of Sakala, a Rakshasa woman used to sing on every 14th day of the dark fortnight, in accompaniment with a drum. When shall I next sing the songs of the Vahikas in this Sakala town, having gorged myself with beef and drunk the gauda liquor? When shall I again, decked in ornaments, and with those maidens and ladies of large proportions, gorge upon the large number of sheep and large quantities of pork and beef and the meat of fowls and asses and camels? They who do not eat sheep live in vain. Even thus, O Sholya, the young and old, among the inhabitants of Sakala, intoxicated with spirits, sing and cry. How can virtue be met with among such a people? Thou shouldst know this. I must, however, speak again to thee about what another Brahmana had said unto us in the Kuru court. There were forests of Bilas stand, and those 5 rivers flow, viz., the Satadru, the Vipasa, the Aravati, the Kandrabhaga, and the Vitasa, and which have the Sindhu for their 6th. There in those regions removed from the Himavat are the countries called by the name of the Aratas. Those regions are without virtue and religion. No one should go thither. The gods, the Pitras, and the Brahmanas never accept gifts from those that are fallen, or those that are begotten by Shudras on the girls of other castes, or the Vahikas who never perform sacrifices and are exceedingly irreligious. That learned Brahmana had also said in the Kuru court, the Vahikas, without any feelings of revulsion, eat of wooden vessels having deep stomachs and earthen plates, and vessels that have been licked by dogs and that are stained with pounded barley and other corn. The Vahikas drink the milk of sheep and camels and asses, and eat curds and other preparations from those different kinds of milk. Those degraded people number many bastards among them. There is no food and no milk that they do not take. The Vahikas that are steeped in ignorance should be avoided. Thou shouldst know this, O Sholya. I must, however, again speak to thee about what another Brahmana had said unto me in the Kuru court. How can one go to heaven, having drunk milk in the town called Dukandara, and resided in the place called Dasayutasthala, and bathed in the spot called Beautilaya? There where the 5 rivers flow just after issuing from the mountains, there among the Vahikas, no respectable person should dwell even for 2 days. There are 2 Pishaka named Vai and Hika in the river Vipasa. The Vahikas are the offspring of those 2 Pishaka. They are not creatures created by the Creator. Being of such low origin, how can they be conversant with the duties ordained in the scriptures? The Karashakas, the Mahashakas, the Kalingas, the Keralas, the Karkatikas, the Virukas, and other peoples of no religion, one should always avoid. Even thus did a Rakshasa woman of gigantic hips speak unto a Brahmana who on a certain occasion went to that country for bathing in a sacred water and passed a single night there. The regions are called by the name of Aratas. The people residing there are called the Vahikas. The lowest of Brahmanas also are residing there from very remote times. They are without the Veda and without knowledge, without sacrifice and without the power to assist at others' sacrifices. They are all fallen, and many amongst them have been begotten by Shudras upon other people's girls. The gods never accept any gifts from them. The Prastalas, the Madras, the Gandharas, the Aratas, those called Kasas, the Vasatis, the Sindhus and the Saviras are almost as blamable in their practices. 45. Kanna continued, Thou shouldst know all this, O Sholya. I shall, however, again speak unto thee. Listen with close attention to what I say. Once on a time a Brahmana came to our house as a guest. Observing our practices, he became highly gratified and said unto us, I dwelt for a long time on a peak of the Himavat quite alone. Since then I have seen diverse countries following diverse religions. Never, however, have I seen all the people of a country act unrighteously. All the races I have met will admit that to be true religion which has been declared by persons conversant with the Vedas. Travelling through various countries following various religions, I at last, O king, came among the Vahikas. There I heard that one at first becomes a Brahmana and then he becomes a Kshatriya. Indeed, a Vahika would, after that, become a Vishya, and then a Shudra, and then a Barber. Having become a Barber, he would then again become a Brahmana. Returning to the status of a Brahmana, he would again become a slave. One person in a family becomes a Brahmana, all the others, falling off from virtue, act as they like. The Gandhras, the Madrakas, and the Vahikas of little understanding are even such. Having travelled through the whole world, I heard of these practices, destructive of virtue, of these sinful irregularities amongst the Vahikas. Thou shouldst know all this, O Shaulya. I shall, however, again speak to thee about those ugly words that another said unto me regarding the Vahikas. In former days a chaste woman was abducted by robbers, hailing from Mahabharata. Sinfully was she violated by them, upon which she cursed them, saying, Since ye have sinfully violated a helpless girl who am not without a husband, therefore, the women of your families shall all become unchaste. Ye lowest of men, never shall ye escape from the consequences of this dreadful sin. It is for this, O Shaulya, that the sisters, sons of the Aratas, and not their own sons, become their heirs. The Kauravas with the Panchalas, the Salwas, the Matsyas, the Naimishkas, the Koshalas, the Kasapandras, the Kalingas, the Magadhas, and the Siddhas, who are all highly blessed, know what the eternal religion is. The wicked even of these various countries know what religion is. The Vahikas, however, live without righteousness. Beginning with the Matsyas, the residents of the Kuru and the Bankala countries, the Naimishas as well, and the other respectable peoples, the pious among all races are conversant with the eternal truths of religion. This cannot be said of the Madrakas and the crooked-hearted race that resides in the country of the 5 rivers. Knowing all these things, O king, hold thy tongue, O Shaulya, like one deprived of utterance, in all matters connected with religion and virtue. Thou art the protector and king of that people, and, therefore, the partaker of 6th part of their merits and demerits. Or perhaps, thou art the partaker of a 6th part of their demerits only, for thou never protectest them. A king that protects is a sharer in the merits of his subjects. Thou art not a sharer in their merits. In days of yore, when the eternal religion was reverenced in all countries, the grandsire, observing the practices of the country of the 5 rivers, cried fie on them. When even in the great age, Brahman had censured the practices of those fallen people of evil deeds who were begotten by Shudras on others' wives, what would you now say to men in the world? Even thus did the grandsire condemn the practices of the country of the 5 waters. When all people were observant of the duties of their respective orders, the grandsire had to find fault with these men. Thou shouldst know all this, O Shaulya. I shall, however, again speak to thee. A Rakshasa of the name of Kalmashapada, while plunging in a tank, said, Eleemosynation is a Kshatriya's dirt, while the non-observance of vows is a Brahmana's dirt. The Vahikas are the dirt of the earth, and the Madra women are the dirt of the whole female sex. While sinking in the stream, a king rescued the Rakshasa. Asked by the former, the latter gave this answer. I will recite it to you. Listen to me. The Mlechas are the dirt of mankind. The oilmen are the dirt of the Mlechas. Eunuchs are the dirt of oilmen. They who avail of the priestly ministrations of Kshatriyas, in their sacrifices, are the dirt of eunuchs. The sin of those again that have the last named persons for their priests, of also of the Madrakas, shall be thine if thou do not abandon me. Even this was declared by the Rakshasa to be the formula that should be used for curing a person possessed by a Rakshasa or one killed by the energy of a poison. The words that follow are all very true. The Bankalas observe the duties enjoined in the Vedas, the Kauravas observe truth, the Matsyas and the Zoroastrians perform sacrifices, the Easterners follow the practices of the Shudras, the Southerners are fallen, the Vahikas are thieves, the Saurashtras are bastards. They that are defiled by ingratitude, theft, drunkenness, adultery with the wives of their preceptors, harshness of speech, slaughter of kine, lustful wanderings during the night out of home, and the wearing of other people's ornaments, what sin is there that they do not incur? Fie on the Aratas and the people of the country of the 5 rivers. Commencing with the Pankalas, the Kauravas, the Naimashkas, the Matsyas, all these know what religion is. The old men among the northerners, the Angas, the Magadhas, without themselves knowing what virtue is, follow the practices of the pious. Many gods, headed by Agni, dwell in the east. The Pitras dwell in the south, that is presided over by Yama of righteous deeds. The west is protected by the mighty Varuna, who overlooks the other gods there. The north is protected by the divine Soma along with the Brahmanas. So Rakshasas and Bishaka protect the Himavat, the best of mountains. The Gaikas, O great king, protect the mountains of Gandhamadana. Without doubt, Vishnu, otherwise called Janardana, protects all creatures. For all that the Vahikas have no especial protectors among the gods. The Magadhas are comprehenders of signs, the Koshalas comprehend from what they see, the Kuras and the Bankalas comprehend from a half-uttered speech, the Salwas cannot comprehend till the whole speech is uttered. The mountaineers, like the Sivis, are very stupid. The Yavanas, O king, are omniscient, the Zuras are particularly so. The Malechas are wedded to the creations of their own fancy. Other peoples cannot understand. The Vahikas resent beneficial counsels. As regards the Madrakas, there are none amongst those mentioned above. Thou, O Shaulya, art so. Thou shouldst not reply to me. The Madrakas are regarded on earth as the dirt of every nation. So the Madra woman is called the dirt of the whole female sex. They that have for their practices the drinking of spirits, the violation of the beds of their preceptors, the destruction of the embryo by procuring miscarriage, and the robbing of other people's wealth, there is no sin that they have not. Fie on the Aratas and the people of the country of the 5 rivers. Knowing this, be silent. Do not seek to oppose me. Do not let me slay Keshava and Arjuna, having slain thee first. Shaulya said, the abandonment of the afflicted and the sale of wives and children are, O Gana, prevalent amongst the Angas whose king thou art. Recollecting those faults of thine that Bhishma recited on the occasion of the tale of Rathas and Atiratas, drive away thy wrath. Do not be angry. Brahmanas may be found everywhere, Kshatriyas may be found everywhere, so also Vaishyas and Shudras, O Gana. Women of chastity and excellent vows may also be found everywhere. Everywhere men take delight in jesting with men and wounding one another. Lustful men also may be found everywhere. Everyone on every occasion can command skill in speaking of the faults of others. No one, however, knows his own faults, or knowing them, feels shame. Everywhere are kings devoted to their respective religions, and employed in chastising the wicked. Everywhere may be found virtuous men. It cannot be, O Gana, that all the people of a country are sinful. There are men in many countries that surpass the very gods by their behavior. Sanjaya continued, then King Duryodhana stopped Karna and Shaulya from going on with their wordy warfare, addressing the son of Radha as a friend, and beseeching Shaulya with joined hands. Karna, O sire, was quieted by thy son and forbore saying anything more. Shaulya also then faced the enemy. Then Radha's son, smiling, once more urged Shaulya, saying, "Proceed." 46. Sanjaya said, beholding then that unrivalled array of the Pathas made by Drishtadyumna, which was capable of resisting all hostile armies, Kanna proceeded, uttering leonine shouts and causing his car to produce a loud rattle. And he made the earth to tremble with a loud din of musical instruments. And that chastiser of foes, that hero in battle, seemed to tremble in rage. Duly disposing his own troops in counter-array, O bull of Bharata's race, that hero of great energy made a great slaughter of the Pandava forces like Maghavat slaughtering the Asura host. Striking Yudhishthira then with many arrows, he placed the eldest son of Pandu to his right. Dhritarashtra said, "How, O Sanjaya, did the son of Radha dispose his forces in counter-array to all the Pandavas headed by Drishtadyumna and protected by Bhimasena, viz., all those great bowmen invincible by the very gods? Who, O Sanjaya, stood in the wings and the further wings of our army? Dividing themselves properly, how were the warriors stationed? How also did the sons of Pandu dispose their army in counter-array to mine? How also did that great and awful battle commence? Where was Vatsa when Kanna proceeded against Yudhishthira? Who could succeed in sailing Yudhishthira in the presence of Arjuna? That Arjuna who had vanquished, single-handed in former days, all creatures at Kandava. Who else that is desirous of life, save the son of Radha, would fight with him?" Sanjaya said, "Hear now of the formation of the arrays, the manner in which Arjuna came and how the battle was fought by both sides surrounding their respective kings. Sharadvata's son Kripa, O king, and the Magadhas endued with great activity, and Kritavarma of Satwata race, took up their position in the right wing. Shakuni, and the mighty Ka warrior Aluka, standing on the right of these, and accompanied by many fearless Gandhara horsemen armed with bright lances, and many mountaineers difficult to defeat, numerous as flights of locusts, and grim-looking as Bishaka, protected the Kaurava army. 34,000 and returning cars of the Samsaptakas, mad with desire of battle, with thy sons in their midst, and all desirous of slaying Krishna and Arjuna, protected the left side of the Kaurava army. On their left, the Kambojas, the Sakas, and the Yavanas, with cars and horse and foot, at the command of the Suta's son, stood, challenging Arjuna and the mighty Keshava. In the center, at the head of that host, stood Kanna, clad in armor with beautiful coat of mail and adorned with angadas and garlands, for protecting that point. Supported by his own angry sons, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that hero, shone resplendent at the head of the army as he drew his bow repeatedly. The mighty armed Dushasana, possessed of the effulgence of the sun or fire, with tawny eyes and handsome features, riding on the neck of a huge elephant, surrounded by many troops, and stationed at the rear of the army, gradually approached for fight. Behind him came Duryodhana himself, O monarch, protected by his uterine brothers riding on beautiful steeds and cased in beautiful mail. Protected by the united Madrakas and the Kikayas of exceeding energy, the king, O monarch, looked resplendent like Indra of 100 sacrifices when surrounded by the celestials. Ashvatthama and the other foremost of mighty Ka warriors, and many ever infuriate elephants shedding temporal secretions like the very clouds and ridden by brave Malechas, followed behind that Ka force. Decked with triumphal standards and blazing weapons, those huge creatures, ridden by warriors skilled in fighting from their backs, looked beautiful like hills overgrown with trees. Many thousands of brave and unreturning warriors, armed with axes and swords, became the footguards of those elephants. Gorgeously decked with horsemen and Ka warriors and elephants, that foremost of arrays looked exceedingly beautiful like the array of the celestials or of the Asuras. That great array, formed according to the scheme of Brihaspati by its commander, well versed in ways of battle, seemed to dance, as it advanced, and struck terror into the hearts of foes. Like ever-appearing clouds in the season of rains, foot soldiers and horsemen and car warriors and elephants, longing for battle, began to issue from the wings and further wings of that array. Then King Yudhishthira, beholding Karna at the head of the hostile army, addressed Dhananjaya, that slayer of foes, that one hero in the world, and said these words, "Behold, O Arjuna, the mighty array formed by Karna in battle. The hostile force looks resplendent with its wings and further wings. At sight of this vast hostile force, let such measures be adopted that it may not vanquish us." Thus addressed by the king, Arjuna replied with joined hands, "Everything will be done as thou sayest. Nothing will be otherwise. I will, O Bharata, do that by which the destruction of the enemy may be compassed. By slaying their foremost of warriors, I will achieve their destruction." Yudhishthira said, "With that view, do thou proceed against the son of Radha, and let Bhimasena proceed against Sayadana, Nakula against Virshasana, Sahadeva against the son of Sabala, Satnaku against Dushasana, that bull amongst the Sanis, viz. Satyaki, against the son of Hridika, and Pandya against the son of Drona. I myself will fight with Kripa. Let the sons of Draupadi with Shikhandi amongst them proceed against the rest of the Dhritarashtras. Let the other warriors of our army encounter our other foes." Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Yudhishthira the just, Dhananjaya, saying, "So be it," ordered his troops to do the needful, and himself proceeded to the head of the army. That car for which the leader of the universe, viz. Agni, who derives his effulgence from Brahman, became the steeds, that car which was known amongst the gods as belonging to Brahman because it sprang first from Brahman himself, that car which in days of old had successively borne Brahman and Ishana and Indra and Varuna one after another, riding on that primeval car, Keshava and Arjuna now proceeded to battle. Beholding that advancing car of wonderful aspect, Shaulya once more said unto Adhirata's son, that warrior of great energy in battle, these words: "Yonder comes that car having white steeds yoked into it, and owning Krishna for its driver, that vehicle incapable of being resisted by all the troops, like the inevitable fruit of work. There comes the son of Kunti, slaughtering his foes along the way, he, that is, about whom thou hadst been inquiring. Since tremendous is the uproar that is being heard, deep as the roar of the clouds, it is, without doubt, those high-souled ones, viz. Vasudeva and Ananjaya. Yonder sends a cloud of dust that overspreads the welkin like a canopy. The whole earth, O Kana, seems to tremble, cut deep by the circumference of Arjuna's wheels. These violent winds are blowing on both sides of thy army. These carnivorous creatures are yelling aloud, and these animals are uttering fearful cries. Behold, O Kana, the terrible and portentous Ketu of vapory form, making the hair to stand on end, hath appeared, covering the Sunday. Behold, diverse kinds of animals, all around in large packs, and many mighty wolves and tigers are looking at the Sunday. Behold those terrible cankers and those vultures, assembled together in thousands, sitting with faces towards one another, in seeming discourse. Those coloured yak tails attached to thy great car are waving unquietly. Thy standard also is trembling. Behold these thy beautiful steeds, of huge limbs and great speed resembling that of soaring birds, are also quivering. From these portents, it is certain that kings, in hundreds and thousands, O Kana, deprived of life, will lie down on the ground for eternal sleep. The loud uproar of conchs, making the hair to stand on end, is being heard. The sound also of drums and cymbals, O son of Radha, is being heard on all sides, as also the whiz of diverse kinds of arrows, and the din made by cars and steeds and men. Listen also, O Gunner, to the loud twang produced by the bowstrings of high-souled warriors. Behold, O Gunner, those banners of Arjuna, that are equipped with rows of bells, and decked with golden moons and stars, made by skilful artists out of cloths embroidered with gold and of diverse hues. They are blazing with resplendence on Arjuna's car as they are shaken by the wind, like flashes of lightning in a mass of clouds. Behold those other banners producing sharp sounds as they wave in the air. Those car warriors of the high-souled Pankalas, with flag-decked standards on their vehicles, are looking resplendent, O Gunner, like the very gods on their celestial cars. Behold the heroic son of Kunti, the unvanquished Vatsu, Arjuna, with that foremost of apes on his standard, advancing for the destruction of the foe. There, on the top of Partha's standard, is to be seen that terrible ape, that enhancer of the fears of foes, attracting the gaze of warriors from every side. The discus, the mace, the bow called Saranga, and the conch, called Panchajanya, of the intelligent Krishna, as also his gem Kaustuba, look exceedingly beautiful in him. The wielder of Saranga and the mace, viz. Vasudeva, of great energy, cometh, urging those white steeds endued with the fleetness of the wind. Yonder twangs Gandiva, drawn by Savyas Asi. Those whetted shafts, sped by that strong-armed hero, are destroying his enemies. The earth is strewn with the heads of unretreating kings, with faces beautiful as the moon at full, and decked with large and expansive eyes of coppery hue. They're the arms, looking like spiked maces, with weapons in grasp, and smeared with excellent perfumes, of warriors delighting in battle and contending with uplifted weapons, are falling. Steeds with eyes, tongues, and entrails drawn out along with their riders, are falling and fallen and deprived of life lie prostrate on the earth. Those lifeless elephants huge as mountain summits, torn, mangled, and pierced by Partha, are falling down like veritable hills. Those cars, looking like the changeful forms of vapour in the sky, with their royal riders slain, are falling down like the celestial cars of the denizens of heaven upon the exhaustion of the latter's merits. Behold, the army is exceedingly agitated by the diadem-decked Arjuna, like herds of countless cattle by a maned lion. Though the Pandava heroes, advancing for the attack, are slaying kings and large numbers of elephants and steeds and car warriors and foot soldiers of thy army engaged in battle. The Partha, shrouded by friends and foes and weapons and dust, is not to be seen like the sun shrouded by clouds. Only the top of his standard may be seen, and the twang of his bowstring may be heard. Thou art sure, O Gunner, to behold today that hero of white steed with Krishna for his driver, engaged in slaughtering his foes in battle. Thou art sure of beholding him about whom thou hadst been inquiring. Today, O Gunner, thou art sure to behold those two tigers among men, both of red eyes, both chastisers of foes, viz. Vasudeva and Arjuna, stationed on the same car. If, O son of Radha, thou succeedest in slaying him that hath Keshava for his driver and Gandiva for his bow, then thou shalt be a king. Challenged by the Samsaptakas, Partha now proceedeth against them. That mighty warrior is engaged in making a great slaughter of his foes in battle. And to the ruler of the Madras who was saying so, Karna, in rage, said, Behold, Partha is assailed on all sides by the angry Samsaptakas. Like the sun shrouded by the clouds, Partha is no longer visible. Plunged into that ocean of warriors, O Shaulya, Arjuna is sure to perish. Shaulya said, Who is there that would slay Varuna with water, or quench fire with fuel? Who is there that would seize the wind, or drink off the ocean? I regard thy act of afflicting Partha to be even such. Arjuna is incapable of being vanquished in battle by the very gods and the Asuras united together and having Indra himself at their head. Or, suffer thyself to be gratified, and be of easy mind, having said those words, about thy capacity to slay Partha. Partha cannot be conquered in battle. Accomplish some other purpose thou mayst have in thy mind. He that would uplift this earth on his two arms, or burn all creatures in wrath, or hurl the gods from heaven, may vanquish Arjuna in battle. Behold that other heroic son of Kunti, viz., Bhima, who is never fatigued with exertion, blazing with resplendence, mighty armed, and standing like an Adamaru. With wrath ever kindled and longing for revenge, Bhima of great energy stands the desirous of victory in battle, and remembering all his injuries. That foremost of virtuous men, viz., King Yudhishthira the just, that subjugator of hostile towns, stands difficult of being resisted by foes in battle. To stand those two tigers among men, the twin Ashvinis, the two uterine brothers Nakula and Sahadeva, both invincible in battle. Yonder may be seen the 5 sons of Krishna, that have the features of Bankala princes. All of them, equal to Arjuna in battle, are standing, desirous of fight. They're the sons of Drupada, headed by Drystadama, swelling with pride and energy, heroes endued with great energy, have taken up their stand. There, that foremost one among the Satwatas, viz., Satyaki, irresistible like Indra, advanceth against us, from desire of fight, like the destroyer himself in wrath before our eyes. While those 2 lions among men were thus addressing each other, the 2 armies mingled fiercely in battle, like a current of the Ganga and Yamuna. 47. Dhritarashtra said, when the 2 armies, duly arrayed, thus mingled with each other for battle, O Sanjaya, how did Partha assail the Samsaptakas, and how Karna assailed the Pandavas? Tell me the incidents of the battle in detail, for thou art skilled in narration. Listening to the accounts of the prowess of heroes in battle, I am never satiated. Sanjaya said, observing the vast hostile force stationed in that manner, Arjuna arrayed his troops in proper form, in consequence of the evil policy of thy son. The vast Pandava force then, teeming with horsemen and elephants and foot soldiers and cars, and headed by Drishthadama, looked exceedingly magnificent. With his steeds white as pigeons, the son of Prishata, equal in splendor to the sun or the moon, armed with bow, looked resplendent like death himself in embodied form. The sons of Draupadi, desirous of battle, stood by the side of the son of Prishata. They were clad in excellent coats of mail, and armed with excellent weapons, and all of them were endued with the prowess of tigers. Possessed of effulgent bodies, they followed their maternal uncle like the stars appearing with the moon. Beholding the Samsaptakas standing in array, Arjuna, with wrath excited, rushed against them, drawing his bow Gandhiva. The Samsaptakas then, desirous of slaying Arjuna, rushed against Partha, firmly resolved on victory, and making death their goal. That brave host of heroes, teeming with men, steeds, infuriate elephants, and cars, began very quickly to afflict Arjuna. Their encounter with Iritan, Arjuna, became exceedingly furious. That encounter resembled the one that took place between Arjuna and the Nivatakavashas, as we have heard. Partha cut off cars and steeds and standards and elephants and foot soldiers engaged in fight, with shafts and bows and swords and discs and battle axes, and uplifted arms with weapons in grasp, and the heads also of foes, by thousands upon thousands. The Samsaptakas, regarding the car of Partha sunk in that deep vortex of warriors, uttered loud roars. Partha, however, slaying all his foes in front, slew those that stood further off, and then those that were on his right and his back, like Rudra himself in rage, slaughtering all created things endued with life. The encounter that took place when the Pankalas, the Siddhis, and the Srinjayas faced thy troops was exceedingly fierce. Kripa and Gritavama, and Shakuni the son of Sabala, those heroes difficult of defeat in battle, accompanied by troops that were all cheerful, themselves filled with rage, and capable of smiting down thick ranks of cars, fought with the Koshalas, the Kasis, the Matsyas, the Karusas, the Kayakayas, and the Zurasanas, all of whom were possessed of great courage. That battle, fraught with great slaughter and destructive of body, life and sins, became conducive to fame, heaven, and virtue, in respect of the Kshatriya, the Vishya, and the Shudra heroes that were engaged in it. Meanwhile the Kuru king Duryodhana with his brothers, O bull of Bharata's race, and supported by many Kuru heroes and many mighty Madrakaka warriors, protected Karna while the latter was engaged in battle with the Pandavas, the Pankalas, the Siddhis, and Satyaki, destroying that vast division with his sharp arrows, and crushing many foremost of Ka warriors. Karna succeeded in afflicting Yudhishthira, cutting off the armor, the weapons, and the bodies of thousands of foes, and slaying his foes by thousands, and sending them to heaven, and making them earn great fame. Karna caused his friends great joy. Thus, O sire, that battle destructive of men, steeds, and cars, between the Kurus and the Srinjayas, resembled the battle between the gods and the Asuras of old. 48. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, how Karna, having caused a great slaughter, penetrated into the midst of the Pandava troops, and struck and afflicted King Yudhishthira. Who were those foremost of heroes among the Pathas that resisted Karna? Who were they whom Karna crushed before he could succeed in afflicting Yudhishthira? Sanjaya said, beholding the Pathas headed by Drishadama stationed for battle, that crusher of foes, viz. Karna, rushed impetuously against the Pankalas. Like swans rushing towards the sea, the Pankalas, longing for victory, rushed as quickly against that high-souled warrior advancing to the encounter. Then the blare of thousands of conchs, as if piercing the heart by its shrillness, arose from both hosts, and the fierce peal also of thousands of drums. The sound also of diverse musical instruments, and the noise made by elephants and steeds and cars, and the leonine shouts of heroes that rose there, became exceedingly awful. It seemed that the whole earth with her mountains and trees and oceans, the entire welkin covered with wind-tossed clouds, and the whole firmament with the sun, the moon, and the stars, trembled with that sound. All creatures regarded that noise to be even such, and became agitated. Those amongst them that were endued with little strength fell dead. Then Karna, excited with great wrath, quickly invoking his weapons, began to smite the Pandava army like Maghavat smiting the army of the Asuras. Penetrating then into the Pandava host and shooting his arrows, Karna slew 77 foremost of warriors among the Prabhadrakas. Then that foremost of Ka warriors, with 25 sharp shafts equipped with goodly wings, slew 25 Pankalas. With many cloth-yard shafts equipped with wings of gold and capable of piercing the bodies of all foes, that hero slew the Siddhis by hundreds and thousands. While he was employed in achieving those superhuman feats in battle, large throngs of Pankalakas, O king, quickly surrounded him on all sides. Aiming then, O Bharata, 5 irresistible shafts, Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana or Vrisha, slew 5 Pankala warriors. The 5 Pankalas, O Bharata, that he slew in that battle were Bhanudeva and Sitarasana and Sanavindu and Tapana and Zurasana. While the Pankala heroes were thus being slaughtered with arrows in that great battle, loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose from among the Pankala host. Then 10 Ka warriors among the Pankalas, O monarch, surrounded Karna. Them, too, Karna speedily slew with his shafts. the two protectors of Karna's car wheels, viz., his two invincible sons, O sire, that were named Sushna and Satyasena, began to fight, reckless of their very lives. The eldest son of Karna, viz., the mighty Ka warrior Vrishesana, himself protected his father's rear. Then Drishthadhyumna, Satyaki, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Vrikadara, Janamejaya, and Shikhandi, and many foremost warriors among the Prabhadrakas, and many amongst Pasidis, the Kayakayas, and the Pankalas, the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and the Matsyas, all clad in mail, rushed fiercely upon Radha's son, skilled in smiting, from desire of slaying him. Pouring upon him diverse kinds of weapons and thick showers of arrows, they began to afflict him like the clouds afflicting the mountain breast in the season of rains. Desirous of rescuing their father, the sons of Karna, all of whom were effectual smiters, and many other heroes, O king, of thy army, resisted those Pandava heroes. Sushna, cutting off with a board-headed arrow the bow of Bhimasena, pierced Bhima himself with 7 cloth-yard shafts in the chest, and uttered a loud roar. Then Vrikadara of terrible prowess, taking up another tough bow and stringing it quickly, cut off Sushna's bow. Excited with rage and as if dancing on his car, he quickly pierced Sushna himself with 10 arrows, and then pierced Karna, within the twinkling of an eye, with 70 sharp shafts. With 10 other shafts, Bhima then felled Bhanusena, another son of Karna, with his steeds, driver, weapons, and standard, in the very sight of the latter's friends. The sightly head of that youth, graced with a face as beautiful as the moon, cut off with a razor-headed arrow, looked like a lotus plucked from its stalk. Having slain Karna's son, Bhima began to afflict thy troops once more. Cutting off the bows then of Gripa and Hrdika's son, he began to afflict those 2 also. Piercing Dashasana with 3 arrows made wholly of iron, and Shakuni with 6, he deprived both Aluka and his brother Patitri of their cars. Addressing Sushna next in these words, viz., thou art slain, Bhima took up an arrow. Karna, however, cut off that arrow and struck Bhima himself with 3 shafts. Then Bhima took up another straight arrow of great impetuosity and sped it at Sushna. But Vrisha cut that arrow also. Then Karna, desirous of rescuing his son, and wishing to make an end of the cruel Bhimasena, struck the latter with 73 fierce arrows. Then Sushna, taking up an excellent bow capable of bearing a great strain, pierced Nakula with 5 arrows in the arms and the chest. Nakula, then piercing his antagonist with 20 strong shafts capable of bearing a great strain, uttered a loud roar and inspired Karna with fright. The mighty Ka warrior Sushna, however, O king, piercing Nakula with 10 shafts, quickly cut off the latter's bow with a razor-headed arrow. Then Nakula, insensate with rage, shook up another bow, and resisted Sushna in that battle with 9 shafts. That slayer of hostile heroes, O king, shrouding all the quarters with showers of arrows, slew Sushna's driver, and piercing Sushna himself again with 3 shafts, and then with 3 other broad-headed arrows, cut off his bow of great strength into 3 fragments. Sushna also, deprived of his senses in rage, took up another bow and pierced Nakula with 60 arrows and Sahadeva with 7. The battle raged fiercely, like that of the gods and the Asuras between those heroes striking one another. Satyaki, slaying the driver of Vrishesana with 3 arrows, cut off the latter's bow with a board-headed shaft and struck his steeds with 7 arrows. Crushing his standard then with another arrow, he struck Vrishesana himself with 3 arrows in the chest. Thus struck, Vrishesana became senseless on his car, but within the twinkling of an eye, stood up again. Deprived of his driver and steeds and car standard by Ayudhana, Satyaki, Vrishesana then, armed with sword and shield, rushed against Duryodhana from desire of slaying him. Satyaki, however, as his antagonist rushed towards him, struck at his sword and shield with 10 arrows equipped with heads like a boar's ear. Then Dushasana, beholding Vrishasana made carless and weaponless, quickly caused him to ascend his own car, and bearing him away from the spot, caused him to ride another vehicle. The mighty car warrior Vrishasana then, riding on another vehicle, pierced the 5 sons of Draupadi with 70 and Duryodhana with 5, and Bhimasena with 4 and 60, and Sahadeva with 5, and Nakula with 30, and Satanika with 7 arrows, and Shikhandi with 10, and King Yudhishthira with 100. These and many other foremost of heroes, O king, all inspired with desire of victory, that great bowman, viz., the son of Karna, O monarch, continued to afflict with his shafts. Then, in that battle, the invincible Vrishasana continued to protect the rear of Karna. The grandson of Sani, having made Dushasana driverless and steedless and carless by means of 9 times 9 arrows made wholly of iron, struck Dushasana with 10 shafts in the forehead. The Kuru prince then, riding on another car that was duly equipped with all necessary implements, once more began to fight with the Pandavas from within the division of Karna. Then Dristadama pierced Karna with 10 arrows, and the sons of Draupadi pierced him with 3 and 70, and Duryodhana with 7. And Bhimasena pierced him with 4 and 60 arrows, and Sahadeva with 7. And Nakula pierced him with 30 arrows, and Satanika with 7. And the heroic Shikhandi pierced him with 10, and King Yudhishthira with 100. These and other foremost of men, O monarch, all inspired with desire of victory, began to grind that great bowman, viz., the Suta's son, in that dreadful battle. That chastiser of foes, viz., the Suta's son of great heroism, performing quick evolutions with his car, pierced every one of those warriors with 10 arrows. We then, O king, witnessed the lightness of hand displayed by the high-souled Karna and the power of his weapons. Indeed, what we saw appeared to be highly wonderful. People could not notice when he took up his arrows, when he aimed them, and when he let them off. They only beheld his enemies dying fast in consequence of his wrath. The sky, the firmament, the earth, and all the quarters seemed to be entirely shrouded with sharp arrows. The firmament looked resplendent as if covered with red clouds. The valiant son of Radha, armed with a bow, and as if dancing, on his car, pierced each of his assailants with thrice as many arrows as each of them had pierced him with, and once more piercing each of them, and his steeds, driver, car, and standard with 10 arrows, he uttered a loud roar. His assailants then gave him away, through which he passed out. Having crushed those mighty bowmen with showers of arrows, the son of Radha, that crusher of foes, then penetrated, unresisted, into the midst of the division commanded by the Pandava king. Having destroyed 30 cars of the unreturning Siddhis, the son of Radha struck Yudhishthira with many sharp arrows. Then many Pandava warriors, O king, with Shikhandi and Satyaki, desirous of rescuing the king from the son of Radha, surrounded the former. Similarly, all the brave and mighty bowmen of thy army resolutely protected the irresistible Karna in that battle. The noise of diverse musical instrument arose then, O king, and the leonine shouts of brave warriors rent the sky. And the Kurus and the Pandavas once more fearlessly encountered each other, the former headed by the Suta's son and the latter by Yudhishthira. 49. Sanjaya said, piercing through the Pandava host, Karna, surrounded by thousands of cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, rushed towards King Yudhishthira the Just. Cutting off with hundreds of the fierce shafts the thousands of weapons sped at him by his foes, Vrisha fearlessly pierced through that host. Indeed, the Suta's son cut off the heads, the arms and the thighs of his enemies, who, deprived of life, fell down on the earth. Others, finding their divisions broken, fled away. The Dravida, the Andaka, and the Nishada foot soldiers, urged on by Satyaki, once more rushed towards Kana in that battle, from desire of slaying him. Deprived of arms and headgears, and slain by Kana with his shafts, they fell down simultaneously on the earth, like a forest of salutary cut down with the axe. Thus hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s of combatants, deprived of life and filling the whole welkin with their fame, fell down with their bodies on the earth. The Bandus and the Bankalas obstructed Kana, otherwise called Vaikartana, who careered wrathfully in battle like the destroyer himself, even as people seek to obstruct a disease with incantations and drugs. Crushing all those assailants, Kana once more rushed towards Yudhishthira, like an irresistible disease unchecked by incantations and drugs and propitiatory rites. At last checked by the Pandus, the Pankalas, and the Kikayas, all of whom were desirous of rescuing the king, Kana could not succeed in passing them over, like death that is unable to vanquish persons conversant with Brahma. Then Yudhishthira, with eyes red in wrath, addressed Kana, that slayer of hostile heroes, who was held in check at a little distance from him, and said these words: O Kana, O thou of vain sight, O son of Asuta, listen to my words. Thou always challengest the active Vilgana in battle. Obedient to the counsels of Dhritarashtra's son, thou always seekest to oppose us. Mustering thy great prowess, show thou today all thy might, all thy energy, and all the hatred thou bearest towards the sons of Pandu. Today in dreadful encounter, I will purge thee of thy desire for battle. Having said these words, the son of Pandu, O king, pierced Kana with 10 shafts made entirely of iron and equipped with wings of gold. That chastiser of foes, and great bowman, viz., the Suta's son, O Bharata, pierced Yudhishthira with the greatest care, in return, with 10 arrows equipped with heads like the calf's tooth. Thus pierced by the Suta's son in contempt, O sire, the mighty armed Yudhishthira blazed up with wrath like a fire upon receiving butter. Bending his formidable bow decked with gold, the son of Pandu placed on his bowstring a whetted arrow capable of piercing the very hills. Drawing the bow to its fullest stretch, the king quickly sped that arrow, fatal as the rod of the destroyer, from desire of slaying the Suta's son. Sped by the king endued with great might, that arrow whose whiz resembled the noise of the thunder, suddenly pierced Kana, that mighty car warrior, on his left side. Deeply afflicted by the violence of that stroke, the mighty armed Kana with weakened limbs fell into a swoon on his car, his bow dropping from his hand. Beholding Kana in that plight, the vast Dhritarashtra host uttered cries of woe and alas, and the faces of all the combatants became colourless. Beholding the prowess of their king, on the other hand, O monarch, amongst the Pandavas, leonine roars and shouts and confused cries of joy arose. The son of Radha, however, of cruel prowess, recovering his senses soon enough, set his heart on the destruction of Yudhishthira. Drawing his formidable bow called Vijaya that was decked with gold, the Suta's son of immeasurable soul began to resist the son of Pandu with his sharp shafts. With a couple of razor-headed arrows he slew in that encounter Kandradeva and Dandadara, the 2 Pankala princes, that protected the 2 car wheels of the high-souled Yudhishthira. Each of those heroes, standing by the side of Yudhishthira's car, looked resplendent like the constellation Purnavasa by the side of the moon. Yudhishthira, however, once more pierced Kana with 30 arrows. And he struck Sushna and Satyasena, each with 3 arrows. And he pierced every one of the protectors of Kana with 3 straight arrows. The son of Adrata then, laughing and shaking his bow, inflicted a cutting wound on the king's body with a broad-headed arrow, and again pierced him with 60 arrows, and then uttered a loud shout. Then many foremost heroes amongst the Pandavas, desirous of rescuing the king, rushed in wrath towards Karna and began to grind him with their arrows. Satyaki and Chekitana and Uitsu and Shikhandi and the sons of Draupadi and the Prabhadrakas, and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and Bhimasena and Shishupala and the Kaurushas, Matsyas, the Zuras, the Kakayas, the Kasis and the Koslas, all these brave heroes, endued with great activity, assailed Vasusana. The Bankala prince Janamjaya then pierced Karna with many arrows. The Pandava heroes, armed with diverse kinds of arrows and diverse weapons and accompanied by cars and elephants and steeds, rushing towards Karna, encompassed him on all sides, from desire of slaying him. Thus assailed on all sides by the foremost of Pandava warriors, Karna invoked into existence the Brahmastra and filled all the points of the compass with arrows. The heroic Karna then, like unto a blazing fire having shafts for its scorching flame, careered in battle, burning that forest of Pandava's troops. The high-souled Karna, that great bowman, aiming some mighty weapons, and laughing the while, cut off the bow of that foremost of men, Yudhishthira. Then aiming 90 straight arrows within the twinkling of an eye, Karna cut off, with those sharp shafts, the armor of his antagonist. That armor, decked with gold and set with gems, looked beautiful, as it fell down, like a wind-tossed cloud penetrated by the rays of the sun. Indeed, that armor, adorned with costly brilliants, fallen off from the body of that foremost of men, looked beautiful like the firmament in the night, bespangled with stars. His armor cut off with those arrows, the son of Pritha, covered with blood, wrathfully hurled at the son of Adra a dart made wholly of iron. Karna, however, cut into pieces that blazing dart, as it coursed through the welkin, with 7 shafts. That dart, thus cut off with those shafts of great bowmen, fell down on the earth. Then Yudhishthira, striking Karna with 4 lances in his 2 arms and forehead and chest, repeatedly uttered loud shouts. Thereupon blood spouted forth from the wounds of Karna, and the latter, filled with rage and breathing like a snake, cut off his antagonist's standard and pierced the Pandava himself with 3 broad-headed arrows. And he also cut off the couple of quivers that his foe had, and the car he rode into minute fragments. Thereupon the king, riding on another car unto which were yoked those steeds, white as ivory and having black hair on their tails, that used to bear him to battle, turned his face and began to fly. Thus did Yudhishthira begin to retreat. His Parshani driver had been slain. He became exceedingly cheerless and unable to stay before Karna. The son of Radha then, pursuing Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, cleansed himself by touching him in the shoulder with his own fair hand, the palm of which was graced with the auspicious signs of the thunderbolt, the umbrella, the hook, the fish, the tortoise, and the conch shell, and desired to seize him by force. He then remembered the words of Kunti. Then Sholya addressed him, and said, "Do not, O Karna, seize this best of kings. As soon as thou seizest him, he will reduce both thee and me to ashes." Then Karna, O king, laughing in mockery, addressed the son of Bandu and thus spoke unto him disparagingly. "How, indeed, born though thou art in a noble race, and observant though thou art of Kshatriya duties, wouldst thou leave the battle in fear, desiring to save thy life? I think that thou art not well acquainted with the duties of Kshatriyas. Endued with Brahma force, thou art indeed devoted to the study of the Vedas and the performance of sacrificial rites. Do not, O son of Kunti, fight again, and do not again approach brave warriors. Do not use harsh language towards heroes, and do not come to great battles. Thou mayst use such words, O sire, towards others, but thou shouldst never address persons like us in that way. By using such words towards persons like us, thou wouldst in battle meet with this and other kinds